Stick with me. You are about to watch our hero step right out of his trapped fantasy world and land somewhere totally unexpected. He is staring at a quiet countryside, mountains, cozy farmhouses. It looks exactly like his real home. Mind blown, he starts putting the pieces together. He looks around, totally stunned. Is he actually back in Japan? Standing before a traditional house, it hits him. It has been 10 long years since he saw this. He honestly thought he would never see this place again. But suddenly, a voice from behind calls out. An old man and a son hat spots him standing there, calling him a kid as he walks up. The man says he has not seen him around. What brings a kid out here? He even asks if the boy just missed his bus or got totally lost. Our boy just stands there, fumbling for an answer. But the man simply points out it is lunchtime and warmly invites him over for a quick bite. A fresh tray of soba hits the table as the man thanks him for waiting. But the second the boy starts eating, tears start falling. The old man instantly asks if he is okay. Slurping his food, the kid apologizes. He explains it has just been an incredibly long time since he tasted soba. The old man laughs, joking that he needs to choose between slurping his nose or the noodles. Right as they keep eating, the man mentions that for a foreigner, his Japanese is solid. This catches the boy off guard. Seeing his reflection, he remembers. He looks completely different now. Realizing the old guy is right about his looks, he thinks it is actually super weird. He can even talk to people here. He figures his special translation skill must be doing the heavy lifting. Now pay attention here. He starts traveling back and forth between Japan and the fantasy world, until he spots the massive loophole that changes absolutely everything. The kid starts figuring out the exact rules of this gate. Turns out, he is the only living thing allowed to jump worlds, but anything not alive? He can carry it right through with him. That is a massive loophole. Looking at his power, he starts wondering how to turn this entire wild situation into some serious, huge profit. Life back in that other world is rough. He is desperate for a public bath, but totally broke. Clenching his fist, he is determined to use his travel skills to finally make some real money. Suddenly, a massive light bulb goes off in his head as he realizes something huge. The value of random items completely changes depending on your current location. In Japan, 1 gold bar buys a mansion, but over there, it is barely worth a basic month of pay. On the flip side, sweets and spices are insane luxury items over there. A fancy cake could literally buy someone an entire house. He realizes if he just resells Japanese goods in the fantasy world, he will be rich in no time. Back in Japan, a woman thanks him for his help. Let us pause here and I know he is plotting something completely wild. Ready to see his plan unfold? Because what he does next is pure genius. Let us jump right back in. Our boy tries to play it cool when she thanks him. She insists on giving him a cash reward. Since the village is mostly seniors, his help means everything. He happily takes the money and thanks her. He is internally screaming with hype. This cash means he can finally buy a massive mountain of Japanese candy. Looking super confused, she asks if he really loves sweets that much. Flustered, he laughs it off, agreeing with her. They say goodbye as she tells him to stay safe. He keeps his actual master plan totally a secret. He cannot exactly admit he is smuggling snacks into an alternate fantasy dimension. So, goods in hand, he realizes it is finally time to grind and make this insane business plan a reality. Back in the other world, he meets a merchant named Albert, who stares at chocolate like an alien artifact, asking exactly where he got it. Our hero leans in, asking Albert if local nobles would be totally obsessed with this. Albert goes quiet, staring at the sample, calculating the massive potential. Finally, he breaks the silence. This chocolate stuff is going to absolutely dominate the rich nobles. He is absolutely certain they will get hopelessly addicted. Our guy gets hyped, even while Albert explains he personally knows 0 nobles. He thinks a friend's connection might work. Albert seems hesitant, but our hero just smiles, asking if it is doable. Totally confident they can pull this off. Albert crosses his arms and drops some harsh reality. He warns Alan that selling to nobles blindly is a massive mistake, because every rival will be gunning for him. Albert warns Alan that rival merchants will destroy anyone stealing their turf. Trust me, you and I both know he is doing it anyway. He explains that for the elite crowd, fancy sweets are not just food. Stick with me here, they are actually massive status symbols, proving a family's extreme wealth. Because this is so huge, merchants usually manage everything, from the hard-working farmers to the skilled bakers, just to keep the entire complex system running perfectly smooth. Albert points out that breaking these unwritten merchant rules is a terrible move. Alan simply sighs, finally realizing that this is how this fantasy world works. Albert sighs heavily, admitting that since his little shop is so small, there's not much he can really do to help with the noble side of things, making an annoyed Alan snap and tell him to shut up. Though Albert quickly admits that even if the kid is super annoying, he is totally right about this product's massive potential. Looking completely defeated, Albert explains, he is merely a regular merchant, and there is absolutely no way he can go toe-to-toe against the powerful guys handling those noble contracts. He sincerely apologizes for being a massive letdown, promising to try and find somebody else who can actually handle this huge deal. Alan tells the merchant to go ahead and do exactly that, until he suddenly remembers he brought way more than just chocolate. He casually pulls out a bag of Japanese snacks, leaving poor Albert looking completely drained by the kid's endless surprises. Albert tells Alan, giving an opinion is perfectly fine, but he is still handing out serious merchant advice as a true professional. Suddenly, a cheerful older woman spots the two of them and excitedly yells their names, loudly declaring it has been forever since they last met. Alan politely asks if they are out doing some shopping, and the woman happily laughs, saying it is a total coincidence they bumped into each other here. She curiously points at the bag in his hand, asking what it is. Alan casually explains it is just a foreign sweet he randomly got, making her genuinely wonder if this clever kid has already started working as a merchant himself. Meanwhile, Albert just stands right there with a giant grin. Alan quickly waves it off, insisting he has not, explaining he is honestly just very curious about how things work. The friendly woman suggests letting the two of them have a quick taste of the snack, though the younger maid looks genuinely surprised by this unexpected offer. Albert nervously starts sweating, asking if giving free samples to the enemy is a smart idea, but Alan confidently says he does not mind at all. Albert mumbles that this soft attitude is exactly why Alan's business will not grow, but the kid firmly tells him to stay out of his business. You and I both know what happens next. They take one bite and instantly look like they just tasted pure magic. The woman happily says the snack is incredibly delicious and thinks about buying some later, so Alan simply smiles and thanks her for the support. She promises to tell all her friends about it and says she is totally rooting for him, completely catching Albert off guard. Albert quickly apologizes to a frustrated shopkeeper for the large crowd they caused, and the guy strictly tells them to go somewhere else next time. Alan stands there looking completely shocked. He simply cannot believe everything is already sold out. Albert asks if this huge success feels good, and Alan admits it is merely because those friendly ladies helped spread the word incredibly fast. Alan mumbles he would be a billionaire if he just had some chocolate, but Albert warns him he should never underestimate how real business works. Alan warmly thanks him for the help, saying he can keep that extra chocolate as a cool gift, then casually starts walking off before Albert can even say anything. Let us pause right here. You and I can totally see that Alan might actually be an absolute genius at this whole merchant game. Moving right along, Alan is relaxing at a local bathhouse, staring at a massive painting of Mount Fuji. He lets out a heavy sigh while soaking in the hot water, sadly, thinking about how he is completely broke and cannot get a job or house since he officially does not exist in this fantasy world. Alan relaxes in the bath with the little toy duck, thinking about how it has been absolutely forever since he last soaked in hot water like this. And while he just sits there, he starts feeling a bit better about everything, thinking that maybe he is finally starting to see some genuine hope for his new future here. He looks back on the day and realizes that even though those sweets did not make him rich, they absolutely prove that Japanese goods can actually thrive in this fantasy world. But he knows it will not be easy. He still has to figure out what to actually sell next and learn the specific, strict rules that merchants must follow. It is a lot to process, and he tells himself there is still a huge ton of stuff he must sit down and think about. So later on, he heads over to a local tavern that is completely packed with people eating and laughing. The whole place is buzzing with awesome energy as Alan takes a huge swing of his drink, realizing the alcohol here actually tastes way better than what he is used to. He leans back, feeling totally satisfied, thinking that a cold drink after a long bath is the absolute ultimate way to live, even in another magical world. But the cheerful vibe changes instantly. Watch closely, because you and I are about to see a crazy shift." The entire room goes dead silent, leaving Alan totally confused as absolutely everyone stares straight at the doors. The mysterious girl who just walked in stands right there, carrying a really intense look on her face. "Alright, stick with me here. See that girl in the fancy gem outfit?" Alan is completely mind blown, never expecting Kiraheim to actually show up in a tiny town like this. He just stares in awe, realizing she is a transferee and absolutely Japanese. This makes him pause, thinking about how a few special people just like him are hidden all around the world, even in this small place. He reminds himself that people born here who clearly remember their past lives are simply called reincarnators, while the ones who randomly just drop into this world from out of nowhere are transferees. Both types usually have insane physical and magic stats compared to regular locals, and some even possess absolutely crazy, top-tier powerful blessings. So naturally, almost all of them end up becoming high-level adventurers or brilliant magic researchers. Alan watches her super closely, even though he has heard all the wild rumors. This is his very first time actually seeing one. Nearby, tavern guys start whispering excitedly about how she is way more stunning than the rumors even claimed, eagerly asking each other if they know her deal. The gossip hypes up Kiraheim as the strong leader of a super rare, all-female squad known as the Brigade of the Dawn Moon. And she is definitely not just a pretty face. She is a top-tier adventurer, famous for easily crushing some truly terrifying monsters. Even though Alan has a great reputation with a wealthy crowd, the local guys still find his intense vibe a bit much. So he decides he has seen enough right now, and quickly asks the bartender for his bill. The bartender is totally surprised he is leaving so fast, since Alan usually hangs around for way more than just one drink. But Alan just flashes a quick smile, smoothly saying he has some urgent business to handle right now. Seeing Kiraheim triggered a fun memory from his past life in Japan, back when he asked a clerk if a specific manga was super popular. The clerk, a guy named Ki, got super hyped, declaring it the absolute #1 series in Shunen Champ. Turns out Alan was just trying to keep up with trends, and Ki was just thrilled to geek out with another huge manga fan. Though Ki paused, suddenly asking if Alan actually meant to buy a women's fashion magazine instead of the epic manga they just discussed. Back in that old memory, Alan confirms that is exactly the magazine he wants, smoothly making up a quick excuse that he is just picking it up for a good friend. He totally buys it and happily rings everything up. Anyway, as Alan leaves the store, with the clerk loudly thanking him, he admits to himself the whole friend story was a complete lie. Snapping back to reality now, Alan knows his earlier choice was definitely the right move. I know what you are thinking, but approaching the Black Princess right there would have been way too risky. So, he walks into the night, thinking about how Kiraheim got dropped into this totally boring world that literally has zero fun entertainment. He is really hoping his master plan works out, especially since this whole setup is costing a fortune. He is basically betting absolutely everything on her coming through for him today. He tracks them to a big building, but a sign on the door clearly says the place is completely closed off for a private party. Alan just stands there, totally scratching his head. He quickly realizes this is going to be a much bigger problem than he originally planned. He was totally sure they were at this restaurant, but they went as far as closing all the curtains to keep everyone out. Now, he is heavily debating whether to wait around or just charge right in, knowing if he misses this chance right now, he might never get another shot. Alan is just about to leave when a voice from behind suddenly calls out, telling him to freeze. It is Anna. She looks super annoyed, demanding to know why exactly he is just awkwardly hanging around in front of their shop. He keeps his cool, smoothly, saying he is just here to deliver something special for Lady Kiraheim. He hands it over, mentioning there is zero charge and they can easily trash it if they want. Anna tries hard to stop him, but Alan just casually says his goodbyes and blasts off so incredibly fast that she is left standing there completely stunned. Left completely alone on the street, she just stares at the mystery package, totally wondering what that strange guy's deal actually was. So, she heads inside, where Kira happily greets her. Kira notices she finally arrived and immediately asks about the weird package she is holding. Anna explains that some sketchy guy waiting outside just handed it over, loudly claiming it was addressed to the captain. This definitely gets Kira's attention. So, she asks to inspect it for a quick second while Anna carefully hands the weird gift over. Kira actually starts giving the package a deep sniff to guess what is inside, while Anna waits anxiously to hear her thoughts on the mysterious delivery. Kira thoroughly checks the gift. She confirms it is not poisoned or a dangerous magic item, suggesting she just hand it to the captain. Anna decides to go for it, figuring that if Kalira promises it is safe, she might as well just follow orders and deliver it. She finds Kiraheim sitting peacefully at a table with some tea. She walks over, gently letting her know she has a special delivery. Kiraheim looks up, asking what it is. Let's find out. So Anna casually points out this package was meant specifically for their captain. Let's jump right into this mystery. Kiraheim asks if opening it is allowed, and Anna says go ahead. The delivery guy literally said they could toss it if they didn't care. The two girls lean in close, carefully peeling back the paper, only to uncover a fully modern Japanese magazine hidden right inside. Kiraheim just stares at pages full of high schoolers and romance, totally stunned and barely believing she is actually seeing a book like this. Anna checks the pages too, admitting it looks super rare, but honestly, she still has no clue why their captain would ever care about it. Suddenly, Kiraheim shoots up. Her chair loudly clatters against the wooden floor, leaving poor Anna completely baffled by her wild, out-of-nowhere reaction. Face completely red, Kiraheim tightly clutches the magazine to her chest. She loudly demands Anna tell her exactly who dropped off this mysterious package. Flashback time. Voices scream that this girl must be the shrine maiden, demanding someone catch her. Just as Kiraheim suddenly snaps back to reality, she wildly wonders what just happened and tries figuring out her current location. Now watch this closely. Everything is a total blur. She was just waiting after school when the world randomly warped. Suddenly, she was plummeting through dark, empty space with absolutely zero brakes. Things felt so incredibly hopeless that she honestly thought she would perish right there, even tearfully apologizing to her father. Slowly, her eyes flutter open. A relieved old woman is watching her, gently asking if she feels okay now that she is finally awake. Kiraheim jolts back in panic, demanding to know who they are. The kind woman quickly apologizes for startling her. She explains they are simply innkeepers who found her totally passed out at the bottom of a massive cliff. That instantly triggers a terrifying memory for Kiraheim. The exact moment she tumbled right over the edge. Realizing they completely saved her life, she deeply thanks the woman. The innkeeper humbly brushes it off as no big deal. The innkeeper woman notes Kiraheim survived that massive drop without one single scratch. She claims that is exactly what folks expect from the Maiko, even though Kiraheim has absolutely no clue what that mysterious title means. Pouring some warm tea, the woman is shocked. She is so clueless. She explains a Maiko is a divine messenger from another world, and her dark black hair is literally all the proof anyone needs around here. She goes on, guessing that Kiraheim was probably gifted some absolutely crazy special hidden powers, even if she hasn't noticed them yet. Honestly, this just makes poor Kiraheim feel way more lost. She openly admits she doesn't understand this because it all happened way too incredibly fast. Handing over a steaming cup to calm her nerves, the kind woman smiles gently. She tells the girl that resting is the main priority right now. She can stress over all that complicated destiny stuff much later. Kiraheim just stares down at her warm drink, quietly thanking the stranger for being so kind. Once finally ready to set off, she deeply thanks the sweet couple for taking such amazing care of her. Standing outside to see her off, the innkeepers warmly tell her to stay healthy and safe. She smiles right back, wishing them both the absolute best. As she moves forward, you and I both know how these journeys go. Kiraheim starts looking for home, but she never actually struggled alone, all thanks to that insane oracle hidden power. But as rumors spread, more folks quickly rallied to her side. Pretty soon, her loyal crew known as the Dawn Moon Brigade becomes totally famous across the entire country. This huge success makes her realize just how incredibly lucky she is having such amazing people around. Her loyal team never questions what she is planning. They just blindly chose to follow. Deep down, she really hopes that one single day, she can finally tell them the whole, honest truth about everything. Here, clang, metallic sounds echo through a quiet, dimly lit room full of old barrels. Alan is already chilling at the bar when that heavy door opens. Zen, the bartender, looks up and warmly welcomes the newcomer. Taking a slow sip of his drink, Alan holds up a crumpled note, straight up asking if she is the one who sent this letter. He then casually glances over at Kiraheim. He tells Zen to go right ahead and pour her something to drink too. The tired bartender just tells them to make sure they lock up tight when finished. Alan gives a quick thanks as the guy leaves for the night. Now, Alan and Kurohime sit in pure, heavy silence. The only sound is the glass bottles lining the quiet shelves behind them. Finally, Alan breaks that awkward ice. He apologizes, genuinely worried she might absolutely hate being stuck alone in here with him. He quickly explains he only mentioned it because they both come from the exact same country. Meanwhile, Kiraheim just silently watches him with a blank expression. Cutting the small talk, she asks if he is actually Japanese. He nods, confirming he only looks like this because he got reincarnated into this crazy fantasy world. When Alan politely asks for her name, she takes a sip. Looking back, she introduces herself as Shizuku Siaji, just 18 years old. He asks about her past life, introducing his current self as Alan, an unemployed 20-year-old. But honestly, she instantly cuts his sentence completely short. Coldly, she clarifies that his current life means nothing. She just wants to know exactly what his real name was back in their original world. So where does this leave us? The ice clinks. He reveals he was Masato Shinjo, just a normal guy who passed away at 25. Shizuku looks down, apologizing for asking unnecessary questions again. But Alan simply shrugs it off like it's absolutely nothing. Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch her realize he might be from a totally different era, since her family name means nothing. Alan casually asks if she was a celebrity back home, and Shizuku quickly realizes he has absolutely no clue who she is. She asks if he thought she was a famous idol, but his face stays completely blank. He explains they clearly lived in different times, revealing it's already been 20 years since he passed on. Time flows differently for him, mostly because his old base back in Japan still feels stuck in the Showa era, so that huge time gap doesn't even feel real to him yet. Shizuku is totally shocked and gets right up in his face. She desperately asks if that means he actually has a way back to Japan, but Alan shuts that down immediately, telling her straight up that returning to their old world is completely impossible. He explains he's the only living person who can cross between these worlds, sincerely apologizing for getting her hopes up like that. Shizuku quietly looks down, telling him that she understands, but Alan quickly mentions he can still do plenty of other things, like bringing in whatever supplies she needs or sending items back. Now pay attention, because you and I both know this is where the tension peaks. She stays totally quiet, just sitting there and squeezing her glass tight. That heavy tension hangs in the air until Alan notices her empty cup, casually asking if she's down for another drink. She looks confused, asking how that works, since the shopkeeper is already gone. But Alan just plays it super cool, saying he'll handle it. Alan pulls out a fresh bottle of Japanese green tea, asking Shizuku if she wants a glass, hoping the specific flavor hits the spot. He gently pours it for her, casually mentioning he wasn't completely sure if this brand would be her absolute favorite. Shizuku softly thanks him and watches him fill the glass, taking a quick sip right away. Alan watches her super closely, asking how it tastes. She looks genuinely surprised, admitting the flavor is completely different from the tea she usually brews for herself. Alan instantly gets nervous, wondering if she actually hates it, but Shizuku explains that the smell and taste are just on another level, softening up as she tells him it's actually really delicious. Looking right at her, Alan realizes that even though she acts so mature and put together, she's really just a high school girl. She looks down, saying she feels bad for acting so pathetic earlier, but Alan tells her straight up that she has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. He even admits he totally broke down crying his very first time eating soba in this world, and then happily offers to bring her some next time. Shizuku stares at her glass, admitting that even though she really, desperately wanted a solid lead on how to get back to Japan, getting a simple treat like this makes her happy in its own way. Shizuku calmly sets her glass down on the table, and finally gives him an answer. She officially agrees to be his sponsor, but only if he can get his hands on the exact items she asks for. Alan looks super relieved, and says he's down for the deal, though he warns her not to ask for anything totally impossible. He reminds her he doesn't exactly have a legal ID or a steady paycheck here, so Shizuku stands up, saying she'll just send a letter to handle things. I know what you're thinking. Organizing paperwork? Alan looks totally confused too, until she turns and asks about his document skills. The next morning finally rolls around, the sun already shining bright over the house. Shizuku quickly gathers all the other girls together. She apologizes for dragging everyone out of bed so early, but says she has an introduction to make, presenting Alan as their newest member starting today. Alan just stands there looking super awkward and tries saying hi, but Anna immediately loses her mind. She points right at him, shouting that he's the totally weird guy from yesterday. She loudly asks the captain if she's actually being serious about trusting this poop guy. Alan just quietly stares off to the side, already having a gut feeling it would end up like this. Kira says she respects her decision, but is still not completely sold on it, asking if they're really sure about bringing a guy onto their team. Shizuku steps in to clear the air, quickly explaining that Alan isn't actually going to be heading out on any dangerous adventures with them. She points out that since he's great with reading, writing, and math, he's the absolute perfect person to handle all their supplies and daily logistics. Alan realizes this was Shizuku's clever plan all along, right as she drops the absolute bombshell that Anna is going to be responsible for his training. Anna completely loses it. Her massive scream sends the birds outside flying right off the roof. A little bit later, the two are in the storage room, where Anna angrily demands to know how a guy like him managed to catch the captain's attention. She looks incredibly deep in thought, mentioning that she's honestly never seen the captain act this lively before. So what do you and I learn here? Alan's hard work finally paid off. Even if he's completely shocked, he actually ended up joining their squad. Let's dive right in. Checking the paperwork, Anna reminds him that a dude joining the Dawn Moon Brigade is something that basically never happens. She finally just sighs, letting it go. She admits they've been insanely busy, and they could definitely use an extra pair of hands around here. Alan scans the room, freezing for a second. He really needs to confirm one quick thing with Anna before they even get started. Staring at these massive mountains of crates and bags, he asks if she's seriously been managing all of this by herself this entire time. Anna just stares right back and says, "That's exactly how it's been." Alan completely loses his mind, realizing she handles every single resource this brigade actually owns. But she explains that since only she and the captain can read or do math, nobody else could step up to do it. Grabbing her quill, Anna gets straight to work. She tells him she'll handle inventory checks while he heads out to buy some more supplies. She lets him know that as long as he drops the name of the brigade, none of the local merchants will try to overcharge him, and Alan tells her he's totally got it. Heading out the door, he glances back and tells her not to push herself too hard dealing with all that crazy mountain of paperwork. Anna just gives him a super casual wave from the storage room as he walks away. Strolling through the crowded city streets, Alan can't help but think about how he never expected his life to take a wild turn like this. He originally thought becoming their exclusive merchant would be his massive chance to finally start doing big business with all the local nobles. But since things changed, he knows he has to step up and show real results if he wants the rest of the group to actually accept him as one of their own. Now watch closely. Someone suddenly yells his name out loud, catching Alan completely off guard. One of the local women runs up looking totally shocked, eagerly asking if the crazy rumors she's been hearing lately are actually true. Alan has zero idea what she means, but she fills him in real quick. She heard he just joined up with Akatsuki's famous brigade. He's completely floored, asking how she even found out about that stuff so incredibly fast. But she simply tells him never to underestimate how fast wild news travels among the neighborhood housewives. She gets super excited with literal stars in her eyes, leaning in to ask if he and Lady Kuroheim are actually secretly dating. She thinks it's absolutely incredible. He scored a job and a girlfriend simultaneously. But Alan starts hardcore panicking, loudly telling her she's got it all wrong. He tries explaining she only hired him because she liked his trading goods, and that he honestly feels more like a bonus item that came with the deal. Alan truly realizes just how scary rumors are, while the woman gives him a very skeptical look. Not really buying his weak excuse, she lets it go for now. She mentions the sweets he brought last time were actually really good, congratulates him on finally making his official debut as a merchant, and happily encourages him to do his best. Alan just happily laughs and says he's basically just a simple delivery guy for now. The woman kindly invites Alan to stop by her shop sometime, even offering to give him a sweet discount. Alan is a bit taken back and asks if she's really okay with that, but she cheerfully tells him it's totally fine. The shopkeeper tells Alan to hang in there and wishes him luck with the new job. bowing and thanking her for the support. Alan realizes he is basically being looked after by all the sweet neighborhood moms. But then he hears folks calling his name again. I know what you're thinking. Who's calling him now? Alan is completely floored because there's an entire massive crowd of cheering people waiting right there for him. They all mention the wild rumors about his big promotion, offering him special deals on supplies just to show they're really rooting for him. So, when he finally gets back, Anna warmly greets him and asks if his shopping trip went okay. Alan awkwardly hides behind the door, saying he'll just leave the invoice right there. This totally makes Anna wonder why he's suspiciously peeking through the narrow gap. She reaches out to grab the papers, saying she definitely needs to double-check everything first. Anna takes a hard look at the shopping papers and asks what's up with the weird total shown. Alan instantly panics, asking if they somehow went way over their budget. But Anna tells him it's the exact opposite. She explains everything was 20% cheaper than usual, so she asks if he pulled some totally shady trick to get those crazy prices. Alan frantically tries to tell her she's got it all wrong, and that this whole crazy thing is just one giant, hilarious misunderstanding. He explains a friend just gave him a sweet discount as a personal favor. He even tells Anna she can go check with the shops herself if she still doesn't believe him. Alan lets out a huge sigh, thinking to himself that he didn't really mean for his simple shopping trip to turn into such a massive deal, but he figures it's whatever. Anna looks back with a small, warm smile and tells him she will actually give him a little bit of credit for pulling it off. Later on, Alan steps straight through the glowing portal to travel between worlds. So what do you and I take from this? Arriving back in the countryside, listening to the crickets, he thinks about how peaceful Japan really is. Let's dive in. He grabs his item and remembers he packed that mysterious letter from Cog. Alan stares at the envelope. For Master Rugen, questioning if delivering this will actually fix their massive problems. Their carriage rattles down the dirt road. Finally, the massive royal capital appears, sitting tall and proud behind its giant stone walls. Alan looks at the team, noting they have traveled a long way. He announces that Rainburg is officially their brand new base starting today. Kiraheim waves some papers, happily announcing their team house is fully ready, and they should pick rooms. The excited crew shouts back, totally pumped to move into their new place. While Alan carries heavy boxes, Kiraheim stops him, asking if he could travel to Japan for her after finishing up his chores. Alan smiles and casually says yes. He asks if she needs him to buy something there, but she quickly hints that is not it. Walking away, she promises he will figure it out there, adding that she is heavily counting on him. Pivoting, she begs him to bring the dream love manga. Alan sighs, realizing she is just obsessed with it. In Japan, a suited guy patrols a quiet street near a car. Meanwhile, Alan arrives and immediately notices the loud, chaotic city energy. Confused by the weird scene, he bumps into the old man, Genjisen. They happily trade greetings, since it has been forever since their chat. Alan leans in close, whispering to ask who those sketchy guys are. Genji explains they are the Cog group, totally shocked. Alan never knew. Watch closely now. Alan completely freezes up as the old man reveals someone searched this village for him all week. The old man decides to go over and chat with them first. He mentions their intense search for Alan. Alan just stands by a parked car, desperately trying to figure out who Cog actually is. Suddenly, a mysterious voice from inside the car grabs his attention. A girl peeks through the window, locking eyes with him. She firmly asks if he is Alan. Smirking, she tells him to just jump in the car already, complaining that it is way too hot outside. Akira sparks her lighter. The flame flickers as she sits inside, complaining about how painfully hard finding this town was and their terrible cigarette selection. Alan politely apologizes for the massive trouble. She tells him to call her Akira Kamaki, but when Alan asks if this is about Cog and the letters, the mood inside instantly drops. Click. The car doors instantly lock. Akira asks if he truly knows the young lady, catching Alan completely off guard. She quickly grabs a radio, reporting the target is secured, and instantly calls for backup to head their way. Alan stays quiet, looking nervous. Akira shoots him a cold glare, saying he stays safe if he follows orders, asking if he wants to survive this trip. The car races away from the quiet village. We both saw this coming, right? Heading to the city, Alan finally asks what exactly the Cog group really is. Akira looks visibly shocked that Alan is totally clueless. He admits knowing barely anything. So, she explains, the COG Group is a giant, powerful corporation controlling absolutely everything. They handle tech, real estate, and massive global projects. Think of them as an unstoppable conglomerate, basically running the entire show behind the scenes. The COG family has owned Tokyo forever, but their massive company really reached the elite legendary leagues back when Ryan was the one in charge. Akira proudly adds her family has served them for literal generations. She has stood right by the young lady since they were just kids in middle school. Flashing back 3 years, Akira remembers when she officially started working at the massive main family estate. She pictures Shizuku sitting outside, sweetly praising Akira for brewing the absolute best tea ever. Back then, acting as her maid, Akira humbly thanked her, totally thrilled she loved the tea. Even when Shizuku asked her to drop strict formalities in private, Akira absolutely refused to listen. Shizuku asks if she recorded that anime. Akira gives a polite yes, handling it like a pro. Realizing Akira is moving into, Shizuku gets super hyped, happily suggesting they watch the show together tonight. Blushing, Akira smiles, telling the young lady she would love to if that makes her happy. Back at the estate, Akira pours tea, expecting Shizuku, but outside gets dangerously loud. Trust me, you are not ready for this. Suddenly, a panicked guy bursts in, frantically screaming. The guy panics, blurting out that Lady Shizuku is completely missing. Akira just stands there, totally frozen in pure shock. Stick with me, we are about to watch this entire situation fall apart in seconds. People completely lose their minds, screaming at the guards and demanding to know what happened to the young lady. Total panic takes over the room. Everyone thinks it is just some big mistake while someone screams to check the security cameras. Right now, Akira does not hesitate. She demands to see the security footage herself, sprinting straight into the surveillance room for answers. But looking at the security monitors, she is absolutely stunned. Shizuku has completely vanished without a single trace. The search for Shizuku goes into overdrive, with the specialized elite team flying globally to track her down. Sadly, Akira explains, they have not found one single clue, except for Alan himself. Alan stays totally silent, just trying to process this absolute madness. Akira steps out of the car, finally apologizing for tricking him earlier. She smiles and tells him it is his turn to talk now. They stand before a massive office building, and Alan admits he cannot believe a place like this borders a kin village. Akira guides him inside, proudly announcing to the chairman she found him, while a suited guy stares out the window. The man, Ryujan, turns around. He asks if this is actually Alan, and Alan just gives a nod. Ryujan instantly sees the resemblance. Alan perfectly matches the exact description from his daughter's mysterious letter. Alan feels this overwhelming pressure, wondering if all corporate bosses are this scary. But Ryujan suddenly laughs warmly, telling him to relax, since he knows Alan is not some bad guy. Now watch closely. Ryujan reveals the letter uses a secret cipher only their clan understands. This means nobody could fake the message. It proves his daughter is totally safe and trusts Alan completely. Alan is super curious. How did they even track him down without a job or permanent home? Well, Ryujan explains the letter's postmark narrowed the location down, and Shizuku's spot-on description of him handled the rest. The chairman turns away, admitting this whole wild situation totally surprised him. Shizuku vanished into thin air 3 years ago, surrounded by dozens of top guards. Just when he was finally starting to lose all his hope completely, that magical handwritten letter miraculously arrived. It claimed she found an awesome ally who needed Rugjan's help with something super important. Ryujan looks Alan right in the eye, asking if he is ready to spill everything. But Alan plays it super smart. He cautiously asks if any hidden cameras are currently recording the room. Ryujan promises the security is flawless. Absolutely nobody is secretly watching them through the one-way mirrors. You and I both know what is coming. Alan decides that showing him the unbelievable truth is just way faster. Suddenly, as he moves, the bodyguards panic. They draw their weapons to instantly protect Rugen. The chairman immediately orders weapons down, even though Anna argues it is too risky. Everyone freezes as Alan opens his arms, summoning a massive glowing portal. He tells them confidently that this magical gate was created using his own power. He knows it sounds crazy, but he explains this magic doorway connects to a whole different world. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. Ryan's daughter is waiting right there. The guards are completely stunned, silent. Even Ryan admits this is one truly epic, unbelievable surprise. Still, he keeps his cool, asking Alan what the rules are for actually using this gate. Alan admits he does not understand every single rule, but he is the only living person who can actually pass through this magical gate. Rugen takes a quick moment to process this magic. He asks to touch it, and Alan says yes. The brave chairman steps up, feeling the glowing portal's edge. Meanwhile, Anna watches nervously from the sidelines, totally stressed by this wild magic. After inspecting the amazing magical doorway, Ryan turns right back, asking what his precious daughter is doing over there. Alan cheerfully explains it is a fantasy world. She leads an epic adventure squad, and he is just one of the strong guys helping out. Ryujan just stares at him. He admits it is super hard to completely believe this wild story, but the glowing portal is right in front. Anna finally speaks up from the back, asking her boss if he truly believes this guy. He stays super honest, admitting he is still doubtful since this whole magical situation feels exactly like a crazy fairy tale. Alan thinks to himself that this is a fair reaction, but then Ron tells him he has one very specific favor. So what do you and I think happens next? Ruyan hands over a phone, promising full support if Alan brings back a photo of his daughter. Stick with me, you and I are watching Alan completely struggle to use a modern smartphone. Ruyan sees his absolute confusion. He asks if it is his first time, promising Akira can teach him later. Alan still thinks the gadget feels super weird. Suddenly, the chairman goes quiet, then loudly tells Alan to pay attention. He admits he is not 100% sure he can trust everything Alan says without a hidden catch, which makes our guy break into a massive nervous sweat. But despite those absolutely crazy details, Ryujan points out the physical letter is completely genuine. Plus, the fact that Alan personally delivered the item is something he simply cannot ignore, so he reaches out a hand to genuinely thank him, and asks Alan to make absolutely sure he says hello to his daughter when heading back. They seal the deal with a firm handshake, and Alan promises to pass the message along. Back in the other world, Shizuku peacefully sips her tea. Listening to the report, she realizes Alan actually pulled it off and met her dad. Alan mentions feeling pretty surprised, never expecting someone powerful like the chairman to personally travel all the way out to the deep countryside. He keeps venting about how the guy showed up with a massively huge entourage, which honestly felt way too over the top for the tiny village base. Shizuku just lightly shrugs it off, explaining it was totally unavoidable. She was the absolute company heir back then, so her father was not taking chances. Alan just sighs deeply and tries moving past the whole awkward situation. He tells Shizuku her dad actually gave him a brand new smartphone, mainly because he desperately wanted photo proof that she was completely okay. Shizuku just quietly nods along while listening to his story, eventually asking if she can quickly borrow the phone for a minute. Alan hands it over without thinking twice, watching her instantly start tapping away at the screen like an absolute pro. Now watch this. He realizes she is completely tech-savvy, and suddenly a mysterious video begins playing. It is an emotional message from her father, saying if she sees this, it proves she is truly alive and well. Alan peeks over her shoulder, completely blown away by how insanely crisp the 4K video looks compared to his memory. Shizuku gets a little emotional and laughs, saying this touching video message is exactly the kind of thing her dad would do. She holds the phone close to her heart, a wonderfully peaceful look across her face. Alan catches that look and politely decides to slip away. He figures it feels way too nosy to intrude on such a deeply personal moment. A little later, Shizuku looks up and realizes he vanished. She wonders where he went, since she still needs to hand the phone back. Shizuku looks totally surprised when someone cheerfully calls out their timing is perfect. Anna happily says that everyone just happened to show up at the exact same time, while Alan jumps in and asks Shizuku if he can borrow the phone. She is still a bit lost and confused when someone loudly shouts for everyone to get together. The word photo starts going around the room. Shizuku slowly repeats it, trying to process everything happening. Anna excitedly calls Shizuku over, proudly naming her the group leader. Shizuku tries telling them to wait a second, but things are already moving fast. Alan gets the phone camera ready, telling everyone he is taking the shot. He starts a rapid countdown, and the camera clicks as the girls happily pose together for a group photo. I know what you're thinking. He is settling in, right? Well, Anna mentions. He seems used to brigade life. Alan admits he is not entirely sure about that. mostly because he has not really gotten close to anyone in the group yet. Anna kindly tells him there is absolutely no need to rush. She says he simply needs to focus on getting settled into the new base for now. She effortlessly changes the subject, asking if he has heard about the huge street market festival in the royal capital. Alan repeats the name, sounding incredibly curious about what that actually is. Anna explains the capital hosts this massive market every single weekend, where merchants from all over show up bringing insanely rare items. Anna explains the vibrant market has everything from basic stands for commoners to fancy ones for rich nobles. She highly suggests Alan go check it out for a break, since his adventurer work has not begun yet. Alan listens intently, then tells Anna he has something to ask her, leaving her wondering what is on his mind. He curiously asks if literally anyone can open a stall at the festival. He is clearly planning something. Though highly interested, he looks completely stuck on how to actually make it happen. He eventually gets his hands on an official application form for a stall, but he still cannot figure out what to sell. Suddenly, the door swings wide open. A group of girls announces they are finally home. Lazuli, Luca, and Camille walk in, with Camille instantly asking Alan what he has been up to. Alan gets flustered, quickly grabs his papers, and bolts for the exit while Camille yells, asking why he is running. But Alan figures the girls will not be able to relax with him around, leaving them all standing there confused. Anna steps in to ease the tension, gently telling Alan it is fine, and nobody in their group feels that way about him anymore. So where does this leave us? Alan looks down, admitting he just assumed he was totally unwelcome. Jump in with me. Kira apologizes, explaining they just haven't had any decent guys join before, so nobody actually meant any harm by their actions. Meanwhile, Lazuli adds that she is genuinely thankful, pointing out how the captain used to look totally stressed out, but recently, he finally seems a whole lot more calm. Anna jumps in, declaring anyone is welcome if they actually help the brigade. After that quick praise, Camille starts intensely trying to figure out the perfect way to describe Alan's unique vibe. Suddenly, Camille shouts that he acts exactly like a dad. Alan is left completely stunned, questioning his life. She then wonders, maybe a little brother. But Alan simply decides that as long as they accept him, it is all perfectly fine. Camille then gets right back to the main point, asking exactly what he was doing with those random papers earlier. Alan looks up from his desk, wondering why everyone is crowding around. He explains he was just filling out a street fair application because he wants to try setting up his own stall. The girls shout in pure surprise at the idea of him opening a shop, though he quickly clarifies it is only a trial. Camille thinks that sounds incredibly fun and asks what he plans to sell, but Alan admits he is still completely stuck. He mentions wanting to offer fancy sweets for the nobles, but he is struggling to think of anything else, especially since he cannot afford crazy expensive stock like shiny jewelry right now. Anna listens, totally agreeing that finding the perfect items for that wealthy crowd is definitely a super tough problem. Meanwhile, Kalki crosses her arms, thinking hard about what a high-class noble would actually want to get their hands on. Watch closely here. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off, and Kira gets the perfect idea. She sprints toward the bookshelves while everyone else just watches. Alan wonders what she is even doing until she returns, holding up a specific book. She asks how it would work as a product, leaving him completely speechless. Anna mentions the book was a solid recommendation from the captain, and Camille happily agrees. It was an awesome read. Lazuli then points out they will finally get to read the rest, asking Ryuka if that is what she was hoping for. Meanwhile, Alan is just standing there wondering how they read Japanese. Alan thinks entertainment items are a solid plan. However, he mentions that selling books might be really tough because of the high costs. Hearing that, the girls get super bummed out and talk about what a massive shame it is, which instantly makes Alan cave. He promises to stock at least a few, making the girls look absolutely thrilled. They happily make him promise, saying they are definitely coming to hang out when he opens. Later, the scene completely shifts back to the modern city full of towering buildings. An elevator dings loudly as it heads up toward the 50th floor. I know what you're thinking, did President Ruyan actually believe him? Alan knows the real trouble is just starting, since he honestly isn't sure. But as the doors open, someone is already waiting there, politely telling him they have been expecting him. Kamaki properly introduces herself, stating she will be Alan's official attendant from now on. She bows deep, saying it is a total pleasure working with him again. She offers to lead the way, while Alan just stands there, looking pretty overwhelmed by how incredibly professional she is acting now. Alan must have done something weird, because Kamaki suddenly yells out his name, looking completely shocked and super flustered. Alan looks down, feeling super awkward as he quickly apologizes for how he just acted. He mentions he was honestly just really surprised by everything. He asks if she can just talk normally like before, but Kamaki shuts that down instantly, firmly telling him she absolutely cannot do that anymore. Even so, Alan says, he is simply relieved she finally seems to believe his crazy story, judging by her current reactions. Kamaki explains that the big boss, Lord Ruyan, was actually thrilled, especially since that glowing stone Alan sent turned out to be a totally unknown, priceless material. She sets some items on the table, telling him straight up that she does not have a single reason to doubt his wild story anymore. Showing him the items on the desk, she calls it the full support they promised, saying she will go through every single thing one by one. First up, she hands him brand new ID and family registry papers. Alan takes them, sincerely thanking her for all the help. Kamaki shows Alan his massive new living quarters, telling him he can stay there. They already set him up with the PC and absolutely everything else he needs. She mentions he just needs to tell the staff whenever he wants to eat, leaving poor Alan looking incredibly overwhelmed again. It gets even crazier when she hands him a solid black credit card. She explains it has absolutely zero spending limit. He can buy whatever he wants without a second thought. Alan literally starts sweating as the sheer, insane scale of this finally begins to sink in. Kamaki pulls out his new bank account details, formally addressing him as Lord Alan. Meanwhile, he just stares blankly at a balance of 100 million yen. We both felt that. He stands completely frozen, barely making a sound until Kamaki speaks up to check if he is still with her. Let's dive in. Alan rubs his head, totally overwhelmed by this massive mountain of wealth. He is incredibly thankful, but wonders if this isn't totally overkill for one guy. Kamaki quickly steps in, clarifying this massive support comes with two very specific rules. Alan looks over, asking what she means. She calmly explains the first big requirement. He absolutely must help them research the mysterious gate. They want to learn absolutely everything about his amazing special powers, and the wild alternate world he lives in. Then she gets completely serious, calling the second condition the ultimate major one. She tells him straight up, he absolutely must give the young lady his total, unconditional support. Alan agrees instantly. Kamaki leans in closer, her expression softening, and double-checks if he will truly be there to help her. Without hesitating, Alan gives his absolute word, even though he is honestly quite shaken by the sudden request. Kamaki flashes a bright smile, saying she is absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, Alan simply tries to recover from how intensely she startled him. Kamaki then announces that from here on out, she will personally be the one guarding and helping him. She makes it crystal clear that he should never feel weird asking for help. Alan gives a quiet thanks, suddenly realizing he actually has a huge favor to ask right this very second. Kamaki looks visibly surprised, but listens closely as they stroll down the street past several flashy shops. Alan is hyper-focused on the idea of luxury goods, while Kamaki just nods along to his energetic explanation. He admits he could try figuring things out solo, but honestly, he knows absolutely zero about how modern Japan actually works these days. Now here is where it gets interesting. Kamaki gladly offers help, but questions why he is so obsessed with opening a shop. Alan confidently tells her it is completely about building the perfect connections. He explains he had helpful allies back home, but being new to the capital means starting from absolute scratch. His master plan? Win over the powerful nobility to his side completely. He figures winning over the nobles will totally stabilize their funds and give the brigade unlimited access to way better, top-tier information. But Kamaki calmly points out she can literally hand him as much money as he could ever possibly need. She thinks his plan is solid, but funding should never be an issue. Hearing this makes Alan look completely serious. He insists his ultimate dream is endless wealth, but he truly wants to learn how to earn that massive success through his own pure hard work. Kamaki admits he is way more serious than she expected, and honestly, she is incredibly relieved to hear that coming from him. Alan just stands there, silently wondering what she actually expected him to be like. Walking along, Kamaki asks what exactly he plans to buy, making Alan stop completely in his tracks as he spots a bright display case. He excitedly declares he found the prize, pointing straight at it, which leaves Kamaki looking completely confused. She questions if he seriously means trading cards. Alan eagerly explains that back in his world, people are basically starving for any kind of new entertainment. He points out the nobles usually just play basic board games or simple, regular cards. You and I know trading cards will absolutely dominate, though he admits feeling totally lost, since he has never seen these wild modern Japanese games before. Kamaki nods, fully understanding the hype. She reminds him the mighty COG group literally runs almost every single modern industry out there. Alan smiles, saying he clearly remembers her mentioning that. She proudly explains, entertainment is no exception. They actually own a massive company completely dedicated to handling awesome trading cards. Without missing a single beat, she grabs her phone, ordering an entire warehouse of a game called Crossworld. Alan is left standing there, completely mind blown by her absolute lightning speed. Bags in hand, Kamaki double checks, asking if he is absolutely sure this is really all he needs for now. Alan says it is plenty for a quick trial run, but makes sure to express his deep appreciation for her incredible, lightning-fast help. Kamaki smoothly brushes it off, like it is absolutely no big deal, and they happily head out. Alan cheerfully mentions his plan to go hunt for some sweet treats and books next. He tells Akira he will be fine flying solo so she can rest. But Akira instantly shuts that down, fiercely declaring she absolutely cannot ever allow him to wander off alone. She sternly explains that if anything bad happened to him, poor Shizuku would be the one facing massive trouble. Alan stares, amazed by her intense, straightforward attitude. He totally gives in, telling her to lead the way while she proudly vows to handle absolutely everything for him. Heading deeper into the futuristic shop, Alan stands completely paralyzed, staring in pure awe at the amazing modern technology, and calling it all absolutely incredible. Akira simply notices him staring in awe and curiously asks what is up. He excitedly points out how videos look exactly like shiny compact discs now, and even the televisions have changed insanely. He admits back in Akin Village, he totally missed the world evolving, but seeing all this incredible tech proves time is definitely rushing forward at lightning speed. Suddenly, something on a glowing screen catches his complete attention, making him wonder if it is truly what he thinks. So that is where we pause. He asks if it is the famous Yum-Koi series Nishioji always hypes, totally amazed by its huge popularity. Alright, jump in with me here. Akira suddenly goes quiet, giving this mysterious look that forces Alan to call out her name. Looking down at the manga in his hands, Alan admits he is feeling just a little nostalgic. But Akira playfully reminds him about that one time he invited her to watch it, even though they never actually got to. Alan just stands there freezing. He has absolutely no clue how to respond and starts apologizing. But Akira instantly cuts him off, realizing her teasing was slightly thoughtless, and promises she totally did not mean it in a negative way at all. Looking deeply thoughtful, she admits it is a massive shame she cannot see Shizuku right now. However, serving directly by her side is not the absolute only thing that matters in her line of duty. Alan softly asks if that is her true feeling. She completely confirms it without hesitation. Then she promises to handle all the payment for the items, simply asking him to ensure Shizuku actually receives everything. Alan nods in understanding. Meanwhile, Akira points out that since their luggage space is super tight, loading the manga and shows onto a tablet would be a much smarter move. Alan figures, since they have a ton of free time, they should probably just pack as much as physically possible. He watches her for a moment, silently realizing that she really acts exactly like a caring older sister to Shizuku. The scene completely shifts outside the house. A peaceful, bright morning, with literally nothing but the cheerful sound of birds. Camille totally spots him and eagerly calls out to Alan. She is holding onto some seriously huge news. She proudly waves a document, announcing that the official permit for the stall he requested finally came through. Alan loudly shouts from the balcony that he is rushing down, while she playfully yells at him to hurry up. She hands over the document immediately, and Alan lets out a massive, heavy sigh of pure relief. He is incredibly glad everything finally processed without any issues. Suddenly, Camille acts a little shy and tries bringing up that one specific secret thing they discussed. But Alan completely shuts the idea down right on the spot. He firmly tells her he is bringing the entire stock on the actual festival day because they have zero room for storage here. Camille gets totally dramatic and loudly declares no cheating is allowed. She hilariously prays. His shop fails so everything goes unsold, just so she can claim it. Alan is stunned by how desperately she wants that next volume. Alan changes the subject, asking exactly when Ryuka and the rest of the crew are planning to arrive. Camille cheerfully mentions they will arrive around evening, and she totally plans to hang out with their group. Now pay attention, because things are heating up. She asks where his shop is, hearing it caters exclusively to the highest tier of nobles. Alan casually drops the address as number 13 on West Main Street. Camille absolutely loses it. She stammers the address back, completely unable to believe her own ears. She frantically explains the West District is entirely packed with legendary merchants who have operated there forever. She is absolutely floored. He secured a spot right beside the prestigious Central District. Snagging a prime location like that is literally impossible. Camille pauses for a second, suddenly remembering a crazy rumor that might just be worth hearing. She explains how the Central District is completely isolated by massive outer walls, acting as the ultimate sanctuary for high-ranking nobles, which obviously means normal citizens basically never get the chance to see them directly. But then she excitedly adds that some of the more eccentric nobles supposedly sneak out to experience the festival. And since Alan's shop is right there, it could totally happen. She admits it is mostly rumors, but you and I know anime logic. If they mention it, it is absolutely happening. Alan just stands there looking incredibly lost. Camille asks if that is his secret genius reason for picking this crazy spot. But Alan just plays it totally cool, letting her imagine whatever she wants. She suddenly bursts out laughing, totally catching Alan off guard. He confusedly asks why in the world she is acting so weird right now. Flashing a bright smile, she tells him she was just realizing what an incredibly interesting guy he truly is. Alan gets slightly defensive, asking what that is even supposed to mean. It totally feels like she is teasing him, but she playfully swears it was a genuine compliment. She happily skips away, waving back and cheerfully shouting how pumped she is for the shop to finally open. Alan stands there analyzing his entire shop setup, but he has this annoying nagging feeling that something is missing. Admitting to himself, he is just not fully satisfied yet. He pushes those doubts away, smartly deciding there is absolutely no point in overthinking things. All they can do now is wait for the highly anticipated festival day to arrive. Staring out at the quiet morning capital streets, he tells himself, whatever happens, happens. Suddenly, bright signal flares aggressively pop off right over the sprawling city rooftops, announcing the official start of the massive day. The entire area instantly explodes into life, with eager merchants shouting for crowds to check out their premium accessories and minerals. This makes Alan frantically finish up the absolute last of his preparations. And that is where we leave it, he sighs, declaring that should be enough to get going. Stick with me here. You are about to see his face totally light up. The Royal Capital Street Stall Festival is finally happening, and he is fully ready. Now, he checks his inventory one last time. He brought some rare books just in case, but he is going to be super selective about who gets to buy them. His main mission? Selling those sweet chocolates. He only tossed the trading cards on the table to see how the crowd would react out of pure curiosity. Wait. As the very first group start wandering through the bustling market, he just stands there, watching them happily. He thinks to himself that things are finally moving forward. The real fun does not even start until the evening, but these streets are already totally packed. Alan quickly notices that most of these visitors look like very wealthy upper-class nobles. He sizes up the fierce competition. Sure, the other fancy shops look amazing, but he knows his products are just as awesome. He just needs to find the perfect way to seize this golden opportunity. So, standing tall at his stall, he pumps himself up, knowing he has to make a big move soon to succeed. The sun shines brightly above, and a cute little bird even lands on his roof to chill. But Alan just keeps waiting there until the harsh reality finally hits him. Literally not a single person is actually stopping by his colorful stall. He looks around in pure shock, seeing plenty of folks happily visiting the other vendors. Yet for some mysterious reason, everyone is completely avoiding his spot. Watch closely now. You and I can see the doubt creeping in. He wonders if his products are too weird, or if he is honestly just terrible at selling things. Suddenly, Albert appears out of nowhere, cheerfully asking why he looks so down. This totally catches Alan off guard. Alan asks what he is even doing in the busy capital. Albert smoothly explains he had a business meeting and decided to hit the street fair while he was around. Albert gives a friendly smile. He still cannot believe Alan actually became a merchant, joking that it is so great to see his business looking so wildly successful, with that cute bird still chilling on his head. Alan seriously asks if Albert just showed up to be sarcastic. Albert laughs it off, but Alan ignores the teasing jab and humbly asks for some business advice, since absolutely nobody is visiting his little stall. Albert playfully reminds him they are technically rivals now, so he really should not help. But he decides to give his honest take anyway, which genuinely surprises Alan quite a bit. Albert points out that selling unknown food is super tough. These fancy, high-class people walking around simply are not the type to eat random snacks on the street. And Alan has to admit, he is totally right. He suggests the smarter move would definitely be targeting the cheerful middle class at the weekly street market next time. Alan just sighs deeply, finally realizing his current master plan was doomed from the start. Looking super depressed, he mutters about needing to study the market more, while Albert just watches him mope around. But Albert tells him to keep his chin up. The busy afternoon session has not even started yet. Plus, he firmly reminds him that the absolute most important things in any business are quality and trust. And as a fellow merchant, he is not worried about Alan on that front at all. Alan playfully jokes that advice from a small-time merchant is not too convincing. This sends Albert into a funny defensive rant, reminding Alan that his shop is super solid. Albert says he needs to get moving now, and Alan sincerely thanks him for all the awesome help and advice. Time to part ways. But Albert stops suddenly and says there is actually one more thing on his mind. Alan looks back, wondering what the secret could be. You saw that smile, right? He hints Alan might find something incredibly meaningful besides his main goal. Moving on to later that afternoon, Alan yawns loudly at his stall. A few people finally stopped by to check things out, but the actual sales results were still pretty underwhelming. He stands there, feeling totally defeated by the super slow business. Suddenly realizing it is already getting dark, he decides he will just close up shop once Ruka and the whole group return. Yet, he simply cannot stop dreaming about striking it rich all on his own, even if it is completely separate from his main objective. But suddenly, the entire street vibe totally shifts. People nearby start eagerly whispering, asking if that person could really be who they think. Alan watches a mysterious figure walking past, wondering what the wild fuss is about and who this even is. Then he sees a young boy wearing incredibly fancy clothes, confidently walking past a line of guards. Instantly realizing this kid is definitely not a normal citizen, Alan is completely caught off guard. He realizes the kid in front of him is actually Marquis Castellanos' heir. He literally cannot believe someone that insanely high profile is standing right here in the middle of the market. The crowd whispers about whether the young noble came here incognito. As he starts heading straight toward the stalls, there is a massive rush to get everything ready. Alan realizes the crazy rumors he heard earlier were actually legit. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alan stays incredibly sharp, because the kid Ray walks right up to his very own booth. Let's dive into this wild shop. He looks around, totally curious about what Alan actually sells. So, Alan politely bows and explains his entire awesome business plan. He tells Rai he gathered the absolute rarest items from everywhere, mostly focusing on cool toys and unique sweets, instantly catching the kid's attention. Pointing at the display, the young noble looks pretty skeptical, asking if these tiny things are actually what Alan considers real sweets. Alan never misses a beat. He explains these are called chocolates, boasting a super distinct and incredibly strong aroma. Then he offers Rai a quick sample, but a nearby guard absolutely freaks out. He tells the young noble that eating random commoner street food is completely beneath his high status. Rai isn't having any of it, telling the guard it is way too late to worry now. He casually says if anyone has a problem, he will simply handle the explanation himself. Even though Rai is totally cool, those guards still give off some seriously scary vibes. Alan starts sweating and apologizes, hoping he did not just cause a massive public scene. Leaning in with massive interest, Rai asks to hear more about how these treats are made. So, Alan first does a quick taste test himself, just to prove it is safe. He explains that chocolate is basically crushed cacao beans smoothly mixed with sugar and vanilla. After it solidifies, he gives Rai a clever tip on holding the wrapper, since this amazing stuff actually melts right at normal human body temperature. Rai carefully follows along, and sure he does it just perfectly right. The excited kid asks to finally give it a shot, taking a tiny bite just to see what all this crazy hype is about. Now watch closely. Alan watches him, getting super worried, wondering if maybe that intense cacao smell was actually just way too strong for a kid. Even those tough guards just stand by, watching Rai chew in absolute total silence. Alan practically sweats bullets waiting for a reaction until the kid's face totally lights up. Unable to hide his joy, Rai blurts out that the chocolate is amazing, but a strict guard immediately shuts him down, loudly reminding the young noble that talking with his mouth full is terrible manners. Alan lets out a massive sigh of relief, telling Rai he is glad the treat's hit. He offers to take the wrapper, so Rai quickly asks what the price is for a full box. Alan does not hesitate, revealing they sell boxes of 8 for 30,000 gal. Rai thinks 30,000 gal is an absolute steal for these sweets, but Alan explains he is just keeping prices low right now so everyone can finally taste what chocolate is like. It absolutely works. Rai proudly snaps his fingers, deciding right on the spot to buy out the entire stock, which completely catches his own guard, totally off guard. Before anyone can blink, Rai drops several massive bags of coins onto the counter, loudly announcing that is the payment for everything. But Alan suddenly starts looking a little nervous. He realizes the amount inside those bags is way higher than what he actually asked for. We all love a rich flex. Rai smiles broadly, saying not to sweat it since that extra cash is basically just a huge tip. Then he eagerly eyes the other jars on that shelf, asking Alan if he can get a full rundown on the rest of the shop. Happy to help, Alan excitedly explains that the next jar is filled with the specific kind of sugar candy. Rai is totally hooked just looking at them. He declares he wants those too, before immediately pointing at the next item to uncover what it is. Alan shows him the caramels, explaining they are just another fun sugar treat, and Rai is completely blown away by how many different kinds of candy actually exist. Sparking a massive shopping spree, he points at everything in sight, loudly claiming he will take this one, that one, and pretty much everything else. The entire shop overflows with cash. Alan's guard literally sweats, pointing out that little Rai has already dropped a cool million gold all by himself. But Rai is not even close to being finished. He spots a box of paper packs on the counter and quickly asks Alan what is inside them. So Alan confidently pulls one out and explains they are awesome trading cards. He breaks down how you get 5 random cards per pack, needing 40 to build a fierce battling deck. The idea of a game like that is enough for Rai to instantly decide he is buying every single pack in the store right now. Alan sincerely thanks him, though he feels a little conflicted about how easily he sold a kid on a gacha-style card game. Then Rai rips a pack open right there, completely blown away by the stunning design, declaring that the card artwork is actually beautifully epic. Even those royal guards are getting into it. One guard stares at the glossy cards, realizing that scoring art of this amazing quality for only 3,000 gold is an absolutely massive steal. The guard mentions he might grab a pack himself as a souvenir, and Alan realizes his new product is hitting way harder than expected. And that is where we leave it. The shopping spree empties every shelf, leaving Alan bowing low and deeply thanking the group for their massive business. Stick with me, watch as they finally get ready to head out. Ray turns to leave, telling Alan to forget the thank yous, because he is actually the one who had an absolutely incredible time today. Right before leaving, the young kid suddenly realizes he never grabbed a name, so Alan happily introduces himself properly. Then Ray reaches out, dropping a mysterious item into Alan's hand, insisting he keep it as a gift. The young noble cheerfully waves goodbye while walking away, excitedly declaring he is looking forward to seeing Alan again. Alan stands there watching the fancy carriage roll away, thinking the whole visit was insane because nobles clearly have absolutely zero clue about real money. But his mind is stuck on that mysterious gift, finding himself staring at the weird metal in his hand, totally wondering what it even is. Suddenly, somebody shouts his name right from across the shop, making him jump while completely distracted. It is Camille rushing in, apologizing for being late, only to completely lose her mind, seeing the empty shelves and realizing everything is already sold out. Alan warmly welcomes her back inside, though he seriously cannot help but think the shop has gotten way noisier all of a sudden. Now watch closely. You and I are about to see his epic shock. Checking those daily earnings, literally shouting because things sold out so ridiculously fast. Camille looks totally crushed and pouts, saying she thought she arrived fast. She is super bummed because she wanted to read more Dreamlove, but Alan just smirks, pulling the book right out and handing it over. She absolutely loses her mind with pure excitement, realizing it is volume 3. She simply cannot believe he hid it this whole time, playfully yelling that he should have told her sooner, while Alan just gives her a warm smile. Camille gets insanely hyped, declaring they should all read it together back home, even excitedly telling the captain that she is definitely joining in on the fun. Alan just laughs at her boundless, cheerful energy, thinking to himself that this genuine connection is exactly what people mean when they talk about things actually going way beyond just a simple mission. Later that night, the shop falls silent while Alan sits alone, working hard under a glowing desk lamp. Just then, Shizuku walks in and totally surprises him, mentioning how incredibly hard he is working this late at night while casually using his old name. Alan explains he was simply trying to get the ledger completely finished up. So, Shizuku asks how that cheerful little reading club went earlier today. After Alan gives a quick response, she mentions she only stopped by to grab some water and will be heading right back out. She stops for a brief second, though, bringing up his wild trip to the festival today, asking if everything went perfectly fine or if anything went wrong. Alan looks slightly stressed, assuring Shizuku that he is totally fine, even though a whole lot went down today. Still trying to process the madness himself, he promises to give her the full story some other time, which leaves Shizuku standing there and pretty adorably confused. You and I can see it. Alan just stares off, admitting this whole situation feels completely weird. Looking out at the night sky through the window, he remembers how he only became a merchant simply because he wanted to get super rich. He honestly only did it for himself, and never intended to help anyone else out. But now that so many wonderful people are genuinely thanking him for everything, it is seriously starting to throw him completely off his game. Shizuku listens closely for a second before deciding to step in, warmly telling him that she actually has something for him too. She places a small box on the table, gently explaining that it is just a little token of gratitude for everything he has done. Alan absolutely loses his mind, panicking and asking if she was eavesdropping on their conversation earlier, which she casually and happily admits. He timidly reaches out, clicking the small box open, completely surprised to find a beautiful necklace resting inside. The stunning jewel hangs from its chain, catching the bright moonlight and sparkling endlessly. Alan leans in for a closer look, absolutely blown away by how it beautifully glows with radiant rainbow colors. Shizuku looks at the gift gently, explaining that this rare gemstone actually works as a magical catalyst, though she feels even a gift like this is not enough to show how truly thankful she is. She continues, telling Alan that even if he had selfish reasons for helping out, she is just so grateful she got the chance to talk to her precious family and Akira again because of him. Alan stays quiet for a second, but Shizuku warmly looks at him, saying that in the end, his past motives do not really matter. That actually gets a nervous laugh out of Alan, but Shizuku just gives him a completely blank stare, asking what he is laughing about, which makes Alan warmly smile, mentioning that Chairman Ryan said something similar, proving it is super clear they truly are father and daughter. Suddenly, Shizuku calls his name to grab his attention, making Alan look over to see what is up. Looking him right in the eyes, she earnestly asks him to please keep looking after her dear father and Akira from now on. She cheerfully mentions how they are truly identical in every way. Alan nods, promising to do his absolute best. So, what do you and I think happens next? He quickly thanks her again, making a sincere promise to protect the necklace, which completely leaves Shizuku looking incredibly happy with his genuine answer. Come along with me. The day finally ends, and someone strolls the quiet halls, happily reflecting on that absolutely amazing street fair. Rai gets completely busted trying to sneak back inside, as someone asks if he secretly slipped out into the busy town again, but he just spins around, flashing a massive grin, playfully begging them to take it easy on him because he actually brought back a delicious box of chocolates as a souvenir. He smoothly hands the gift over and makes a fast exit. He waves a quick goodbye, shouting he will see them tomorrow, leaving the person totally alone in the hall, just staring at the chocolates. Ray left. Meanwhile, Alan is chilling out under a big tree, casually flipping a shiny coin high into the air and catching it, until a nearby voice asks if he is tossing a prom. Alan looks up, realizing it is simply Camille, who flashes him a super bright smile and cheerfully wishes him a good morning. Brushing off all his small talk, she leans in, telling him she seriously needs to get a much better look at that mysterious item. Alan asks if she should be training right now, but she casually brushes it off, claiming she is simply on a break and it is absolutely no big deal. Then Camille leans closer to inspect the coin, and Alan curiously asks if she actually knows anything about this specific metal piece. Pay attention here. Camille stays totally convinced the metal belongs to Alan, asking how he could possibly not know what it is. But before he can actually explain, a familiar voice calls out both their names, completely catching them by surprise. It is just Luca, arriving with the cute teapot and asking if they would both like to join everyone for some delicious tea. While Camille is totally thrilled and jumps right at the invite, Alan sadly realizes he completely missed his open window to ask about that mysterious metal. They walk over to discover a tray packed with unique cookies, and someone loudly shouts how awesome they look, especially after Luca happily announces these are the sweet treats Alan generously brought. While Alan notes it is simply thanks for her awesome help during the street festival, Camille happily picks one up, inspecting it extremely closely, totally wondering what kind of animal this weird shape is even supposed to represent. So Alan explains it is a cat, though he totally understands her deep confusion, since the cats in this fantasy world actually look pretty mean. She holds it up, saying it is almost a huge shame to eat something looking this adorable. As the other girls happily settle down, Alan is left just sitting there, awkwardly sipping his warm drink, totally feeling like the only person who is completely out of place. Luca curiously asks how the stall festival went, happily mentioning she heard it was a massive, total success. Camille excitedly claims it was way better than that, mostly thanks to one mystery guy who showed up and literally bought every single thing they had, leaving Luca absolutely shocked. Alan instantly realizes he actually got the medal from that exact guy earlier, but as he blurts it out loud, Camille firmly tells him there is zero chance that happened, calling it basically impossible. Though Alan keeps insisting he tells the truth, Lazuli jumps in, eagerly asking to see the medal herself. We both felt that one coming. Alan happily shows them, but stays unsure about the 2 coins on the table as someone gasps, asking if they are gold and silver Promika medals. A confused Alan has absolutely no clue what they mean, asking what these medals even are. So a helpful Luca explains they are basically used for entering totally restricted spots. Someone shows off a brightly glowing one, mentioning they even carry specific medals made just for entering a dungeon. Camille clearly explains that the official guild must absolutely recognize you to even get one. They are insanely rare to find, especially the gold version, which an amazed Lazuli says she has never seen until right now. While Luca mentions Camille used to own a silver prom, Camille proudly confirms it, saying the silver ones are literally specifically for the school district. Camille explains that even once you enter the district, you can only enter the specific academy matching the shiny crest on your rare medal. This huge detail helps Alan finally understand. He now has full access to the royal capital's school district, specifically the Aniv Magic Academy located right in the middle. Camille isn't completely sure, but heavily guesses. The rare gold medal opens the central district. So, La happily suggests they just head over to the academy and see what happens. While Alan quickly realizes the medal Ray gave him was basically a clever hidden invitation to meet up again later. Even though he totally understands its purpose now, Alan starts massively stressing out because he is absolutely not looking forward to meeting a powerful Marquis heir all by himself. Since the district is gigantic, Lucas suggests Camille should show him around because they both technically hail from the very same area. Camille is absolutely down for it, cheerfully promising to give him a special tour since she seriously still owes him big time for everything regarding that wild yum coincident. Alan tells her he relies on her amazing help, thinking privately that having her specifically guide him is an absolute lifesaver. Right as they finally arrive, and Alan gazes over the incredibly massive school district. Stick with me here, Camille explains. This massive district is the capital's largest spot, packing way more than schools, secretly hiding huge government research labs. Alright, stick with me here. Alan totally admits he is super lucky she is around. He would be wandering completely lost otherwise, and his special souvenir absolutely has to stay freezing cold. Camille tells him they really need to hurry, and he instantly agrees. She points the way, guiding him straight to the checkpoint. They wait until a fully armored guard inspects Alan's metal. Once they are fully cleared, they head across the bridge toward the city center. Camille gets super hyped, looking around and saying this place brings back so many epic memories. Walking through, Alan genuinely feels like he just stepped right into an entirely different world. Then he spots this massive, incredible building far off and asks Camille what it is. She explains it is the Cathedral of St. Leek, the only religious school in the entire royal capital. This just makes Alan extremely curious. So he asks her what students actually learn at a crazy school like that. Camille explains they study religious doctrine, medicine, and holy magic, but notes that healing magic takes some seriously intense training. She also mentions Vice Commander Nana actually graduated from a different religious school, and Alan finds that little detail pretty fascinating. Camille keeps going, adding that Nana uses both healing and holy magic. Honestly, mastering that specific combo is incredibly rare to see. Rumor has it she is even more famous than the commander, leaving Alan wondering if she is really that big of a deal. Alan realizes he still hasn't talked to the vice captain, but Camille says it makes total sense, since they are constantly busy. She adds that since Laffin is not exactly a fan of guys, staying far away is smart. Alan figures he will absolutely stick to that safe plan. Changing the subject, Alan asks what kind of school Camille attended, totally catching her off guard. She admits she went to an ordinary commoner school called Reyes, basically a lower-tier magic academy. The idea of a lower-tier school is totally new to Alan, so he asks about their educational ranking system. Camille explains magic talent is genetic, so nobles grab the elite spots. In Fiv, their current destination is a top-tier school meant for literal royalty. She explains mana capacity equals status. Royalty and nobles rule the absolute peak, leaving commoners totally stuck at the very bottom. This massive gap is exactly why academies separate elites from everyone else. Now pay attention. Alan realizes this entire society completely runs on a rigged system of pure magical supremacy. Turns out, the kingdom of Canis built its entire history perfectly around this. They selectively breed powerful mage bloodlines, making absolutely sure each new generation grows way stronger than the last. Alan mentions how totally surreal this sounds. Camille just nods, agreeing that elite life is worlds away from anything an ordinary commoner would know. Suddenly, Camille points forward with a huge, excited smile. She finally spots their long-awaited destination. They have officially arrived at the Infiv Magic Academy, and the entire place looks breathtakingly massive. Honestly, the sheer size of this massive academy starts stressing Alan out a bit. He really wonders why absolutely everything in this crazy world has to be so huge. Once they reach the massive entrance, Alan shows his pass, but makes absolutely sure to ask the guard if Camille can come inside with him. The guard says it is no problem, but tells Alan to hold out his right hand before he even knows what is happening. A magical bracelet snaps onto his wrist. Alan nervously asks what it is for, and the guard explains it is just a simple, magical security tool, so he absolutely shouldn't feel singled out. I know what you're thinking. Camille strictly warns him to behave, because guards will swarm if he causes trouble, but Alan just asks what she thinks they're even doing there. They keep walking through the stunning grounds. Camille mentions this place is on a completely different level compared to Reyes. She points out the famous lion dorm where the royal family usually stays, and that fact completely blows Alan's mind. He literally cannot believe a building that massive is just a simple place for students to sleep. Heading further inside, Camille gets super curious and asks Alan who exactly he is actually supposed to meet today. Alan casually tells her it is a guy named Ray Castellano, someone who recently visited his shop during the festival. He keeps walking, but suddenly notices Camille has completely frozen solid in her tracks. Turning back, he sees her looking totally pale. Sweating, she begs him to repeat that name just one more time. Alan clearly repeats it, confirming the guy is Ray Castellano, the powerful heir to the entire Castellano house. The absolute second those words leave his mouth, Camille completely loses it and starts sprinting away at top speed. Alan quickly grabs her arm before she can bolt. She frantically struggles, screaming for him to let go, totally baffled how he even knows such high-ranking nobles. He pulls her back while she desperately wiggles away, reminding her he already explained the whole story. Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. Come along with me. Camille is totally panicking, shouting that the Castellanos are absolute magic royalty. She is absolutely terrified. A regular commoner would be completely ruined just for breathing near them. Alan just stares at her. He promises she is overthinking this whole situation way too much. But she is totally not buying it, yelling that she was completely scammed and refusing to walk even one single step closer. Taking a breath, she explains that alongside the main royal dorm, there are 3 special areas for elite magic families. She points out he has to find the Eagle dorm just to meet a Castellano. Alan cheerfully nods and thanks her for the help. Camille is standing off to the side, looking completely drained from pure anxiety. Forcing a trembling smile, she nervously begs to know if she can finally just go home, since her guide duties are totally finished now. Alan pauses, looking her over, and casually asks if she even has a pass to be wandering around this area. She instantly freezes, realizing she absolutely does not. Dropping straight down, she clutches her head in despair, mumbling that meeting a noble heir is a total joke. She claims she would rather just deal with an ordinary knight or literally any broke baron instead. Alan apologizes to Camille, telling her not to feel bad, but secretly thinks he really owes her a much better apology later on today. Suddenly, a fancy butler greets them, respectfully calling him Lord Alan, and mentioning they were expecting him, before guiding them inside. He politely mentions that Lord Ray should be returning in just a few short minutes. He kindly asks the duo to chill in the guest room until he finally arrives. The heavy door clicks shut, leaving them alone. Camille stands perfectly still, totally paralyzed by the insanely luxurious room. Alan checks on her, asking if she is doing okay since she literally looks haunted, but she forces out a shaky reply. Yeah, totally fine. Except Alan literally watches her soul start drifting right out of her mouth from sheer panic. Checking one last time if she is genuinely alright, she casually admits her spirit practically escaped her body a second ago. Now pay attention here. They both freeze as the door handle clicks. Someone is finally stepping inside today. Ray breezes in with a cheerful smile, warmly saying it has been quite a while since their last hangout at the bustling festival. Alan stays totally calm, thanking him for the awesome invite. Meanwhile, Camille is literally bowing in the background like her entire existence depends on it. Ray notices her absolute panic and gently says to relax. He reassures her it is perfectly fine, since he practically dragged them here anyway. But then, the room goes completely silent as someone else enters. Alan and Ray instantly freeze up, watching as Kiraheim completely brushes past them without a single word. Alan tries saying something, but she completely ignores him. She bluntly asks Ray who this random kid is, making the whole vibe super uncomfortable instantly. Let that sink in for a second. Alan nervously smiles, hoping they are friends, but he just gets pure, absolute silence in return. He just stands there, pure sweat dripping down his face. The crushing silence gets way heavier by the second, and absolute panic finally sets in. Internally, he is totally freaking out, frantically wondering if he did something wrong to anger everyone. Desperate, he glances at Camille, silently begging for some backup, but she is basically frozen solid, like a total stone statue. Realizing he is completely on his own, Alan totally pivots. He casually pulls out a special gift bag, asking if they want to try his snacks to break the awkward tension. He proudly explains, these are custom treats crafted just for this specific meeting. They are not sold in stores since freshness is super tricky. So he confidently claps his hands to signal the waiting staff. Right on cue, the butler opens the door, bringing in a fancy tray to finally get this meeting going. The expert staff preps the table at lightning speed. Alan realizes the entire lavish setup is completely finished in literally seconds. Ray politely asks if the pastries need slicing, but Alan explains they are perfectly prepped and individually wrapped. Suddenly, the legendary fruit tart is finally revealed to everyone. It genuinely looks breathtaking, making someone in the room gasp with pure, unfiltered excitement. Alan admits he is thrilled Ray enjoys it, giving Akira credit for the brilliant gift idea. He breathes a massive sigh of relief while Ray calls it a literal jewel. Kiraheim stays dead silent, sharply watching the whole group and secretly thinking the other guy is just a total lost cause. Alan suggests they dig right in and chat afterwards, since the fancy treats taste best while chillingly cold. He then tries inviting Camille to eat too, but she remains completely frozen from absolute shock. She is just standing perfectly still like a stone statue, silently convincing herself that Alan is pretty much doomed. Ray suddenly realizes he skipped his introduction, finally telling Alan he is Ray Castellano. Keeping the relaxed vibe going, he casually mentions he is currently a first-year student in the middle school academy division. Ray smiles, saying his instincts were right, since he has never seen such beautiful desserts before. This finally makes Alan feel like his intense prep work truly paid off. Ray cheerfully introduces the quiet girl beside him as his noble cousin, and she finally introduces herself as Chris Eraser. So what do you and I make of this? Ray asks why his usually chill cousin is suddenly acting super stiff. Let us dive right in. Chris boldly tells him to shut up, completely throwing Alan off. He is genuinely shocked she is using that kind of fierce attitude with a marquee air. Ray tells her to stop lying and asks if there is actually more to her name. But Chris just stays quiet while Alan watches, completely confused about what he means by her having another name. Rai explains that because Alan is a commoner, he only gets one name. And since Rai is a noble, he actually has both a given and a family name. Then Rai drops a massive bomb. Chris has even more names, leaving Alan totally speechless. He reveals she is actually a literal princess of this country. Her real name is Chris Elisa Canaanless. Alan is completely floored. He just stands there, refusing to believe the girl beside him is actual royalty. He starts putting the puzzle together, recalling Chris is the second princess, and wonders why someone so incredibly important is hanging out here. Rai starts explaining their family history, casually mentioning how Chris's dad originally started out in a branch Castellano family. His mana was so insane, it rivaled the househead. So, the royal family called him up indirectly and he ended up marrying straight into their line. Thanks to that incredibly unique connection, Chris is way higher in the succession line than anyone would expect. Now, pay close attention. Rai asks Alan if he knows her true secret, but the kid is clueless. Turns out she is an awakened royal, meaning her magic reserves are way bigger than even the most legendary kings from the past. Alan just stares blankly, desperately trying to wrap his head around what being awakened really means. Rai just keeps going, pointing out that you can actually find normal commoners with that exact same amazing power. He is talking about those super rare people packing massive amounts of magic power, completely regardless of where they came from or their family. Then he flashes a smile, telling Alan he is the perfect example. He is just like her. Rai explains the church sees the awakened as holy children chosen by God. Meanwhile, Chris just watches quietly, wondering what the actual reality of her existence is. Ray keeps going, claiming people like them have a totally different perspective than normal folks, which is exactly why he was so determined to make this meeting happen. Alan stands quietly, finally realizing this whole day was basically a staged setup, just to get them in one room. He looks at the princess, figuring she must be reincarnated just like him, but he knows it would be way too risky to just blurt out a secret like that. So he tries figuring out how to act around nobles without being too quiet. Suddenly, Chris loudly calls out to Rai to grab his attention. She tells Rai that being awakened does not make someone special, and he is just stressing the poor kid out with his random, crazy theories. You and I saw that coming, right? She asks why this matters, since reincarnated folks are super rare and usually are not that powerful. Anyway, she intensely stares him down, asking if he thinks she is wrong about any of it. Ray takes a second and admits she is totally right. Quickly backing down from the heavy chat, he checks on Alan, asking if all that intense talk about God scared him, but the kid just casually says he is fine. Zen looks at the two of them and simply cannot get over the fact that they are just kids. Then Ray speaks up, saying there is one more thing he wants to discuss, making Zen politely ask exactly what else is on his mind. The young noble elegantly sips his tea, explaining he wants to start buying products from Alan on a regular basis, specifically the awesome stuff sold at the festival and today's sweet treats. He asks how it sounds if he supports Alan's brigade in return. Zen starts to reply, saying he would absolutely love to enthusiastically accept that offer, but he stops himself, adding he really needs to clear everything with his captain before making it totally official. Zen suddenly realizes he has not mentioned this to COG yet. But Rai tells him not to worry because he will handle the captain's paperwork himself. Rai gets up to leave, thanking them for their time and telling them to give his absolute best to the captain. As he walks out, Camille starts stumbling toward the door, looking pretty rough, immediately catching Zen's full attention. She mutters about needing to get some fresh air, and heads out, leaving Zen feeling just glad that the kid survived the intense meeting in one piece. Ray heads out, leaving the room in a very heavy silence, with Alan just sitting there. But then Chris finally speaks up, politely asking if she can have a quick moment of his time. Alan keeps it polite, saying he actually wanted to talk too, even though inside he is totally freaking out about being all alone with a princess. Before they really get into it, Chris asks him for a weird favor. She wants him to brush his bangs up. He is confused, but does it anyway, awkwardly asking if this is what she wants. That is where we leave it. He shows his forehead, and she makes a weird sound. Stick with me here, you and I are about to watch her absolutely lose it. Screaming that he looks exactly like Hakubakin from One Step. Alan is blushing hard, barely keeping up, but she aggressively grabs his arm, declaring he is not done yet and demanding he lift his hair again. She is completely fangirling, insisting he is the spitting image of this guy, while a nervous Alan just asks who that even is. Chris gets unbelievably hyped that he asked, explaining Hakuba is actually a massive idol from this popular mobile game called On. His full name is Isahuba, and she makes it incredibly clear that he is her absolute favorite character ever. Alan just stands there looking super skeptical, asking if she honestly thinks he resembles some guy from a phone game. She gets right in his face, saying, it is way more than a mere resemblance. She is totally convinced he is actually his reincarnation. Chris starts enthusiastically listing all the details, like how they are the exact same height, with that identical golden hair and green eyes. She even points out his deep voice perfectly matches the character, making this crazy comparison feel undeniably real. But then she drops to the floor under a dramatic spotlight, going on about her long emotional journey, while Alan just awkwardly watches her shine. She gets this incredibly serious look on her face, kicking off her wild story by saying it started years ago. Now pay attention. You and I are jumping back to a high school in Japan, where younger Chris shows off to a friend. Back then, she was Yui Sakabara, a sophomore, completely obsessed. She even made an epic custom bag covered in pins for an upcoming idol concert. Back in her old world, a sudden notification pops on her phone. Hakubi Kayan's brand new outfit and event are finally live. Yui instantly freaks out because she is totally broke from buying tickets. She desperately needs more shifts, but that ruins her game grinding time, so she just hopelessly sits there in the school cafeteria, blankly staring at her phone screen. Her friend can only watch her with the completely blank look. Then Yui casually decides to just skip university for her idol. Her friend immediately realizes that even after all this time, Yui really has not changed. Seeing Yui stuck eating plain bean sprouts for lunch yet again, her caring friend genuinely asks if she is actually okay. Yui tries playing it off like she is just being financially smart, but her friend feels awful for her and kindly offers a piece of fried chicken. Yui happily takes it immediately. She was basically living for him. Cutting corners everywhere was tough, but her days felt incredibly worth it. Her entire joyful world was wonderfully built all around her favorite idol. You felt that warmth too, right? But suddenly, that simple life stopped. Everything ended, and Chris forcefully snaps back to reality in the present. She looks completely shaken by the memories. She tells Alan that losing her favorite idol brought her massive wealth, awesome power, and stunning beauty here. Alan just stands there, totally speechless and unsure what to say. Chris actually starts tearing up, sadly confessing that her precious idol has only lived on inside her heart. She claims Alan has zero idea how truly painful those past days were. While he just looks on incredibly awkwardly, he gently replies that it sounds like a massive ordeal, and even though he does not fully get it, she has clearly endured so much. Chris goes completely quiet for a brief second, her face dramatically hidden in dark shadows as she whispers it is actually fine now. Alan watches cautiously, but then hears her taking a step forward. She is moving in close, and she declares that since she finally met Hakubakayan here, being transported into this mysterious new world simply must have been beautiful. Destiny. She stalks toward him, while a nervous Alan aggressively backs away, loudly claiming he is definitely not that idol. Before he can even finish, she absolutely loses her mind and tackles him onto the sofa. Alan loudly groans in pain upon impact, but looking up, he instantly sees Chris standing right over his body, flashing an absolutely wild, obsessively intense look in her eyes. She dangerously orders him to stay still while hovering close. Alan just freezes there in utter shock, terrified and wondering if some bizarre mental switch just fully flipped inside her head. Panicking, Alan yells at her to wait because this chaotic situation is getting super dangerous. A royal princess definitely should not be acting like a maniac in a place like this. But Chris calmly tells him not to worry. She claims she can easily crush any bad rumors, making Alan realize this is absolutely not a joke. He desperately struggles underneath her, thinking about his own reincarnated strength. But he shockingly still cannot shake her off. Wondering where this insane strength is even coming from, he desperately shouts for backup. Chris smoothly points out that the room is completely soundproof, so zero help is ever coming to save him. Looming menacingly over him, she darkly whispers that he cannot move a single muscle now. She confidently admits that despite having zero romantic experience across 2 lifetimes, she has actually done a massive amount of intense prep work for this. She promises it will be over before he can even count the ceiling stains, so he really just needs to stop resisting her. But right as she has him completely pinned down, she suddenly freezes, letting out a tiny squeak as she magically snaps out of her trance. So what do you and I make of this? Later, she is bowing endlessly, telling Alan she is truly and deeply sorry for everything. Alright, jump back in with me. She is trembling, totally unable to believe her common sense completely vanished just because her favorite idol stood right there. Alan just stands there completely baffled by her blurting out that her brain basically completely broke. Taking a quick second to breathe, Alan realizes he genuinely owes Camille big time for being there. He honestly refuses to even imagine what might have happened if he had stayed completely alone with her. So, trying to pivot the conversation, he respectfully addresses her as princess. Chris instantly shoots down the super formal chatter and tells him to just call her Sakabara. She completely insists they drop the fancy royal stuff, playfully calling it an official order, which makes Alan simply nod along. Alan asks if she is a reincarnator like him or some traveler, since her wild story sounded like she dropped in from absolutely nowhere. But Chris clearly explains that her case was actually more like straight-up possession. Alan sounds totally shocked by that word, and she explains how only her pure consciousness was sent over. Her memories and sparkling personality from her past life just ended up syncing perfectly with the original Chris. Alan really tries wrapping his mind around this, asking if that means she avoids having 2 separate people living inside one head. And Chris happily confirms that is right. It is basically like both minds merged perfectly into one single personality. She happily declares that the kingdom's strongest geek girl has finally been officially born. She looks incredibly proud of this fact, though Alan honestly has no clue how to react. He leans back, fully admitting he is actually pretty shocked. He has never really heard of anything like that happening. Chris admits she lacks all the fine details herself, mostly because today is actually her very first time ever meeting another awakened person in this world. Now, listen closely here. Because of her super high-ranking position, she cannot exactly go wander outside whenever she wants. And amazingly, she gets incredibly nervous talking to people here just because absolutely everyone is way too good looking, which completely sparked crazy rumors about her being some awkward antisocial weirdo. Alan quietly listens, absorbing everything, mentioning how he lived here for 20 solid years and never once spotted an awakened person, while just living a totally normal life. He figures adventurers have it different, but meeting someone from his exact same hometown is just incredibly lucky. Chris secretly totally geeks out over how amazingly rare this encounter is, while Alan mentally notes to keep all that COG stuff totally secret for now. Chris finally stands up, saying she kept him way too long, but she is genuinely so happy they got this beautiful chance to meet today. Alan cheerfully mentions he will be sending a formal support letter to her brigade very soon, adding he absolutely wants to hang out and talk way more as fellow countrymen later. She flashes a massive smile, excitedly calling it a promise, though she instantly slips up and calls him by the name of that idol he resembles. Catching herself in a panic, she quickly asks his name again, so Alan calmly reminds her it is Alan, but warmly adds she can definitely call him Shinjo if she really prefers using his old name. Just as they finish chatting, Chris slowly looks around, suddenly realizing she has absolutely zero clue where she is right now. Alan is currently carrying Camille through the bustling city on his back, feeling super relieved seeing her finally waking up. He gently asks if she still feels sick or dizzy, but Camille promises she is doing fine now. Rubbing her tired eyes, Camille slowly starts piecing together everything that went down after meeting Lord Ray and the princess. We all saw this coming, right? She suddenly panics, clearly remembering walking back in and catching the princess practically attacking Alan. Alan looks entirely drained, quickly realizing she actually remembers that entire chaotic mess. After all, but he instantly tries playing it cool, acting super confused while claiming she literally just fainted the second she left. Keeping the wild act going, he tells her she definitely just had some crazy fever dream. He playfully insists there is absolutely no way something like that would ever happen in reality. Alan then apologizes for fully tricking her earlier, freely admitting he never meant to stress her into a literal collapse. So, as a peace offering, he hands her the brand new Yumkoi sequel, which instantly makes her forget absolutely every single worry. Alan just gives in, cheerfully saying he forgives her, while Camille happily cheers from his back, telling him to stop pulling her hair. He laughs, saying if she has enough crazy energy to be this loud, she can probably just walk herself. Camille stubbornly insists she cannot do that, dramatically claiming if she stops reading this new book, she might literally faint again. Alan quietly thinks to himself that she truly is his ultimate savior, but then nervously wonders if he spoke out loud. He deeply reflects on how incredibly rough things used to be, and how he finally enjoys some sweet, quiet peace lately. But that perfect peace shatters when someone suddenly announces the commander is calling for him. Right now, Alan slowly heads over and lets himself into the room, politely excusing himself, only to find Kiraheim glaring, immediately demanding to know what on earth he completely messed up this time. He totally acts like he has absolutely no clue what she means. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. She slides a paper across the desk, demanding if he will seriously pretend he knows nothing about those names. Stick with me here. Kuroheim points out their brand new support from the second princess and a marquis, asking Alan if he actually pulled this epic stunt off. He looks completely awkward, rubbing his neck, and just admits a lot happened, so it's a long story. She just points right at her cluttered desk, telling him his wild stunt completely ruined her entire plan, instantly making Alan panic that he seriously messed everything up for her. But she quickly says no, actually owing him a massive thank you for helping. Then, Kuroheim asks if he knows the real, hidden reason she completely stepped away from being an adventurer. Alan completely admits he has no clue, so she explains that making any progress inside the capital requires perfect connections, like getting super reliable supply lines and a top-tier blacksmith. She says securing those things is literally impossible without massive social credit. Meanwhile, in tiny cities, you can easily just chat up the local lord. Alan is totally shocked by this reality, asking if it is really that tough, even for a legendary group like their brigade. She tells him that despite being incredibly famous, the capital elites will always look down on you for being a woman. She reveals that out of every noble and guild they tried working with, not a single one of them was a truly decent person. One nobleman just leans back with his cigar, saying he totally understands, noting they clearly want his support. But then, he immediately asks what exact prize he is supposed to get for helping their entire group. Kuroheim stays totally professional, calmly explaining they will give him a generous cut of their business profits. But this guy entirely brushes it off, claiming he already has endless money and would much rather take something else instead. Watch closely here, because Kuroheim gets super guarded, asking what he actually means. He just boldly drops the act, demanding she become his mistress, or he will gladly take her girls instead, since her brigade is full of stunning beauties. Anna completely loses her cool, ready to snap at him, but Kuroheim quickly shouts her name to hold her back. Kuroheim maintains her absolute dignity, firmly telling the awful nobleman to just pretend this entire meeting never even happened, finishing by proudly declaring she has zero interest in selling out herself or her precious friends. Walking right out, as both of them storm out the door, that shady nobleman just watches them leave, grumbling about how rude they are. Alan hears Kuroheim's dark story and honestly cannot believe it, telling her that the entire situation sounds absolutely terrible. Kuroheim looks down sadly, admitting that while she has handled jerks before, she has never been disrespected quite to this level. Alan asks if this garbage has seriously been a constant thing for her. She confirms it is a regular problem extending way beyond just the royal capital. So, she heavily sighs, claiming that is just how men act, looking entirely drained by the endless harassment her group faces. Alan watches her quietly, realizing just how much awful stuff they have had to tolerate, thinking about all their intense past hardships. You and I totally see it now, right? This is exactly why her entire awesome squad is just women. They simply cannot trust anyone else. Kurohime suddenly catches herself, apologizing for complaining so much. Especially since there are genuinely still good guys like Alan around. But Alan gently tells her it is completely natural to feel that way after everything she has endured, just trying to make her feel a little better. He smoothly shifts the topic for more details, asking for the specific name of her harasser. She quickly identifies him as Alex Byrne from the Shady Byrne Trading Company. Alan wonders if that guy is a real noble because of his name. Kurohime explains he merely sucked up to a broke knight family to buy his fancy title. Kurohime explains this Alex Byrne runs a massive transport business between the capital and cities. So, he has major reach, warning Alan to stay on guard since he is absolutely dangerous. Alan simply nods, promising he will keep that in mind. Taking the threat seriously, he kindly tells her she really needs to go get some solid rest. Looking super exhausted, she totally agrees, saying she will take his advice and leave. But the very next morning, she is already buried under massive paper mountains that keep growing by the absolute second. Alan spots the massive mess, mentioning they definitely do not need to worry about connections anymore. Suddenly, Anna comes running, screaming for the commander. There is a huge crowd of frantic people outside the building, all demanding an audience with her right this second. Kurohime stares at Alan, realizing he is the true reason for this chaos. Meanwhile, Anna thinks his timing for showing up is just perfect. It turns out word exploded that they have the support of a marquis and the second princess. All entirely thanks to Alan. Now, every single merchant guild is swarming them, and Anna completely panics. She just starts screaming about the marquis and princess. Her brain totally short-circuits, yelling that she literally cannot even begin to wrap her head around how this wild situation escalated so insanely fast. Alan nervously plays it off, but trust me, you and I know Kurohime isn't buying his excuse about nobles just liking his goods. Let's jump right in, she quickly reminds him. You do not just bump into people like that by accident. Proving this mystery is way bigger than he admits. Pivoting to Anna, she warmly assigns her to manage their incoming guests and simply gather whatever information those visitors want to share. Completely overwhelmed, Anna barely nods in agreement. But then she dramatically points straight at Alan, loudly demanding he prepare one giant explanation for her later on. Alan just stands there, sweating nervously, totally speechless, while Kurohime cheerfully keeps the momentum going, firmly mentioning they absolutely must organize all their gathered details internally. Alan quietly watches her, still totally feeling the morning pressure, honestly shocked because he never imagined the simple situation would escalate so wildly. He genuinely looks pretty stressed about everything happening, but Kurohime stays perfectly composed, brightly explaining that since Princess Chris rarely appears publicly, literally everyone out there is super desperate to understand exactly how he connects to her. It is a massive deal, and she cleverly realizes this wild chaos helps them. Slapping her hand on the paperwork, she cheerfully declares their base of operations will be ready super fast, clearly showing her brilliant mind is already planning ahead. She firmly tells him that once regular adventuring resumes, she absolutely expects him to boldly step up and help manage their energetic team. Curious, Alan asks what specific ideas she has, really wondering what his exact role would become regarding securing vital supplies for everybody. So, Kurohime confidently lays it all out. Looking right into his eyes, she happily reveals her dream plan is making him the official, exclusive merchant for their entire brigade. Kurohime cleverly explains that monster hunting moves massive amounts of money, so she prefers directly selling materials to totally bypass annoying guild fees, meaning they definitely need to follow her current strategy. Reviewing some documents, she honestly admits they lack staff and real experience, so she will personally handle recruiting more people for their growing team. Alan watches her work, nervously, asking if the Sanji family can handle this massive workload, but Kurohime smiles, assuring him she truly loves being this incredibly busy. Alan definitely does not look fully convinced, but warmly tells her he trusts her. Suddenly, Kurohime calls his name, totally catching him off guard. He looks up, highly curious. Then she gently reminds him about her previous belief, how getting thanked for doing things for her own benefit simply feels wrong. Alan nods, but watch this moment closely. She looks up at a soaring bird and beautifully claims that is exactly what being a true adventurer means to her now. She vulnerably admits her original goal was merely discovering a path back to Japan, but things have recently changed. And now, her entire focus is warmly protecting the wonderful life right in front of her. A gentle smile crosses her face, while Alan listens in quiet admiration. She passionately adds that she does all this for everyone who loyally supported her, and Alan firmly nods, showing he completely understands her noble heart. Kiraheim tells Alan to stop worrying completely and playfully suggests he go assist poor Anna. Alan readily agrees, deciding to trust her brilliant leadership, and soon finds Anna slumped at her busy desk, looking absolutely drained of energy. Letting out a massive sigh, she cheerfully announces her work is finally finished, while Alan awkwardly stands there holding giant stacks of papers. She dramatically complains about how exhausting constant visitors are, even though networking makes their amazing future business deals go so much smoother. Squinting suspiciously, Anna jokingly mutters that a certain somebody still hides the full truth, making Alan sweat nervously while loudly insisting he has already shared absolutely everything with her. Moving forward. Now here is where we get a twist. She checks her list confidently, noting they narrowed down top guilds just in time for the big meeting. Alan looks visibly surprised, confusedly asking what regular meeting she means. Anna brightly explains that all squad leaders must formally gather to regularly submit their progress reports, and an important one is actually scheduled for exactly next month. She happily admits this will be her very first time attending one of these events, completely catching poor Alan by surprise. Turns out, she was previously the only person handling supplies, meaning she was always excused because abandoning her crucial post was absolutely impossible. Alan just slowly nods, understanding her situation. So Anna generously offers to manage all accounting paperwork alone, cheerfully asking Alan if he approves. Scanning the documents, Anna, amazed, asks Alan if he is some secret math genius, since his complex calculations always turn out flawlessly perfect. Alan awkwardly hesitates before casually saying it is something like that, but she sharply catches his weird pause, playfully demanding to know the secret. He starts sweating and nervously laughs, admitting he actually gets a lot of secret help from someone else perfecting those numbers, and just lightly shrugs it off, cheerfully telling him the remaining work is completely in his capable hands before strolling right out the door. Once completely alone, Alan stares at the towering piles of paperwork, firmly telling himself it is finally time to tackle his real mission. He smoothly grabs his computer mouse. One quick click, and suddenly the digital numbers on screen magically skyrocket straight into the high thousands. He smiles brightly at the glowing monitor. You and I have to laugh here. He truly praises modern civilization, incredibly grateful to his friend Akira for secretly teaching him how to master these magical spreadsheet software settings like an absolute boss. Stick with me here. While checking the data, he spots something super weird. The expenses in one specific section are completely massive. He leans back in his chair, staring right at the screen. He realizes those crazy high costs are totally labeled as emergency potion stock maintenance. Alan gets this thoughtful look as the chat quickly shifts right over to potions. He explains that he actually heads back to Japan constantly, and not just for supplies. It is mostly about swapping info and helping Kate with her brand new research projects. Although, he totally admits that keeping the interworld gate open is super annoying. He really cannot stay there long, and it basically stops him from using any other magic while active. Still, it is completely worth it. They use the cool materials he brings back to study how magic actually functions. As he happily checks his phone, he mentions he just brought over a totally fresh batch of herbs and potions for them to study. He tries calling for Akira, but she suddenly steps right through the door, asking if he needs anything, completely catching him off guard. He totally jumps, asking how long she was there. She calmly says she only just arrived, leaving him wondering if he is being watched 24/7. Honestly, it is a little bit scary how she appears with zero delay. The scene moves right over to Leaf, the Sanji group's top secret research facility. A scientist in a lab coat warmly greets him with a smile, saying they were definitely expecting him to show up. The guy in the white lab coat turns out to be Yoshida. He is the group's chief plant researcher. Yoshida quickly apologizes for bothering him while he is super busy, but Alan cheerfully says the timing is actually completely perfect. He has been waiting for a report on the newest finding, so they get right down to business, with Yoshida eagerly pulling up the data on his screen to explain everything. Yoshida explains that when someone drinks a potion, the liquid zooms straight through the cell membranes. It hits the nucleus so incredibly hard, making the cells grow at a totally crazy rate. Plus, the potion acts like a temporary filler for whatever body parts are missing, which is exactly why wounds heal so fast. Alan looks a little bit overwhelmed by all this heavy science talk. So, he nervously asks if Yoshida can explain it in simpler terms. He asks if it basically means the magic potion gives a massive boost to the body's natural healing ability, and Yoshida cheerfully confirms it absolutely does. But there is a catch. The genetic makeup of these herbs is not actually different from normal plants on Earth. Now watch this closely. He points out, the plants alone are not special enough to cause such huge human reactions, meaning the potion's real secret power is not actually coming from the plants themselves, leaving Alan totally wondering what the missing piece is. Yoshida quickly agrees with that theory, explaining that this whole awesome process only works thanks to the unknown energy called magic. He has had big doubts since Alan's physical, where the kid smashed every world record despite lab results saying he was just a regular guy. Alan secretly keeps to himself how Kuroheim and Chris are actually way stronger than him. He just tells the curious researcher it is nothing. When asked what is wrong, then Yoshida drops massive news about finally succeeding in growing some magical medicinal herbs, completely leaving Alan wondering how they even got live plants through that gate. Though Yoshida points out, the magical effects are only half as strong here. This is most likely because Earth does not have nearly as much mana as the other world. So even though a solid growing method would easily win a Nobel Prize, most of these plants sadly just wither away before they can even take proper cuttings. Alan realizes it was always going to be super tough, since those herbs are very picky about where they grow, even in their own world. We did not expect this. Yoshida mentions the reverse case, catching Alan totally off guard. He desperately wants to find out if regular earth plants can actually hold magic power, and if so, what kind of absolutely crazy effects they might end up having. Tsukamoto hears someone coming, quickly asking the woman if she called for him right as she walks into the room. And while Alan is just standing there looking super confused, Tsukamoto tells her he actually has one special favor to ask of her. The smiling woman tells Tsukamoto to lead the way for Alan. He gives a quick nod. Alan still has absolutely no idea what is going on, as they lead the group down the hall to Research Lab 3, where the woman happily declares they have finally arrived. She proudly shows them a bunch of potted plants on the shelves, explaining they are just normal earth plants, but have genes really similar to magical herbs. Then she catches Alan totally off guard, asking him to try pouring some of his magic into them. She gently adds that just a little bit is perfectly fine. Alan admits he has never done anything like this before, but agrees to give it a shot, reaching his hand out toward the leaves. That is where we leave it. He concentrates hard, but the room stays completely quiet as the plants just sit on the shelf. Stick with me here, Tsukamoto sighs, since nothing is visible yet. The lady looks absolutely bummed, and Alan feels pretty terrible that he could not show them anything today. Checking his hand, Alan is absolutely certain he felt a super strange sensation while trying. So now, everything completely rides on what the actual lab tests reveal. The woman thanks Alan for visiting today, promising to call the very second those lab results drop. Alan happily agrees that sounds like a plan, while Tsukamoto just stands nearby, quietly watching them wrap everything up. She clearly explains that since mana slowly leaks out over time, exactly like a potion, she might actually need him to supply more magic later. Alan happily says, that is totally fine, but mentions he has a special request of his own he needs to discuss with her. Later on, Anna is buried in tall stacks of paperwork, frantically checking financial statements, and trying to understand complex reports while looking absolutely, completely stressed out of her mind. Seeing this, Alan curiously asks if their regular meetings are always this intense. Anna panics, admitting she has no clue since it is her first time. She is just double-checking everything to be super safe. Alan smiles, telling her to relax and promising full backup if things go south, even though he can totally tell she is a nervous wreck. Suddenly, she pauses and mentions there is actually something she has been wondering about, pointing out the massive pile of luggage he randomly decided to bring along with him. But Alan just laughs, promising he will explain everything later. Anna gives him a serious look, directly asking if he has ever actually explained things like he promised. Alan just flashes a totally nervous smile, confidently claiming he truly feels he explains as much as he possibly can. He calmly walks down the hall, declaring he did it all for their brigade, so she absolutely should not worry about it. Anna softly mentions he has definitely changed lately, leaving Alan completely confused about what she actually means by that. Now watch closely. At the meeting, the vice captain happily laughs, reporting she finally got intel on the capital dungeons, adding several squads will head out very soon. Keeping the steady pace, Alan calls the magic squad. Next, Nana, another vice captain, steps up, smiling brightly. She happily mentions that ever since Alan officially joined them, they have been absolutely flooded with wild applications from eager male adventurers. But then she casually drops that she rejected every single one, because they all seemed completely useless. Alan just stands there feeling incredibly awkward, having absolutely no clue any of this was even happening. Tossing those useless applications aside, Nana mentions one specific girl she personally recommends instead. This instantly grabs Kiraheim's full attention, demanding more vital details about this mysterious new kid. Nana flips her notes, eagerly explaining the girl hails from the Vanna Ishin Knight family, possessing an absolutely massive, rare talent for high-level healing magic. She confidently predicts the gifted girl will be fully brigade ready in 6 months, leaving Anna quietly reviewing the recruit file in total, focused silence. Kiraheim agrees, admitting this girl is exactly the rare talent they really need, but she questions if Nana is truly certain. Nana just winks playfully, boasting she is the only one who spotted her true potential, so they must move fast and secure her right now. Closing her eyes, Anna finally gives in, sighing that if Nana is this confident, she will trust her word entirely on this. Kiraheim hands the paperwork back, ordering Nana to finalize everything while making absolutely sure the contract conditions beautifully match her very own. Thrilled, Nana happily claps her hands together, looking incredibly hyped as she takes the job. Alan looks physically drained as Nana skips off, but he bravely keeps the momentum going, casually asking who is up next after the magic squad. Anna looks completely overwhelmed by all that paperwork, nervously stammering she is on it. Alan keeps things moving, explaining that after yesterday's wild events, he successfully finished negotiating critical supplies and even managed to get the blacksmiths totally on board. Seeing the girls stressing out, he silently wishes them luck, while Kiraheim effortlessly takes all his valuable new information perfectly in stride. She gives a quick nod, asking if there is anything else they need to cover. We have all felt that panic. The poor girls completely hit a wall, sweating under the immense pressure and awkwardly stammering just to find anything else to report. Watching them struggle immediately reminds Alan of his past life as an average office worker. He knows exactly how terrifying these intense meetings get, so he quickly raises his hand, jumping in to announce he has one final thing to report. Kiraheim looks over, curiously, asking what is up. Alan confidently hands over some new materials, telling Anna to quickly pass them around everyone in the room. He explains that after reviewing the brigade's strict budget, he realized the heavy cost of keeping healing potions in stock is a huge problem, and as Kiraheim carefully examines the new items, she instantly realizes exactly what he brought to the table. Alan proudly shows off a modern plastic pouch. He used his own personal leads to create these new containers, boasting they are way better than glass bottles since they are lighter, tougher, and save massive space. Alan confidently keeps his pitch going. Trust me on this. The absolute biggest deal is how incredibly long these new pouches keep potions fresh. Alan drops a bombshell, explaining his special new treatment makes the stash last 4 whole times longer than usual, staying perfectly fresh for a full month. Everyone in the room is totally shocked, and honestly, we are too. Anna completely freezes up, since she always believed a single week was the absolute maximum limit. Everyone else starts whispering frantically, doubting if they can actually trust this wild news, because it honestly sounds way too insane to be true. Boss Kiraheim is absolutely not having it, though, and she instantly shuts down the entire room, demanding total silence. Anna quickly steps in to defend him, telling the loud group she totally understands their heavy doubts, but she definitely wouldn't back up a lie that is so easily proven false. So, Kiraheim makes the bold call to test them out alongside the normal batch for a month, confident the results will quickly speak for themselves. She checks with Alan to make sure he is totally fine with this plan, and he politely nods back, genuinely thanking her for the opportunity. With that sorted out, she wraps things up and declares the meeting officially over. reminding everyone to make sure their teams get the new gear memo. As the room clears out, Alan takes a quick stretch. He feels great that the potion budget problem is finally solved. Making a mental note to deeply thank Yoshida and the incredible science team later, Alan finishes up his duties in the modern world and closely studies a beautiful rose. Just super glad that everything on the side is totally sorted. But then he stops to closely examine the flower, realizing that roses could actually be the ultimate key to his next big move. The brilliant researcher completely confirms his hunch, explaining that thanks to his help, their data proves roses can store way more mana than any other plant. She shows off the charts, explaining that while other tested plants ended up being highly toxic, or totally dangerous to regular people, roses are a totally different story, because their properties actually match standard medicinal herbs perfectly. Because of this huge discovery, she asks Alan to take their specially prepped lab roses and try growing them back over in the other world. Alan checks out the samples and quickly agrees, saying the plan sounds totally brilliant. She promises to get a huge batch ready just to be super safe, even though a few should work perfectly, and Alan confidently says he is ready. Now, pay close attention here, because Alan gets incredibly wild results, but his buddy Seoji completely blocks him from sharing this crazy news with the lab. Alan figures the insane mutation is honestly his own fault anyway, since he literally poured a massive ton of magic into the flower to speed up its growth. Alan stares down at the magical flowers he brought back, deciding they absolutely cannot go to waste. So, he figures he might as well just experiment to see if they work as medicinal herbs. He tracks down May, who is totally caught off guard when he suddenly asks her to teach him exactly how to brew potions. Alan calls her the absolute best expert in town, and May lights up with pure joy, cheerfully saying she would totally love to help him out. She dashes over to her giant bookshelf for resources, but quickly warns him she might not have many new things to teach, since he is already an incredibly capable guy. Alan looks a bit nervous, explaining he really needs her help because his chosen plant isn't a normal herb at all, and safety comes first. May instantly freezes in her tracks, staring at him, completely baffled about what he really means by it not being a normal herb. He awkwardly tries to explain, calling it a kind of pseudo-herb, while she just stares at him with a giant invisible question mark. Watch closely, he shows the roses, and she is absolutely floored. She stares wide-eyed, claiming she has never seen anything like these gorgeous flowers in her entire life, calling him as delightfully mysterious as ever. Meanwhile, Alan just awkwardly laughs it off, looking super bashful about the entire situation. Either way, she decides that with a little creativity, this crazy idea should definitely work out. So, she confidently tells him to just go for it and see what happens. May kicks things off by casually asking Alan how much he actually knows about potions. Looking unsure, Alan sheepishly admits he only knows the absolute bare basics. So, May happily decides to give him a super quick rundown of everything, just to get him perfectly up to speed. She explains the magic system has 4 awesome colors and 3 separate potion grades, adding up to exactly 12 different types in total, pointing out that the absolute lowest level is the simple green grade 3. It's basically just for tiny stuff like light bruises or chapped skin. Moving up the epic list, she casually mentions that purple potions are actually strong enough to completely regrow lost limbs, depending on the grade, leaving poor Alan absolutely mind blown by the insane news. He literally cannot believe they are capable of doing that much. May explains that since their amazing healer Nana is around, they don't really bother with those crazy high-end ones, sticking only up to the blue tier. She adds that purple ones are incredibly rare and never hit the market anyway, simply because the required herbs only grow in ridiculously dangerous zones. Alan realizes she's totally right, nodding and saying he's definitely never seen those sold anywhere before. May wraps up her awesome explanation, saying those are pretty much the absolute highest grade potions humans are even capable of crafting. May asks about red potions, and trust me, you and I want answers. Alright, stick with me. She explains these potions are basically legends, since nobody has seen one in over 10 years. They call them the nectar of gods because the best ones can literally bring people back from the brink, and May adds that despite all the crazy rumors flying around, there is absolutely no proof that a top-tier red potion has ever existed. She mentions even the lower-ranked ones heal major injuries easily, and supposedly, they can even make you look years younger. These used to be super rare dungeon drops, but she figures every single one has been looted by now. Alan nods along, but noticing she looks totally exhausted, he gently asks if she is doing all right. They finally finish their current batch, but looking down into the pot, they realize the magical liquid is glowing bright purple. Alan points out she just said these were super rare, and a stunned May admits it is her first time making one. May wonders out loud what this potion is even worth, and Alan casually mentions it would fetch 5 million gold on the black market. The sheer size of that wild number is enough to make anyone lose it. With the shocked yell echoing everywhere, Kuroheim holds up the glowing flask, telling Alan he is basically insane in the best way possible. But Alan just stares back, completely calm, admitting he was honestly only expecting to brew a simple blue potion. May starts stressing out, reminding the group that trying to grow these magic herbs yourself is basically an impossible task. Watch closely here. She warns him that selling this crazy loot alone would definitely cause a truly massive scene. Alan really does not want to let this work go to waste, so he asks about just selling them to the guild, but Kuroheim totally shuts that down, explaining that flooding them with top-tier gear would actually ruin their business reputation. Alan is super confused by that logic, asking what she means by their external reputation as a growing business. She confirms that if they rely on the guild, everyone will think they cannot even handle their own major sales. She points out the guild staff would start looking down on him, leaving poor Alan to deal with all the dramatic mess. That realization hits him pretty hard, and Alan quickly admits it would definitely be a major problem. Kuroheim tells Alan to hit the capital black market for experience, since it is legal there, and when Alan actively pushes back, she quickly cuts him off, saying he will never grow if he just keeps worrying about being a bother. The cool way she handles everything leaves Alan incredibly impressed. He seriously starts wondering how a high school girl is this mature. She tells them to keep this whole plan a complete secret from the group, then looks at Anna, declaring she is coming along for the ride too, which catches Anna completely off guard. Kuroheim reminds her that she is the one in charge of a $5 million deal, so Anna just gives up and agrees with a heavy sigh, while Alan tells the girls he is leaving the rest of the details entirely up to them. As they wrap things up, Alan suddenly realizes he forgot to ask how to handle those magic roses for the next big potion batch. Later on, he just stares at the brewing equipment, absolutely shocked that the simple, magical liquid is actually worth 5 million. Since he cannot risk May finding out the crazy secret behind the roses, Alan decides to stay up and brew the rest himself. Alan finishes dumping about 50 magical roses into the mix. He uses every single one, and just hopes it all actually works out, since he desperately needs the batch ready for tomorrow's big black market trip. You and I know he just needs to stay focused on the process, but checking the test tube, he completely freezes up when the liquid suddenly turns a bright, glowing red. He nervously checks his notes, seeing the total volume of the liquid just dropped a ton. He instantly starts worrying he might have totally failed the brew, because this is definitely no normal red potion. Looking closer, he realizes the color is actually this weird reddish-purple glow, and he really does not understand what he is even looking at. There is this wild stinging feeling coming off it, yet the liquid will not evaporate at all. It is nothing like his usual purple brews, and he absolutely knows it will be a massive problem if anyone ever discovers this mysterious mess. He cannot just flush it away, since the pipes are not built for magic. Plus, dumping it nearby is way too risky. Getting caught means putting everyone in serious danger, leaving our guy with only one real, completely wild option. He realizes he has to turn to his absolute last resort and head straight out into the middle of nowhere, deciding the only truly safe way to get rid of it is burying it deep in the rocky wilderness. Alan looks out over the ample, rocky wasteland, calling it a world of nothingness. But he figures this quiet spot is actually perfect for his crazy plan. He tells himself to just hide the mysterious bottle and get out fast. But suddenly, the sky starts glowing as a massive, high-tech circular structure appears right above him, shooting a brilliant beam of light down. So, he just stands there in total shock. Realizing he is looking right at the orbital elevator, he completely loses his cool, shouting this place is a terrible idea. So he sprints for the mountains. And trust me, you and I are gonna want to see what happens next. Stick with me. He decides just burying the entire bottle is way easier here. Later, Alan looks absolutely exhausted. Anna spots his rough condition and quickly asks if he is doing okay. or if his super drained look is really just from a lack of sleep. Alan tiredly rubs his eyes, admitting he honestly had major trouble actually getting any sleep last night. Anna stares straight at him, asking if he was genuinely just that nervous about the whole situation. Alan blanks out, staring like he barely even recognizes her, so she immediately calls him out for basically sleepwalking. Realizing it is her, he quickly apologizes. Honestly, he is just not used to seeing her wearing that full adventure gear yet. Anna explains the black market is mostly safe, but things change since he crafts special potions and literally has huge royal connections. It is definitely better to be super safe, especially since Alan totally lacks any real combat experience. That reality seriously hits Alan hard. He feels pretty bad about constantly needing her protection and actually considers getting some combat training. Anna just flashes a super confident smile, telling him to relax because she is absolutely going to fiercely protect him today. She urges him to hurry up before they are late. While Alan realizes she truly believes his sleeplessness was just simple nerves, he takes a quick second to clear his dizzy head, knowing he really needs to completely focus to pull this mission off. Alan quickly follows her right out the door, calling out that he is right behind her as they head out today. They finally arrive at the massive black market inside the busy capital, where the streets are already completely jam-packed with eager people. Alan finishes preparing their little stall and happily lets Anna know they are finally set. He admits he basically just threw their stuff straight onto the counter, but since that is their only stock, it definitely works. Looking around, Alan says he totally expected this underground market to look way more shady, but Anna quickly reminds him, the captain literally said everything here is legal. It is simply a wild market, not controlled by the guild. She heavily warns him to stay sharp, making Alan nervously wonder what exactly he should even be worried about. Anna explains that since local prices are way higher than usual, the buyers shopping here are usually super desperate. With zero regulations, sellers can basically lowball anyone without getting into trouble. Alan simply asks her if he looks like someone who would let himself get pushed around during haggling, and she has to totally agree with him. Now watch closely, because you and I are about to see absolute market madness begin right behind this counter. The massive doors finally fly open, and a huge crowd instantly rushes in, aggressively shouting and shoving just to grab a good spot. Alan and Anna stand behind the counter as the massive crowd finally reaches their stall. It becomes an absolute mess of people immediately. Making a shocked Alan ask if this black market is always this insanely crowded. Anna just looks completely overwhelmed, saying there are way too many people. Desperate people in the crowd start loudly wondering if something super rare is on sale, while Alan gets a terrible feeling, just hoping they can go home early. One aggressive guy leans right over the counter, suspiciously asking if the stuff Alan is selling is actually the real deal. So Alan smoothly pulls out an official document, stating he has the certificate of authenticity right there. But the arrogant guy just claims a paper like that is easily forged. This rude customer pushes his luck, boldly asking if Alan would take 1.3 million instead. Alan doesn't even blink, sharply telling the guy that is the price for a lower grade, and he cannot possibly do that. We all saw this coming, right? Alan quickly realizes literally every single customer today is going to be incredibly annoying. Suddenly, the obnoxious guy points directly at Anna, angrily demanding to know why she lets Alan do all the talking while she just sits there. Anna absolutely refuses to take his awful attitude, telling him to shut up. If he is not buying anything, he needs to get lost immediately. Anna completely snaps, yelling at the disrespectful guy to shut his mouth. She orders him away from their counter if he isn't buying, since he is ruining their business. The guy completely loses it, furiously yelling back and treating her like absolute garbage, just because she is a woman. Alan bravely tries stepping in, warning the guy is taking things way too far, but the jerk just tells Alan to shut up because he is busy dealing with Anna. Suddenly, a brutal fist flies out of absolutely nowhere, smashing right into the guy's face. Alan can barely even react before this guy is sent literally flying across the busy market. Anna remains standing there, while Alan and the huge crowd just stare in utter shock. Shocked, Alan calls out her name. Anna finally snaps out of her rage, suddenly realizing she just messed up big time. Later on, someone gives her a very serious lecture about being more careful, and Anna can only offer a rather weak apology. She ends up hiding her embarrassed face in her hands, looking absolutely miserable about this whole messy situation. The voice reminds her it is a horribly bad look for a trained adventurer to be raising a hand against a weak civilian. This makes Alan try smoothing things over, telling her that next time there is trouble, she should honestly just leave the talking to him. Trust me, Alan notices the crowd clearly still wants those potions. Stick with me, since the crowd is too hesitant to actually buy anything. He figures it's best to just let Anna process her mood. Turning back to the shop, his eyes lock right onto that shiny official guild appraisal certificate he proudly set on display. Suddenly, a warrior woman with a sword walks up and confidently tells the shopkeeper she is taking the potion. This catches Alan completely off guard, making him nervously stammer out, "Thanks." The crowd is absolutely stunned. She bought it without hesitating. Meanwhile, the woman inspects the bottle, asking how he managed to find something this incredibly rare. Alan nervously gives a super vague answer about having decent connections. She immediately asks if he will get more stock soon, but he admits he honestly cannot make any solid promises right now. Handing over her card, she introduces herself as Maxwell. She makes it crystal clear she wants first dibs on future restocks. She even promises that if he brings the items straight to the guild, they will literally buy them on the spot at whatever price. Alan feels super unsure about this crazy blank check offer, but she just looks him directly in the eyes, claiming money is not an issue. Maxwell explains the potion market is absolute madness. Prices can double instantly if a wild monster outbreak or sudden war easily kicks off. High-tier items only hit the auction house once a month. That is exactly why so many adventurers are forced into early retirement and healed. Alan wonders if fixing major wounds is really that impossible for normal healers. Though he admits finding any decent healer in the first place is tough. Maxwell says healers with that kind of skill are incredibly rare. It is basically impossible for an average adventurer to actually hire one. Now pay attention here. If throwing money at a completely impossible problem fixes things, she considers that absolute madness a total bargain. Alan stays quiet. She stares at the bottle, massively relieved she can finally treat her awesome teammates. She casually drops that a teammate lost a finger recently, meaning she will literally have to reopen the wound to use this potion. Alan visibly shudders at that. She adds that keeping these potions stocked up is the only way to avoid another massive mess later. So, he nervously promises he will do his absolute best. Maxwell notes they got super lucky with the small crowd today, since everyone is heading the opposite direction. Alan wonders if some massive festival is happening in town right now. Rai mentions that some actual elf servants have shown up in town. He lacks specifics, but this wild news leaves Alan completely caught off guard. Rai explains they are basically checking it out like a fun field trip, asking Alan if he is down. Joining the massive crowd, they see people lined up holding official wooden plaques, patiently waiting their turn. Alan totally admits he had no clue this country even ran a servant system. He notes this is way different from what he saw before. Rai clarifies it is just a small operation, prompting Alan to point at a weird document and ask questions. Rai explains it is a contract detailing wages and job descriptions, covering work duration and required skills. This absolutely blows Alan's mind. He cannot believe servants get paid or choose jobs, leaving Rai questioning his real hometown origin. Kuroheim suddenly chimes in. She explains that people entering the system are not just here because of crimes or massive unpaid debts. She points out the contracts require total agreement from both sides to establish clear behavior rules, mostly so employers can safely use binding pledge magic. This essentially makes them magical bound servants, choosing between super dangerous work, heavy labor, or easy chores. Kuroheim clarifies that most jobs are just intense, heavy labor unless the person has a special skill. You saw that coming too, right? Alan just takes this all in, guessing a rare elf servant probably costs an insane 10 million monthly. He still cannot wrap his head around why a proud elf would happily sell herself voluntarily. The chat gets cut short because this place is insanely packed, and it can barely peek over the massive crowd. Alan warns everyone to make sure they stay close together, but Anna sees him getting swept away. She aggressively pushes through the giant crowd, frantically yelling at him to wait up for her. This entire plaza is pure chaos. People are shoving everywhere until Alan finally stops complaining about getting crushed. Anna quickly catches up, super relieved she actually managed to find him. They drifted pretty far away from their original spot. Alan wonders where they even ended up, when Anna suddenly spots something mysterious in the distance that grabs her attention. A gorgeous elf girl stands there holding a book. She looks totally calm while everyone just stares. Alan is completely floored, whispering she is beautiful. Anna stands right beside him, completely shocked by the girl's stunning looks. Alan spots a sign posted nearby, super curious about the specific requirements. Naturally, he leans in closer to read the strange document. So what do we think? She absolutely ignores the salary, contract, and even regular duties. Alright, jump in with me. Alan is sweating bullets as he checks the final rule. He finds out this elf specifically needs a grade 3 red potion or higher. That is an insanely rare and super expensive magic item to just ask for. A few guys nearby start whispering, guessing the elf is traveling with a friend who is either terribly sick or super injured. They assume she is journeying across all these different regions just to save her companion, calling her loyalty incredibly inspiring. But one guy points out that trading herself for a red potion is a massive cost. He suggests that is exactly why her terms are so mysterious, hinting at some shady motives. While Alan just stays totally quiet. Alan keeps walking, but his mind is stuck on it, knowing that, strictly in terms of money, a red potion is probably worth way more than whatever this desperate elf offers up. The pure stress of the whole situation makes him rub his head. He tells himself it is not even about the price tag or value anymore, because in his eyes, the elf is not making a deal. She is literally sacrificing herself. Watching her walk away, he worries that no matter what path she takes, this will end terribly for her. So, he stares at his hand, deeply wondering about his skills. Watch closely here. He realizes he might actually craft a red potion himself. If he pulls this off, you know it changes everything. But Anna stops, asking why he just froze mid-step. Alan snaps back to reality, quickly apologizing and saying he was just lost in some deep thought. But Anna leans in super close, asking if he is actually just worried about her. Sweating, Alan tries playing it off, insisting it is nothing like that. But this just makes Anna get way more serious now. She warns him that if he just pities everyone he meets, he will never, ever survive. Looking him right in the eye, she tells him to only save his sympathy for savable people. Alan stands silently, realizing she is right. Then he thanks her, joking. She finally said something smart. Anna gets annoyed, saying he always takes jokes way too far. She turns around, telling him to hurry up so they can finally just head back home together. Alan walks alone, replaying Anna's words in mind. Even if she didn't mean it like that, she definitely gave him the exact push he needed today. He realizes he absolutely needs people he can trust with secrets. And this situation is the perfect chance to get started. Under the bright full moon, he admits to himself, he is rarely the hero type. But stick with me, if there's any chance to help. He's trying. So he heads toward a familiar traditional house. Late tonight, the sliding door opens. Ruyan looks out, totally surprised to see the kids standing there so late. Alan flashes a small awkward smile, apologizing for the super sudden visit. But Ruyan easily brushes it off, welcoming him in. He brings out some warm tea, asking if Alan wants to stay for dinner, since it has been a very long time. Ruyan mentions he just picked some fresh eggplants from outside. While Alan wonders if he's imposing, he gets visibly nervous and drops into a super formal sitting position. Ruyan immediately notices, asking why he is acting so incredibly stiff and serious suddenly. So Alan looks him straight in the eye, telling Ruyan he actually came here today because he has a massive favor. Ruyan sounds super surprised when asking if Alan actually wants to borrow some land. Alan clarifies that just 1 month is plenty. While the old man just stares, Ruyan says he will help, but he warns the only land left is completely overgrown, which doesn't bother Alan. Ruyan says to go for it, though he jokes about losing a free meal. And the next morning, Alan stands in the field with his straw hat. He got the land, but has zero clue how to farm. He gets super nervous until he suddenly rolls up on a massive tractor, loudly yelling that he finally made it there. Alan cannot believe his eyes. He only expected some help. A whole tractor changes everything. He thanks Key for coming through, but seriously has to ask where he even found a tractor. Key just laughs, saying he borrowed it from his parents since his family loves farming. Alan stands at the field's edge, nervously adjusting his hat while staring at the incredibly massive job ahead. He admits the place is a complete disaster, making Key laugh nervously. Then Key asks for their actual game plan. Alan shows an insane 1-month schedule, planting 4,000 roses by next week, and somehow harvesting a month late even from just tiny buds. Alan looks at Ki, asking if this whole crazy idea is too much. But Ki just stares, saying, "They can easily make it work. And honestly, you and I know that." Totally shocked Alan. Completely confused, Alan quickly asks how he can be so sure. "Come along with me." Alan points toward the overgrown grass, explaining how the weed types completely shift right at the border. Ki realizes he is absolutely correct. Alan quickly points out that the field side is totally free of nasty stuff. This means someone probably used this land recently. Meanwhile, Ki points out specific tricky weeds that would only multiply like crazy if they accidentally plowed over them. Alan stares at the weeds, smiling. He says farming is never a sure bet, but they simply need to dive right in and start working hard. He confidently clicks his safety glasses into place, telling Ki it is way better to move than talk. The pair spends the whole day clearing thick brush, loading the truck, and beautifully plowing the soil. Once the entire field is completely clear, an exhausted but cheerful Alan declares they have done plenty of hard work today. Ki is totally wiped out. He cannot believe they finished today, happily joking that Alan is genuinely a born natural farmer. Alan just laughs brightly, telling Ki that he was pushing through the entire field like an unstoppable human tractor. While sitting down to rest, Ki suddenly looks slightly worried. He honestly wonders if they really should have cleared out the entire massive place. Even though they had total permission to do anything, Ki noticed mysterious signs. Someone was clearly taking great care of this exact land until just a very short while ago. Alan cheerfully tells him not to worry, since Rugjin was actually thrilled, leaving Ki standing there completely stunned. Alan smiles brightly, saying it is perfectly natural since they are using the land properly. Curious, Ki asks him to explain further. So Alan points out that Ryan is a major landowner who constantly deals with the whole ton of highly stressful situations. Now pay attention. Ki suddenly wonders if complicated inheritance issues caused all this. Ki sighs deeply about how harsh life is, but Alan cheerfully replies they must keep working hard for the old man tomorrow. This completely shocks Ki, who truly thought they were only helping out for a single, quick day. Surprisingly, Alan reveals he already skipped his regular work shift. Ki politely insists he can handle everything alone. However, he instantly starts sweating the second Alan shows him the absolutely massive list of farming chores that still need finishing. Alan honestly admits he can only spare a few more days to assist. Feeling guilty, Ki apologizes for the trouble, firmly promising he will happily pay for the gas and equipment costs. Alan wonders why he is acting so surprisingly distant, leaving poor Ki standing there entirely speechless. Flashing a bright smile, Alan says he is helping simply because he wants to. They are true friends. That warm word hits Ki incredibly hard, and he repeats it aloud. Curious, Alan asks if it is genuinely his first time hearing it. Ki apologizes softly, explaining he simply never expected to meet someone so amazingly genuine. Here in Japan, this makes Alan realize just how serious the guy is. When Ki firmly insists that real friends must follow strict rules, Alan suddenly gets a bright, humorous idea. He cheerfully asks for a special favor, which instantly grabs Ki's full attention. He playfully demands Ki watch some classic anime with him later, specifically the epic show Yumko, since they are practically the same age anyway. Ki just stands there, happily confused, wondering if that favor only benefits Alan in the end. A beautiful butterfly gently lands, and cheerful morning birds start chirping across the peaceful, quiet countryside. After tons of incredibly hard work, Ki finally finishes planting the entire beautiful field, happily stopping to catch his breath today. He feels slightly bad about taking so much help, but stick with me here. Suddenly a mysterious voice calls out for Alan. Akira appears, looking playfully frustrated. She tells Alan they could have easily handled the land if he just asked them. Alan kindly replies that preparing the roses was totally enough. Since it was a deeply personal request, he apologizes for being so surprisingly difficult. Akira tries to object, but Alan just waves his hands sheepishly as they stand together in the sunny field. She warmly hands over a plastic bottle of mysterious red liquid, promising the group will give him absolutely whatever support he needs. Grateful, Alan takes the potion and thanks her. However, he seriously mentions that this only matters if his bold plan actually works out. Taking a quick break, Alan sits down, holding the mysterious bottle. He tells Akira there is something important he has been meaning to ask. So, Akira calmly turns toward him, simply asking what exactly he wants to know. Getting straight to the point, he boldly asks why the COG family totally stopped the crucial lab reports regarding those amazing, magical roses. The sudden silence makes Alan panic a second. He quickly adds, he is not forcing her to share anything. But Akira looks away, gently saying it is completely fine. She was going to have to explain this dramatic secret to him sooner or later anyway. Akira begins by promising to explain the intense deal between the Saiyajin and branch families. She notes Alan probably cannot picture how incredibly deep this family drama actually goes. While they sit there, Alan curiously interrupts, asking if the two families simply hate each other flat out. Akira sighs, explaining that Rugen and the powerful branch family head are actually intense, long-standing rivals. Trust me, you're going to want to hear this. They look like close cousins, but she asks if he remembers the guy meeting Rugen. Alan definitely does. He realizes she means that one somebody guard. Let's dive right in. Akira drops a massive bombshell. That guy? He was actually a branch family spy. She reveals that after he vanished, highly private intel leaked out. Stuff only someone inside that exact room could possibly know, leaving Alan completely and utterly speechless. She adds that normally they are rivals who still work together. Surprisingly, there really isn't a massive gap in power or wealth between these two families. The only real difference? Who is part of the direct lineage and who isn't. But since both sides handle all kinds of different projects, their actual daily work ends up being completely different. Akira breaks down the business side, explaining that Ryan mainly focuses on cars, real estate, and the information technology sector. Meanwhile, the branch family head handles the really high-tech stuff, mainly focusing on advanced genetic research and modern tech industries. Alan puts the pieces together. The Leaf Research Facility is the core. Akira confirms this, calling it their main territory and the exact reason they are winning right now. It is finally starting to make sense to him, but he still feels a little weird about this whole situation, mostly because he feels he owes the Leaf Lab crew a huge favor for their help. Now pay attention, things are getting wild. Akira says the power struggle will explode over the Another World industry, and this news hits Alan so hard, he literally spits his drink out, coughing his lungs out. He begs her to repeat that. Did he seriously just hear her say Another World industry? Akira clarifies, she is talking about a massive business built entirely on magic and materials from the other world. She notes that plenty of huge companies are already being built around it. She even reveals some plans are worth hundreds of billions. Honestly, that is just way too much for Alan to process. He says his brain hurts enough today. He stands there, feeling the heavy world's weight on his shoulders. He wonders if everything will actually be okay, especially since he is the sole guy providing all these supplies. Standing alone and watching the mountains, Alan realizes he had zero clue what was happening. Rugen and the team were basically shielding him from this massive corporate power struggle. He feels pretty bad about being so totally carefree while everyone else dealt with that chaotic mess. But honestly, he is just really glad to know the truth. Turning back to the chat, he looks a bit confused, asking Kuroheim what she is getting at. She clarifies she is talking about finding a perfect spot to grow magic roses. Kuroheim gives him a look, explaining a secluded village is perfect because it is completely cut off from everything. It makes keeping secrets much easier. Alan warns her to not freak out the local villagers. I know what you are thinking. She claims she is joking, but looking at her eyes, not kidding at all. Moving on, Alan reveals his big final plan. He has decided to officially set up the main base for growing those magic roses back in Japan. He discusses this with Kuroheim while she takes notes. The black market demand for these potions is incredibly huge. If they do this right, they get a massive, steady payout. But getting everything perfectly ready will take a few months. Plus, he knows they absolutely must keep this whole operation completely hidden so the elves never find out. Kuroheim listens to the plan, giving a simple nod. She totally gets the picture. Alan finishes by mentioning he heard the COG family drama details from Akira. Kuroheim just takes it in, keeping her reaction very quiet. Alan looks at Kuroheim, asking if she really will not dig deeper into his story. She just taps her book, giving a simple nod. She explains her only option right now is trusting her father. Alan lets it be, nodding along as he fully accepts her honest answer. Changing the subject, Alan tells her to look at something, reaching over to pull a small potted plant into view. He starts to call it a magic rose. but instantly stops himself. After a closer look, he realizes the flower has not actually changed at all. Kurohime mentions trying the same thing with zero luck. Alan wonders if just adding magic is not enough to make it mutate. She points out that if growing high-end potion herbs was that incredibly easy, they would not be worth nearly as much money today. Kurohime looks thoughtful, wondering if the real secret actually lies in the specific way that Alan's magic naturally works. She freely admits she always thought his case was a bit weird. Usually, people from other worlds arrive with some crazy special blessing or unique magic trait, but she mentions he cannot actually use magic. Alan looks pretty awkward, admitting she is completely right about that. So what do you and I think? Kurohime guesses it is an unknown attribute or a weird blessing side effect. Watch closely. Kurohime shoots him an intense look. Alan instantly breaks a sweat. He admits he is completely clueless, mostly because he literally just found out about all this himself. Alan starts leaving the room, promising to give her a heads up if he figures anything else out. She just nods quietly, watching him walk away. But as he walks away, he gets completely stuck in his own head. He starts realizing this entire situation is way bigger than he ever thought. He remembers how the Moongate can easily let living plants pass through perfectly fine. It really makes him wonder what kind of insane power he is wielding. Alan looks ahead, his face serious. He realizes his life is still packed with so many mysterious things he barely even understands. His footsteps echo loudly through the massive halls of the giant building. He walks forward, totally focused on what he needs to accomplish next. He checks his current notes, telling himself it is time to move forward. He really needs to start preparing for big things beyond just making those simple red potions. Alan lets out a huge, heavy sigh. He feels the immense pressure, honestly wondering if this next part of his crazy plan will actually work. Now watch this. A maid suddenly opens these massive doors. She tells him she has been waiting, quickly showing him exactly where to go. Alan stays super polite, thanking her right as he steps inside to join his next meeting. An attendant warmly welcomes Alan to the Grand Manor, thanking him for making the time to visit despite his incredibly busy schedule. And Alan smoothly brushes it off, saying, "It is absolutely no trouble." Kurohime is waiting inside for him, looking just as elegant as always. She gets straight to the point, asking him exactly what kind of important business he has today. When Alan explains the entire situation, Kurohime looks visibly surprised. She literally repeats the words, "elf slave" out loud, joking about how much this whole thing sounds exactly like a plot from a light novel. Alan starts getting totally awkward, scratching his head while explaining he just wanted someone who could keep a massive secret. He quickly adds he definitely has zero weird intentions with this young girl. Kurohime takes a calm sip of her hot tea. She nods, acting like she totally expected that exact answer, before deciding to quickly shift the conversation to something entirely different. She looks straight over at Alan, simply asking why he is standing so far away, but he just stays back. He looks completely flustered while nervously trying to invent an excuse. Kurohime tells him to stop avoiding her. "I know what you are thinking. Flirting? Yes." She straight up tells him his distant attitude makes her feel incredibly excited. Alan just stands there, absolutely stunned. He wonders how she can say something so crazy while looking completely serious. He finally takes a seat, but he is clearly still anxious. Kurohime playfully tells him to relax, since she will not eat him. He just gives a nervous little reply, not sounding convinced at all. To break the heavy tension, Alan pulls out a small box, saying he brought a fun souvenir today. This catches Kurohime totally off guard, and she asks if he is absolutely sure. Alan decides to bring sweet cream puffs today as a nice thank you, mostly because he feels like he is always relying on her for help. Kurohime gladly accepts the gift, smiling brightly, thanking him. She feels slightly bad for always being on the receiving end, but she is clearly super happy. She mentions she will totally save them for her family later, but as she touches the box, a freezing sound echoes. Frost rapidly spreads across the packaging. Alan looks totally blown away, asking if that was actually some advanced ice magic just now, and Kurohime just gives him a casual nod, acting like it is absolutely nothing. She explains it is a pretty handy trick, since she can use it for epic fighting or just keeping drinks cold. And Alan cannot help but feel a little jealous of how amazingly convenient that sounds. However, Kurohime clarifies that what he just saw was not technically magic. This leaves Alan looking completely confused about what she could possibly mean. She explains she is usually holding her mana back. All she did was simply loosen her grip on it for just 1 second. As she clearly demonstrates, the warm tea on the table instantly begins to freeze over. Kurohime sighs. She admits that while it is useful, it is a huge pain because it happens whenever she loses focus. Alan just stands there in absolute silence. Alan stares at his teacup, which is already freezing over. He thinks about how absolutely insane her raw mana capacity really must be. Realizing he is dealing with a totally different power level, Kurohime decides they have gotten distracted long enough. She brings the conversation back, asking him about the big favor he needed regarding the elf girl. Alan shifts the topic back to his favor, beginning to explain the specific details of his crazy situation. He tells Kurohime he is looking to buy a house in the royal capital. This catches her off guard, and she repeats the crazy idea right back to him. Kurohime asks why they can not just use the brigade team house for lodging instead of finding another totally separate place. Alan explains it is tricky. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see this mysterious new companion. Let's dive right in, because Alan is totally terrified of severe punishment. Imagining Chris's absolute fury if she discovers his secret elf companion. She would definitely end him right there. Kurohime completely understands and promises to track down a secure spot, especially since this whole situation is bound to get much riskier from this moment forward. Alan looks incredibly stressed about this entire ordeal. He quickly asks Kurohime if things are truly as risky as portrayed. Kurohime breaks it all down, explaining there are tons of desperate people unable to snag red potions or their own elf companions. She seriously warns him that if anybody discovers the girl's exact location, they will absolutely show up to steal her away. To fix this, she suggests casting some top-tier security magic. It will cost plenty, but it keeps the place entirely locked down. Alan pictures the barrier shocking a trespasser, and instantly agrees it is the right call, even though the intense thought makes him sweat nervously. Kurohime actually mentions she would fund the house herself if it somehow avoided a massive misunderstanding. Alan just stares, totally confused why she is dropping gamer slang for money. Moving past that, he tells her, there is one final thing they absolutely must discuss today. He clearly explains that he needs this house registered under another name. This is the only way to hide everything from the public and the brigade. Now watch this next move. Kurohime totally understands his plan, but Alan gets super nervous, asking if it is too difficult. She just shoots him a wildly confident look, basically asking who he thinks he is talking to. She basically tells him not to worry about a single thing. Kurohime stands there looking unbelievably confident. She reminds Alan that in this specific kingdom royalty completely overrides the law, making absolutely nothing impossible. Alan still looks visibly stressed out over this whole deal, nervously wondering if bending the rules like that is genuinely okay. She simply smiles, explaining that since he helped her out so greatly, she desperately wants to return the huge favor. Plus, she still feels bad about how they initially met. Moving along, she promises to secure him a merchant guild card alongside the new registration, insisting he should freely use it whenever he absolutely needs to. Alan exhales a deep breath of relief, thanking her warmly and noting that handling all this stuff is a remarkably massive help for his situation. He begins heading straight for the door, apologizing for taking up her valuable time while giving a polite little bow, which Kurohime waves away instantly. She strictly tells him to drop the worries because she is honestly just thrilled she could finally be genuinely useful to him. Alan flashes her a genuinely warm smile right before departing. He sincerely promises he will definitely find some proper way to repay her for everything. He says his final goodbye, the door clicks shut, and Kurohime sits totally alone in silence. Instantly, she drops her cool royalty act, practically melting as she clasps her hands together in dramatic prayer. She is totally losing it internally over that incredibly precious smile. We all see it coming. Alan keeps advancing, knowing the most critical phase of his plan is finally starting. The entire area is heavily locked down, surrounded by massive fences and warning signs everywhere. Seeing guards with binoculars and high-tech cameras tracking every single movement, Alan openly admits this crazy hardware setup is way more intensely secure than he originally expected. Akira just shrugs it off as standard security. Alan quickly argues that this setup is completely over the top for a simple, quiet little village. She instantly fires back, claiming this is actually the bare minimum for their operation. she firmly reminds him they literally cannot afford letting any information about his secret situation leak to the public. Even if the public discovering the other world is completely inevitable, she desperately needs him to realize that every single guard here exists purely to ensure his safety. Alan says he is fine with the heavy protection. Still, one specific detail is currently bugging him a lot. He is super worried that seeing countless suited guards and flashy cameras everywhere will absolutely terrify all the local innocent villagers. Akira confidently tells him not to sweat it, revealing they already cooked up the most perfect cover story to keep everybody totally calm. She basically told the bewildered neighbors that Alan is an absolute farming genius currently working on a highly classified, top-secret project cultivating experimental plants for their massive company. Akira proudly assures Alan that despite being totally caught off guard initially, the neighbors bought the whole genius farmer story and completely moved on. Alan realizes things are working out, but he still strongly feels he should probably chat with everyone and explain things personally later. Anyway, rapidly shifting the subject, Akira happily mentions their magical rose growth is looking incredibly solid today, predicting they will definitely be harvest ready within a week, provided that steady magic supply remains perfectly consistent. Alan completely agrees, and Akira proudly notes she has been dumping double the time and energy into this project, ensuring absolutely nothing goes wrong. But she excitedly asks if she can finally watch him wield his magic this time. Alan agrees, totally down to show off. So, what do you and I think happens next? He reaches toward the plants, preparing to unleash his awesome power. Stick with me here. Akira just stares in pure shock, asking if those plants seriously started glowing. Alan admits he honestly has no clue why it is happening, but this wild, magical light keeps showing up lately. He leans back, wondering if there is any way their tech can actually measure or analyze what this magic does. Akira admits she is not exactly a tech genius, but the visiting researchers today should have all that complicated stuff covered, and these guys are already losing their minds, snapping photos and scribbling notes frantically, because they think these magical plants are absolutely amazing. Seeing his worried face, Akira quickly reassures him that despite their intense energy, they are genuinely the absolute best researchers around. She tells him to leave all the plant care to her squad, promising she will personally be there for the big harvest. Alan smiles, thanking her and saying he fully trusts her team. The house stays peaceful under the bright sun for a bit, but later, Alan is busy reviewing some documents inside when Anna suddenly tracks him down, saying she has been searching everywhere for him. She hands him an envelope, telling him to take it. A letter just arrived with his exact name. Alan takes the envelope, completely confused about who would even send him a letter today. Anna just shrugs, mentioning that the return address on the back says it is from a realtor. Alan scans the letter, realizing this housing deal is moving way faster than expected, and makes Anna jump in shock by casually dropping that he is buying a new place. You saw her face, right? She cannot believe this sudden pace and asks what just happened, but Alan just brushes it off, saying it is no big deal and just perfect timing with the new members arriving. Anna is still totally stunned by the cost, wondering how he got that rich. He casually reminds her his clients were literally royal nobles, wrapping her head around that kind of wealth? Impossible. As she practically gets a headache just imagining it, Alan simply lets out a lighthearted chuckle. Then she instantly gets serious, asking if he has even bothered telling the captain about all this. He admits he stayed quiet, figuring it is smarter to wait until the house is officially his since things remain uncertain. But before she can even reply, he announces he is off to see it, and sprints away. Anna just stands there, utterly confused, wondering what goes through his mind. Outside, the sunny streets are completely bustling. The friendly attendant meets up with Alan, apologizing for the wait before guiding him to the property. Alan cannot hide his huge smile when he sees the place, calling it a total dream home, even if temporary. The attendant leads him inside, starting the grand tour and pointing out 7 rooms plus a study. She makes sure to highlight the gorgeous natural sunlight and the incredibly fresh air flowing throughout. Alan is super impressed, thinking the princess seriously hooked him up with a house that looks basically flawless. He keeps exploring and points to another door, asking what is inside. It opens up to a massive, surprisingly modern stone tub. You seeing this? Alan is completely stunned, asking if it is a bath. The attendant happily confirms it, offering to show him exactly how it works. she demonstrates the neat controls, explaining that he just has to channel a little magic into the stone for running water. The attendant highlights the special heating stone used for warming the bathwater, and Alan mentally thanks Chris for scoring such an epic find. He steps back into the main hallway, mind blown by how insanely advanced this entire place actually is. But then, he spots another door. He immediately wonders if they actually installed a modern toilet in here too, so he checks. The door clicks shut. Alan realizes he totally overthought things and expected way too much from local technology. He stands there looking a tiny bit disappointed, right until the attendant speaks up to grab his attention, and she points out that the storage units are totally empty, even though he has been opening every single cabinet around. Alan quickly apologizes, claiming he was just curious, while secretly cringing because he always treats new places like he is exploring a fancy hotel. The grand tour finally wraps up, and the attendant smiles, asking for his final thoughts on the property after seeing everything. Alan tells her he has absolutely zero complaints and is ready to sign the contract right away. It is perfect. The attendant says she will grab the official paperwork, and Alan confidently states he is totally ready. Alan takes a comfortable seat on the porch steps, letting out a heavy sigh, just to catch his breath after a busy day. So what do you and I make of this? He has not even finished the potions, but look how far he has come. That fear of failing suddenly creeps in. Let's dive in. He actually worries he might end up living in this massive house completely alone. He instantly shakes it off, deciding there is absolutely zero point stressing about that stuff. Right now, watching the birds fly past, he suddenly realizes the hardest part is actually already over. Now, he just waits for next week to arrive. Meanwhile, Chris is quietly thinking to herself about our guy Alan. She is super curious about who he is trying so hard to save. Finding Alan, she casually uses his old name, Shinjo, right before handing over the promised guild card. Taking it, Alan looks incredibly relieved to finally hold this item. Thanking her, he admits this is exactly what he really needed to move forward. Glancing down, he spots the merchant rank Clay, but then totally freezes when he sees the alias Hakuba written right there on the card. Alan is absolutely stunned by that name choice. But Chris playfully explains she thought using his favorite idol's name for a secret alias was pure genius. Checking the card once again, Alan admits he requested this, yet something about it just feels entirely wrong. Staring at the rank Clay, he seriously wonders what that even means. Clearing her throat, Chris awkwardly tells him there are definitely quite a few things she needs to explain. She promises to explain everything slowly, step by step. While Alan simply stands there looking completely puzzled. She asks if he understands how guild ranks genuinely work, and Alan replies that he definitely knows the basics. Apparently, both adventurers and merchants share that same 5-tier system, from iron up to platinum. Chris explains that adventurers rank up by defeating incredibly powerful monsters, or by fully clearing out crazy dungeons that literally nobody has ever set foot inside before. But when considering the merchants, she notes their status depends on the sheer scale of their trading company and how much money they contribute to the country through taxes. Studying the card closely, Alan mentions he never read absolutely anything about a weird reddish purple card like this when first studying the regular adventuring guild. Chris replies, that is perfectly normal, since the regular guild only possesses the authority to officially appoint people up to the platinum level. Pay attention here. Alan asks what she means, so she reveals a massive secret. There is one legendary rank sitting way above all the others. Looking completely stunned, he asks what she actually means by a special rank, and she proudly reveals rank Clay, named after the absolute rarest mineral in the entire world. It officially represents the highest possible rank anyone can ever achieve. Alan stands there, completely frozen. He literally cannot find the words to respond after hearing about this insane new rank. While Chris calmly explains that reaching a level like this normally requires the king's direct personal approval. It is a legendary status reserved purely for the massive merchant groups the kingdom needs. She casually mentions that the only people holding this rank are the legendary leaders of the Marks and Zoa unions, a fact which completely breaks Alan's mind. He loudly yells out that those are the two absolute most powerful trading companies nationwide. He absolutely cannot fathom being placed on their exact same level. Meanwhile, Chris starts looking pretty guilty, internally wondering how she let things escalate this far. Watch this twist. She finally explains how it actually went down. starting from the exact moment she walked into the royal study to visit her uncle. Putting on her absolute best princess behavior, she offers a formal greeting. But King Romains just slowly looks up from his heavy desk and directly asks what she currently needs. He appears surprisingly relaxed despite all that massive paperwork right in front of him. Chris brightly tells him she found some incredibly rare sweets and genuinely wanted him to try them completely. First, the king's interest is instantly piqued. He stops what he's doing and eagerly repeats that she brought him a special treat. So, he excitedly opens the package and stares at the round pastry inside, genuinely wondering what kind of magical snack could be this special. Chris formally introduces the snack as a cream puff, an amazing treat from another land. The king picks it up, totally surprised by how incredibly light it feels despite looking like solid rock. So, he excitedly takes a massive bite that crunches super loudly. His eyes shoot wide open, realizing the dough is incredibly airy and fragrant, packed with smooth, sweet cream he has literally never experienced before. Chris questions if he loved it. The king absolutely did, but is highly curious how she found something so breathtakingly rare. She explains getting it from a merchant she works with lately, then cleverly mentions she actually has a huge favor to ask. Intrigued, the king tells her to speak up. Chris boldly asks him to grant this merchant a fake name and high enough rank to protect him. She points out that although his stuff is amazing, his shop remains pretty small, making the king instantly realize exactly what she is actually trying to do. Nodding, he says he completely understands the entire situation. Anyone with a chef this talented naturally wants to keep them a total secret, completely avoiding other greedy people from trying to snatch them away. You and I know how this goes. King Romains points out, powerless merchants face awful things, like family hostages or rivals forcefully kidnapping their talented workers. So, he ultimately decides to give our guy real backing. Stick with me. He pauses, then names him Clay, completely catching everyone in the royal room totally off guard. They all stand there completely paralyzed by that incredibly high-profile name. The king's aides start sweating bullets, frantically warning him that rushing a massive decision like this is absolutely going to trigger severe pushback from the other terrified nobles. But the king, not worried whatsoever, he declares he's giving the leftover sweets to his wife and daughters. And once they taste that magic, absolutely nobody will dare to complain. Staring down at the legendary treats, he admits that while it's just a snack, it's actually a monumental deal. If they fail to treat a genius talent correctly, he'll simply move to another country, and they absolutely cannot let that disaster happen. Eyeing the box, the king wisely notes that even if our merchant desperately wants to stay low-key, he is absolutely getting dragged into the main spotlight eventually, purely because these magical cream puffs are just that incredible. They hold enough power to literally change the entire game. That's exactly why Chris is currently back with Alan, looking totally exhausted as she finishes explaining how that absolutely insane meeting with her powerful uncle actually went. Alan is sweating buckets, realizing the king's direct involvement just turned his quiet life completely upside down. Now watch closely. He can't believe things got this absolutely insane, but Anna stays completely optimistic, pointing out this shiny new rank makes everything a breeze. She excitedly explains they can grab any land they desire, and the guild will hand out unlimited loans without collateral. This makes Alan seriously wonder why she is suddenly acting so incredibly hyped up. He tells her she's technically right, but he's honestly still feeling incredibly overwhelmed by this entire chaotic situation. Anna instantly starts looking incredibly guilty, visibly slumping over as she quietly admits she only intended for him to get a silver rank. Definitely not something this absolutely massive. Alan just stays completely quiet. Then he stares down at his shiny new card, slowly realizing it might not be a total disaster. He gently tells her this could actually be a massive win, because having a super flashy status naturally makes doing business infinitely smoother. He explains that for any merchant, being incredibly easy to recognize makes handling absolutely everything way more simple. Alan gives her a totally genuine smile, warmly thanking her for all the help, especially with getting the house perfectly sorted. He tells her not to sweat it, leaving Anna just completely staring at him. He casually adds that since he put her through so much crazy trouble, she should just tell him if there's anything she wants him to bring from his world next time. But that epic offer makes Anna completely freeze up. She looks at him like she absolutely cannot believe her own ears, frantically asking him to repeat exactly what he just said. Alan gets a little flustered, quickly clarifying he can only bring back things he is actually able to get his hands on. Anna tells Alan she'll absolutely follow up on his offer once things settle down. Alan just stammers a bit, still trying to process absolutely everything. When Anna suddenly remembers she actually has a gift for him, Alan is totally caught off guard, asking what she could possibly have for him, while she eagerly explains that using a fake identity completely requires a proper disguise. She's honestly not sure if it'll even fit him. I know what you're thinking. She pulls it out anyway. Alan takes the gift, thanking her while feeling seriously guilty she went through such massive trouble for this. It turns out to be a ridiculously flashy white idol-style uniform, fully complete with gold trim and a cravat. Alan just stares at the wild outfit, looking completely uncomfortable, and literally tries to leave right then and there. Anna starts desperately begging him to just try it on for 1 second, so he finally gives in. Moving on, someone dynamically snaps their fingers while holding a single rose, making for an incredibly dramatic moment back at the Japanese research facility. Alan gently apologizes to Akira for dragging her into the harvest work, but she tells him it's absolutely no problem, pointing out that every single researcher there actually volunteered for the job. Relieved, Alan says that makes him feel a bit better, though Akira is already completely hyper-focused on the plants. She casually mentions they might get one more harvest this year if they carefully keep up with the pruning. Alan mentions that regarding their big plans moving forward, he is going to need to sit down and talk things over with Genji, but Akira is already miles ahead, casually noting that massive land buyout talks are already in the works. She casually asks if he's planning to keep up potion production, even if they aren't top-tier ones. This makes Alan thank her, though he honestly can't help but think her being this unbelievably prepared for literally everything is actually a little bit scary. Akira tells him they really need to move fast so they can get the entire harvest successfully wrapped up before the morning is officially over. But then she suddenly stops, smoothly declaring that actually won't be necessary at all. Alan looks incredibly confused until he spots Yoshida standing by a truck that's already completely packed up. Alan absolutely loses it, realizing they didn't just pick the plants, they miraculously already loaded the whole crop. While Yoshida is basically glowing with excitement, he loudly shouts that everything is fully ready to go and they should get back to the lab immediately. Alan just stands there sweating, stunned that the guy's insane energy level is way higher than he honestly expected. And that's where we leave it. Let's move. Let's dive in. She totally apologizes for her super focused team, and Alan just rolls with it as they pull up to the facility to kick off their exciting new project. The lab gear hums to life, swallowing up the materials as every container perfectly clicks right into place. Yoshida grabs that first sample, staring wide-eyed through his goggles at the dark, magically glowing liquid inside. Watching him move, Alan realizes this guy is an absolute pro. He's so intensely focused. He genuinely seems like a totally different person. One single drop hits the beaker. The dark mix instantly glows and swirls while Kiraheim watches with massive, amazed eyes. She stares at the wild result and asks if that is actually the legendary red potion. Yoshida thinks it is. Alan cautiously agrees it should be the real deal if the process worked out, though it is honestly still super hard for anyone to fully believe. A magical medicine that can completely restore a heart or mind just sounds totally impossible. Alan goes completely quiet, staring right at the beaker, until Kuroheim notices and cheerfully asks if he's okay. Snapping back, he quickly apologizes. He admits that even he does not fully understand how this crazy potion works. He explains that, yeah, there are endless legends about this stuff, but whenever he searched for real historical records, a total mystery. Now pay attention here. Dark liquid pours out as Alan explains. Grade 1 items supposedly bring back the fallen, but actual proof just does not exist. He tells everyone it is the exact same story for grade 2 and 3 items. Super rare. Back in the day, they found them occasionally, but the big bosses in power always hoarded every single drop for themselves. Kiraheim happily nods, recalling wild rumors about anti-aging magic, and finally realizes these legendary items were almost never used for actual healing medicine. Alan looks right at her, explaining, it wouldn't even matter for super serious injuries. If someone's heart is already fully ruined, the potion simply will not work fast enough. So life extension is the only truly believable part. He mentions a crazy record of someone living to 150, making the anti-aging part totally check out. Kiraheim takes it all in, processing how these epic legends totally miss the reality. She smiles, mentioning that even if the myths are fake, the purple potion magically growing back limbs is still absolutely wild. Alan looks pretty awkward, scratching his head while bravely admitting the limb growing magic is actually a real fact. Alan glances over at the cheerful elf girl, explaining that the red potion's magical effects remain pretty hit or miss. They just do not have solid proof it can actually heal anyone yet. Akira quickly chimes in, insisting that handing out fake hope just for a temporary smile is a genuinely bad move. She knows they must be super careful here, but quickly follows up, telling Alan she actually disagrees with his overly cautious, worried mindset. Her sudden, bold tone catches Alan completely off guard. She firmly explains the person they are helping already knows the exact risks involved. I know you feel that too. She looks him in the eye. Having even tiny hope is way better than holding onto absolutely nothing. Alan takes a quiet second to process everything, slowly admitting that she might actually be right. He finally starts seeing things from her perspective. He wonders if Akira felt that exact same deep desperation back when Shizuku vanished from their world. He quickly stops himself, realizing Akira is still totally focused on work, noting that simply sticking to research brings peace of mind. Looking stressed, Alan apologizes for the absolutely insane schedule he pushed on everyone recently. But then, he smiles, pointing out they actually produced way more magic liquid than expected. He honestly only planned for a single bottle, but they scored an incredibly huge batch. Everyone cheerfully stares at the fresh, glowing liquid, and someone excitedly asks if that is actually enough to fill 2 entire glass bottles. Alan carefully pours the glowing potion, remembering how he used to struggle all night long just to get a few tiny drops. But science made this huge batch in an hour. Akira stands by the lab gear, joking that advanced tech and magic basically look totally identical. She excitedly points out that for anyone in this magical world, their epic science experiments probably feel exactly like straight-up sorcery. Alan looks down and totally agrees. When things work this incredibly perfectly, it is hard calling it anything else. Later on, he heads out, pulling a dark hood over his face to stay completely hidden while a single leaf drifts beautifully by. He ventures deep into the bustling black market. The streets are absolutely packed with shouting traders, but even with this wild crowd, he is barely surprised. It is the final day of the market, so everyone rushing out here to score epic deals makes perfect sense. Moving through the crowd, he overhears guys complaining about an elf refusing to sell, wondering if her requirements are just completely insane. So what do you and I make of this? Huge traders brought a bunch of top-tier purple items, and she still told them all to get lost. Stick with me, we are about to see just how overpowered this red potion is. Alan marches straight to the trading booth, fully determined to find exactly who he needs. The guy behind the counter flashes a huge smile, offering his services. But Alan keeps things short and sweet. He demands to buy the elf. The clerk hesitates, needing to confirm if our guy actually read the absolutely insane requirements for this specific purchase. Alan casually nods, perfectly aware of the rules. But glancing at the heavy armored guard nearby, he quickly realizes this place is on absolute lockdown. The clerk apologizes for being so strict. He holds out his hand, politely, asking to take a quick peek at Alan's guild card. One glance at that card, and the guy's face completely drops. He starts internally panicking because the rank is just ridiculously high. Telling Alan to hold on, he sprints into the back room in total shock. This whole vibe feels incredibly surreal. Then, out of nowhere, the clerk rushes back, grinning widely. Apologizing for the wait, he happily announces that higher-ups will handle his case personally now. Gesturing toward the back, he leads Alan into an exclusive VIP lounge to talk things over. Starting with a polite thank you, the clerk nervously admits there is one tiny, confusing detail. Looking anxious, he explains he has never heard of a Clem's rank merchant named Alan. Asking about his promotion, playing it super cool. Alan mentions it happened recently after doing some business with literal royal clients. The clerk nods, totally buying the royal connection, and finally gets straight to the point. He asks about the required red potion. Now watch this carefully. Alan casually pulls out an incredibly fancy, glowing bottle and slams it right on the table. This is clearly not some cheap potion. The clerk just stares, mouth wide open, completely mind blown by what is sitting in front of him. Barely able to speak, he stammers out a request, nervously asking if he can pick it up for a closer inspection. Alan tells him to go ahead, acting perfectly calm and casual, eyes practically popping out. The clerk admits he has traded for years, but this is his very first time seeing the real thing. To be absolutely certain, he asks Alan for permission to get the item checked by a professional. Without hesitating, Alan says it is no problem at all. The clerk carefully hands the glowing bottle to an attendant. To pass the wait time, he gives a quick rundown on the elf, mentioning the girl is named Yulia. He starts listing off her incredible skills. She can read, write, and do math. Plus, with her bow and magic training, she is a perfect fit for an adventurer. Hearing she is a plant expert instantly catches Alan's attention as he reviews the papers. Remembering those legends about elves mastering nature, he realizes it is completely true. Knowing she will be a massive help for growing his magic roses in the future. I know what you're thinking. And, yep, the clerk mentions most guys buying an elf usually only want one specific thing. The clerk keeps dropping all the details. He notes Yulia is 18 and totally pure, pushing her market value through the roof as a top-tier elf. For someone like her, he suggests, a Type 3 labor contract is definitely the smartest move. But Alan just stares, completely lost. He asks what that actually means, having zero clue about this setup. The clerk politely asks if he even knows how standard market prices usually work here. Admitting he is totally clueless, Alan gets hit with a super quick breakdown. Turns out, elves cost roughly 5 times more than regular people. A light labor contract alone runs over $1 million monthly, while Mistress contracts easily skyrocket into several million. Absolute madness. Even with those insane numbers. He points out that Alan's red potion is actually worth way more than all those FEs. Alan says he understands, secretly thinking this is really not a big deal. Sure, crafting them takes effort, but he can literally just brew more whenever he feels like it. Still, Alan questions if the merchant is truly okay with such a lopsided deal, considering he is a total professional here. Looking right at him, the clerk explains that while profit matters, building a strong connection with VIP clients is just as important. Alan just nods and says, "Is that right?" While waiting for confirmation, a shop assistant finally returns, announcing that the expert appraisal is officially complete. So what do you and I make of the result? Better than they could have ever hoped. Let's dive right in. They confirm the red grade 3 potion is 100% authentic. The clerk is honestly trembling, admitting that with such a wild aura, he truly cannot believe Alan was casually carrying a real red potion. Alan lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He thinks to himself, it is a total miracle this worked out. He honestly had zero backup plan if things went wrong. But thankfully, the epic deal is moving forward now. The clerk says he will go grab Yulia and asks Alan to wait a moment, and Alan tells him to proceed. A quick second later, the guy returns, introducing a young elf wearing a simple white dress. Yulia looks straight up at Alan and quietly whispers that it is really him. The room goes totally silent for a second as they just stand there staring. Then the clerk claps his hands to break the heavy tension, smiling warmly while suggesting they should probably get the contract details fully finalized. He explains his finder fee for tracking her across the different markets was already covered, so he is definitely not taking any extra profit on this one. The clerk checks his paperwork and quickly clarifies Yulia does not have any outstanding debts, so Alan will not need to worry about paying extra FEs. And since the red potion was the only requirement for her transfer, the entire deal is completely locked in now that the appraisal is done. Now watch this moment. Yulia just stares in pure disbelief, still totally unable to grasp that a real red potion actually appeared. The clerk clears his throat, mentioning that for a Type 3 contract, a monthly pay of 350,000 gold is totally fair for someone bringing a legendary red potion. Yulia does not hesitate for a second, agreeing she is perfectly fine with those conditions. She grips her dress, crying out she does not even care about the money as long as she secures that magical potion. Alan listens closely, but quickly points out a major logical flaw. If she is not earning anything, the person she is taking care of will definitely suffer for it. He leans in a bit, genuinely curious now, and asks her who exactly this other person is. The clerk gestures toward the side, explaining that is the person Yulia is desperately planning to save with the medicine. The clerk reveals her name is Arya Phoenix, a high elf girl from one of the absolute rarest races left in the entire world. Alan stands there completely stunned, simply repeating the words high elf as his brain desperately tries to wrap his head around it. The clerk explains they are so rare, it is no wonder he does not know them. They are basically royalty with absolutely insane mana levels. Alan turns to Yuliwa and asks what her deal is with this girl, wanting to know how they are truly connected. And Yuliwa sincerely explains her entire tribe exists purely to serve the high elves. So she has been Lady Arya's personal servant this whole time. The clerk pipes up again, mentioning Arya got completely wrecked fighting a monster, and has been totally out cold for over a year, which really catches Alan off guard. He falls back onto the sofa heavily, thinking about how long she has been unconscious. The clerk adds Arya's origin caused massive trouble, with rumors flying that elite lineage elves secretly orchestrated her accident, leaving Alan feeling even more confused by everything. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing right now. What makes her origin so unbelievably special? So the clerk explains, she was a total miracle birth. Usually, high elves only ever come from other high elves, but she was completely different. And now, the whole elf community is totally divided between people wanting her to lead, and elitists wanting her erased to fiercely protect their sacred lineage. The clerk warns Alan that since they have the girl now, those elite lineage elves might actually hunt them down later on. But he follows up by saying as long as they stay quiet and stick to the capital, the danger level should honestly be pretty low. He explains that the Gaja forest, where all those elves live, is 2 entire countries away, so staying clear of that area means they will remain safe. Alan calmly takes it all in, telling the guy he understands and will definitely keep that important advice in mind. Even with all those heavy warnings, Alan reviews the papers, thinking about how wild this entire situation is. He honestly wonders if Yuliwa was just being upfront about the risks before signing, because that is genuinely just the kind person she is. The massive drama between high elves and the rest of the world is super heavy to handle, but Alan brushes it aside for now, realizing elf politics mean absolutely nothing until they actually get the girl fully healed and back on her feet. Night falls over the massive mansion, and everything goes totally quiet under the glow of the full moon. While inside, Arya just lies there, still out cold, waiting for the magical potion to finally do its job. Alan carefully looks at the sleeping girl, thinking she looks way too perfectly healthy for someone who has been unconscious for a whole year. But then he suddenly freezes when he feels a heavy pressure in the air, realizing this insane, magical vibe is just like the power he felt from Chris. But Yuliwa breaks the silence. She explains this is not even her full power, burning energy just to stay alive. And trust me, you and I are just as completely floored as Alan, barely able to believe this massive magic is actually less than half her total limit. Stick with me here. Looking at Arya, he figures she is not at Chris's level, but she packs way more raw energy than anyone back in the COG family. Getting everything prepared, Zen nervously turns his way, asking if he is 100% certain about using the mysterious potion like this. Alan does not hesitate for a second. He flashes the green light, confidently telling the guy to start the procedure immediately. They prepare the magical mixture, and Zen leans over closely. He carefully drips the glowing red potion into the girl's mouth. The wall clock just keeps ticking, and the entire room falls dead silent while they anxiously wait for any reaction. Time passes, and Alan actually starts getting pretty nervous. He questions if it failed, since the poor girl is still not moving a muscle. Zen and Alan just wait in that heavy silence. The tension feels incredibly thick. Zen breaks into a nervous sweat, while Yuliwa stares at the bed, softly whispering Arya's name. Her hopeful eyes stay locked on the girl, while that loud wall clock just keeps ticking. She keeps her head down, hands tightly clasped in desperate prayer. Then boom, Arya's finger suddenly twitches. The girl finally opens her beautiful eyes, weakly calling out for Yuliwa. Her sweet voice is barely a whisper. After sleeping so long, Yuliwa completely freezes up. She is entirely shocked, seeing those eyes flutter open. Her own eyes instantly fill with happy tears. She collapses by the bed, crying in pure relief that Arya is back. You and I both felt that, right? Alan just watches all of this in total disbelief. He whispers to himself, honestly unable to believe that crazy potion actually worked like magic. Seeing Yuliwa so ecstatic and overwhelmed with emotion makes Alan crack a gentle smile. He is clearly thrilled he could help them out today. As he quietly steps back, Zen catches him moving and immediately asks where he is heading off to. So, very suddenly, Alan looks down, politely saying he will return another day. He figures it is best not to ruin their beautiful moment by hanging around. Alan gives a respectful bow and heads out. Meanwhile, back inside the room, the entire group is buzzing with electric energy, asking how everything actually went down. Word quickly spreads around that Arya finally opened her eyes. Maxwell looks like she just witnessed a miracle, declaring she must tell the rest of the crew right this second. Nana mentions how Maxwell normally acts totally professional and stoic, but someone else points out she is actually super soft-hearted and surprisingly wonderful with people. Anna and the crew watch this cute scene unfold. She notes it is incredibly easy to see how much Maxwell truly cares just by her joyful reaction. As Alan wanders down the hall, a random girl stops him, nervously asking if he is the one who ended up buying Yuliwa today. Looking slightly worried, he confirms he is the guy. Instantly, she looks like a massive weight was just lifted right off her shoulders. She simply wanted to make sure, saying a heartfelt thanks for taking her in. She starts tearing up, warmly explaining she always viewed Yuliwa like her own precious daughter, since the girl is the exact same age as her kid. The woman remains highly emotional, which leaves Alan feeling a little bit confused. He stands there quietly, wondering exactly how old this lady actually is. Let us pause for a second. Alan gets serious, reminding her that even though things seem okay, Yuliwa is technically still a slave from here on out. He looks away, making a firm promise not to be mean, but he gently admits it will probably be a very long time before she can ever return home. Surprisingly, the woman starts happily giggling to herself. This makes Alan even more confused, asking what is so funny. She suddenly drops a massive bombshell, cheerfully telling him that she actually used to be a slave too. Alan is completely shocked hearing that, but she just casually brushes it off, saying it is not really as huge of a deal as outsiders might naturally think. She flashes a sweet smile, explaining that her loving husband was actually her former master. She figures the absolute hardest times can eventually lead to meeting the best people. Alan asks if that is really true, and she nods, saying that is exactly how life works. Looking rather thoughtful, she admits that while she is human and the girl is an elf, she knows the kid has enough inner strength to handle whatever comes next. A gentle, light breeze blows past as Alan fixes his hair. He tells himself he really needs to hurry up and get the house ready before they arrive. Out of nowhere, Kiraheim appears, saying, "What a coincidence it is," running into him. This catches Alan totally off guard. She mentions hearing he recently bought a house, making Alan break into a nervous sweat. He tries playing it cool, claiming it is just a super old single-story place. She asks if he seriously paid the entire price up front. He just nervously replies that he had some extra money. He feels a massive wave of pure relief that his secret remains safe. Kiraheim looks over at Alan curiously, asking if the furniture for his brand new place comes from the other world. Alan closes his eyes and says yeah. He casually explains he does not have any special interest in the ordinary stuff found around here. Now watch closely. Kiraheim suddenly gets unusually quiet, mentioning she has a special favor to ask, which immediately makes Alan wonder what is up. She looks him dead in the eye and boldly asks if it would be alright if she came over to see his new house. Stick with me, you and I are about to witness a crazy moment. Alan stands there, totally stunned by her sudden request. She quickly apologizes for asking such a weird question, admitting that lately, she just can't find a single place to genuinely relax. Opening the gate, Alan realizes she is always stuck inside the team house, but he still absolutely cannot figure out why she chose his new place. Reaching the front door, Alan warmly smiles, telling her that they have finally arrived at his brand new home. He guides her inside, humbly saying it is not much, but to make herself comfortable. While she happily thanks him for the invite, Alan tries stepping away, but as the door clicks shut, Kiraheim suddenly turns around, asking exactly where he thinks he is going. She strictly tells him that since it is his house, he must stay and give a tour. Alan instantly realizes he cannot win, so he gives in, saying he will stay if she is okay with it, and starts the tour by leading her into the living room. She looks around the huge empty space, pointing out that there is absolutely nothing inside. Yet, a fact Alan sadly has to admit. But then, she suddenly looks back at him, playfully saying she has one more big favor. She asks him to open a moon gate right inside the house, connecting straight back to her own home in Tokyo. Alan is completely shocked by the idea, barely able to process why she wants a portal in his living room. She calmly tells him Akira will handle all details on the other side. Now watch this. The gate pops open, and suddenly Alan is hauling a massive sofa through the portal all by his lonesome. He loudly asks what the deal is with all this heavy furniture, but she just brushes it off, saying the big table is next. With everything set up, Kurohime peacefully sits back with her tea, complimenting what a truly amazing job Akira did getting all this ready. Alan looks incredibly stressed out as he calls over to Sioji. He notes that while she is happily relaxing, he desperately needs some real answers about what is going on with his house. He desperately begs her to finally explain everything, making her realize she completely left him hanging. Alan firmly points out he absolutely cannot haul this stuff back. Getting slightly panicked, he directly asks if she is secretly planning to move in here. She just laughs out loud, playfully telling him she would never do that, since she is not exactly his pushy new wife. Looking him right in the eye, she says to just treat all this as a sweet housewarming gift for his new place, even though the house itself is not technically brand new. Alan can barely believe his ears, nervously asking if she actually means every single item around them. She confidently confirms it without hesitating, leaving him frozen as she excitedly explains that absolutely everything is custom ordered from high-end luxury brands. She proudly guarantees the quality is the absolute best available, cheerfully telling him to just reach out if he ever needs anything else. Alan politely thanks her, looking incredibly pale as he anxiously starts calculating what the massive total bill for all this must look like. Pointing at the fancy coffee maker, he asks if that expensive machine is included in the gift too. She happily confirms that was intended, but Alan awkwardly breaks the news that he never even drinks coffee, making her seriously wonder if she went just a little too overboard with her lavish gift-giving. Feeling totally overwhelmed by everything, Alan decides to just accept her generous gift for the time being. He takes a quick sip of the coffee and is honestly completely blown away by how incredibly good it actually tastes. Kurohime smirks, saying she knew he would love it, explaining that people's tastes naturally evolve as they age. Alan casually mentions it might just be his new body talking, before suddenly shifting the topic to something way more serious. Here's the massive twist you and I were waiting for. Kurohime turns her back, asking point blank if he actually bought that black market elf. Alan slowly sets his cup down. Looking extremely tense, he nervously asks why she would possibly think that. She calmly explains how literally everyone across the capital knew that specific elf was up for sale. She sharply asks if he is following her logic. Alan just gives a very quick nod, urging her to keep going. She explains that despite crazy high demand, an elf typically sells on day one, yet this exact one sat untouched for a full month. And the real reason nobody touched it? The seller was very specifically demanding an ultra-rare red potion to actually make the trade happen. Kurohime explains that even the absolute wealthiest merchants in the capital cannot easily get their hands on a red potion. She figures even if someone miraculously had one, the overall trade value would probably be completely unbalanced anyway. She seriously points out that there has not been a single rumor of those potions being found or brought in for years. This leads her to conclude that if the information stayed that quiet, the high government absolutely had to be involved in the deal. Then she boldly suggests the legendary potion might have actually been crafted right here locally. Alan goes completely silent as she brings up some mysterious guy who somehow managed to farm impossible herbs, making the creation of a red potion totally doable. Kurohime intensely asks if he was the one constantly pushing his raw mana all month. She admits she totally missed his master plan earlier. And trust me, you and I know exactly why these insanely rare potions hold so much crazy value. Stick with me. Alan notes these are basically holy relics dug from epic dungeons. Kurohime nods in total agreement, remembering the wild old days when a massive wave of hunters tried clearing out those exact same dungeons just for treasure. She explains those ancient dungeons were entirely picked clean back then, making finding any new loot now practically impossible. So, she figures if a genius can craft that legendary gear themselves, an ordinary red potion just would not hold much value for them at all. Pointing out the trade value could easily buy an elf companion, she leaves Alan completely speechless as he realizes his clever secret is totally busted. Throwing his hands up, Alan completely gives in, playfully admitting she guessed everything perfectly, and he has utterly lost. Kuroheim quickly assures him she is not judging his choices at all, especially since she really understands his kind heart by now. But she sincerely admits feeling awful, knowing her own lack of guild influence is what caused him this massive headache in the very first place. Clenching her fist tightly, she promises that if she held enough unstoppable fame and power, her true friends would never need to hide away. Looking down sadly, Kuroheim gently tells him she simply wishes he had trusted her enough to talk about this whole crazy situation. Flustered, Alan panics and waves it off, insisting it was just a silly personal issue and absolutely nothing she ever needs to stress over. She firmly disagrees, brightly reminding him he is a crucial brigade member, and a good leader always looks out for her precious team. Alan silently reflects on this, realizing he actually expected Kuroheim to be totally disgusted by his purchase. But hearing her proudly call him a real teammate makes him feel so much better about everything. Kuroheim turns away, sweetly apologizing for the mess while making it super clear she completely supports his choices. Adding a warm smile, she insists that since he lives with a girl now, he better come to her for any future advice. Jumping right back to business, the lively group prepares everything for the official transfer. Now watch closely. Here is where the magic happens. The manager asks if they are ready, and Alan nods, sparking a breathtaking, glowing ritual where the merchant powerfully links Alan and Yuliwa together. Smiling brightly as the brilliant light fades, the cheerful merchant loudly announces the contract is magically sealed, and his hard work is finished. Yuliwa bows deeply, sweetly thanking the kind man for everything. He just casually waves it off, wishing her a truly wonderful new life, while Alan stands there in complete silence, peacefully watching the wooden carriage slowly vanish down the long road. Alan quietly thinks to himself that he always expected these traitors to be total villains. But this friendly guy actually managed to change his perspective completely. Right then, Yuliwa softly speaks up to grab his attention, and Alan turns around just as she gracefully pulls back her heavy hood. Looking down shyly, Yuliwa gets incredibly emotional, warmly telling Alan she could never possibly repay his massive kindness, even in 100 lifetimes. Still, she sweetly asks him to please take amazing care of her from today. Completely flustered, Alan waves his hands, telling her to drop the stiff formalities. He gently explains his real name is just Alan, and she should definitely use that instead of his fake title. But Yuliwa still looks adorably nervous about dropping all those formalities. As they chat, I know you were thinking it too. Arya watches Alan closely, resting her chin, finally admitting to herself that he is actually super handsome. Yuliwa completely panics, playfully scolding Arya that she cannot speak so casually to the wonderful person who will be taking care of them forever. Arya just confidently laughs it off, saying she prefers talking casually so they can become besties. Smiling warmly, Alan quickly chimes in to say he absolutely loves the casual vibe anyway. Alan glances away, nervously realizing that since Arya is literal elven royalty, he should probably be the perfectly respectful one here, especially without a magical contract binding them like the one he shares with Yuliwa. Arya smoothly reads the room, cheerfully insisting there is absolutely no need for awkward respect, because despite her fancy royal past, at the end of the day, she is honestly just a completely normal elf. Alan stays quiet for a second, warmly watching the two girls bond while considering their crazy journey. He realizes Arya possesses magical power that is way more mind-blowing than he ever originally imagined. This instantly makes him wonder what kind of incredibly terrifying monster could have actually managed to hurt someone that powerful. Staring up at their beautiful new house under the bright sun, Alan firmly decides he must carefully ask about her mysterious past once their wild new lives finally settle down. Yuliwa happily realizes this amazing house is their new home, while an excited Arya is totally blown away by the fancy architecture. Alan quickly tells her to hold on for just a second. She completely freezes before rushing inside as he gently explains that outdoor shoes are strictly banned indoors, politely asking them to take theirs off. Arya thinks this whole no-shoes culture is super weird, but she is still incredibly hyped to start exploring inside. Alan casually tosses his boots aside, while Yuliwa sweetly apologizes for the trouble, though Arya happily reassures her everything rocks. You and I will love this. Yuliwa excitedly looks around, checking out the clothes hanging up, Stick with me here. She points at a weird device, asking Alan what the box is. He explains it is simply a portable power source storing electricity. Yulia simply repeats the word, looking completely and totally confused. Alan gently reassures her it is perfectly safe, and everything is fine, adding that he actually just discovered this kind of amazing technology pretty recently himself. Suddenly, Arya's voice echoes through the room, making Yulia turn around just in time to watch her dive onto a sofa. Arya happily shouts about how incredibly soft it feels. Yulia just watches her go, but Alan simply smiles warmly at the two energetic girls. He says he is honestly just thrilled seeing them both looking so incredibly energetic after everything they have faced. 10 minutes pass. The girls are still happily opening every single door and drawer they find. Pure curiosity totally taking over them. Yulia finally tells Arya she does not need to check every single storage space in the house, playfully calling the whole thing slightly childish. Arya proudly argues she is only 15, so she cannot help it, but Yulia reminds her that 15 is basically an adult, leaving Alan just standing there. Arya stubbornly insists she is not done exploring yet, but her stomach cuts her off with a hungry growl so loud everyone clearly hears it. She stands there, totally frozen, her face turning bright red, while the others just stare in complete silence. Arya frantically tries playing it off, loudly yelling it is not what they think. But Yulia just smiles brightly, saying it is a great sign she is healthy. Alan kindly steps in, saying the timing is actually perfect, suggesting they all sit down and finally enjoy a warm meal together. A wonderful spread of hot food gets laid out on the table, with bowls of steaming rice and various tasty dishes ready. Alan quietly worries the meal is a random mix of stuff, but Arya is already hyped up, cheerfully saying it all looks absolutely amazing. Yulia feels slightly bad, politely apologizing for letting Alan do all the cooking, since it should be her job. He just smiles, saying it is nothing. Alan gently suggests they finally get started. They all say thanks for the food before happily digging in, and Arya points at a plate, asking its name. So Alan tells her it is salmon carpaccio, completely made from raw fish. Watch closely now. The idea of raw fish totally catches Arya off guard, making her freeze and repeat the words like it is alien. Alan explains it is totally normal in his home culture, but gently tells her she absolutely does not have to force herself to eat it. He starts sweating nervously, suddenly worried he forgot elves might be vegetarians. Arya nervously takes a tiny, hesitant bite, but her face immediately lights up. Both girls realize it is incredibly delicious, totally exceeding all their expectations. Arya says it is weird, but she loves it. She then asks about the other dish, which Alan identifies as rice. She keeps eating, cheerfully, shouting about how good the rice is too. She clearly loves every part of the meal as they keep going. Later on, Arya is completely wiped out in full, just leaning back on the couch, hugging her little stuffed bunny. Alan tells her he is so glad she liked it, then says he will head off to get the warm bath ready. Alan heads off to get things ready, but Yulia starts speaking up, acting like she should be doing all the hard work. He simply tells her it is totally fine since it is their first day. She should just relax, giving her a warm, friendly pat. Arya mentions they got super lucky finding a good guy, even if they cannot be 100% sure yet, and Yulia warmly agrees. Arya suddenly sits up, staring hard at Yulia, making her feel a bit awkward as she softly asks what is wrong. Without a word, Arya playfully squishes Yulia's cheeks, catching her completely off guard. We felt that, she explains, finding a good guy was not just some lucky break or a simple result. Arya hugs her bunny, saying someone awful had taken Yulia instead. She might have truly wished she never, ever woke up again. Yulia just looks at her with these really soft, emotional eyes and quietly says her name. Arya gets a serious look, demanding a firm promise that she will never put herself in dangerous situations like that again. Yulia gives a calm smile and says she will do her best. This makes Arya playfully flip out, since she wanted a firm yes. Right then, Yulia suddenly remembers something and excitedly shouts it out, catching Arya off guard as Alan walks back in, asking the girls if they want some dessert. Yulia and Arya immediately agree they would absolutely love some sweets before night ends. The sun comes up, and Alan starts his brand new day, stretching on the bright porch. He thinks about how amazing it is finally having his own place. But then he spots something in the mailbox. He realizes he has actually received a mysterious letter today. Staring at the envelope, he has zero idea who would write him till he flips it over. He sees the name Ray Castellano written clearly on the back, instantly changing the entire mysterious mood. As he gets ready to leave, Yulia cheerfully tells him to do his best at work, while Arya sweetly tells him to come home soon. Alan apologizes for making them stay inside, but Arya says this is way better than hiding in the woods. You gotta love them. Arya acts super proud, saying she has a massive job today, reading every single manga in the study. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Alan smiles, glad she is staying busy. He gets ready, telling the girls he is leaving today. Yulia sweetly tells him to stay safe out there. Meanwhile, Arya waves her arms like crazy, wishing him a great trip. He steps outside, taking a breath, and tells himself it is work time. He looks incredibly focused, which makes sense since he is actually juggling 3 totally different jobs all at once. Job number 1, working in the Akatsuki Brigade as the main guy running all their supplies and handling the complex accounting. His second role makes him the exclusive merchant for that exact brigade. That basically means he runs his very own independent business as an iron rank rookie. He is totally making a name by selling awesome items brought from Japan, specifically, stuff like candy and books. Then comes job 3. He rocks a hood, playing a high-class merchant named Isihakuba. Here, he only sells those special purple potions crafted from magic roses. His goal is getting these items to struggling adventurers who are stuck waiting for serious healing. But his specific task today takes him somewhere different. Straight toward a massive, fancy building in the town center. Ray greets Alan with a casual smile, mentioning it has been a while since they last met. Alan politely bows, calling him Lord Ray, but Ray just tells him to totally relax and sit down, apologizing for interrupting his crazy busy schedule. The vibe instantly shifts as Ray says he actually has something super important to discuss right now. Alan seriously wonders what kind of advice this young noble could possibly need. Ray explains the academy rules, mentioning every single dorm has its own shop supplied by different guilds. He reveals the merchant running the Yuashi dorm shop is quitting, which leaves a massive opening for someone new to step up. Now watch closely. Ray looks at Alan, officially recommending him to take over the job. Alan is completely caught off guard. He asks if Ray really means him. Ray just nods, asking his thoughts on the idea. But Alan looks visibly stressed, realizing this is a massive school with over 1,000 people. He honestly doubts his tiny operation can keep up. He tells Ray that while he is honored, supplying daily items for that many students is just way too much to handle alone. Ray says to hold on. He would never ask for something impossible. He does not need Alan for boring stuff. He specifically wants him supplying luxury and entertainment goods. Ray waits for an answer while Alan explains his side. He needs to be extremely clear about what he can handle. Ray clarifies the request, mentioning his younger brother and friends are massive fans of those Japanese trading cards. He only wants Alan supplying those hobby items. Alan suddenly realizes this is way more doable than running an entire general store. He tells Ray he can definitely make that happen. Ray laughs, looking completely relieved as he thanks him. He mentions how his little brother, Ran, is completely obsessed with those cards. It got to the point where the kid begged for packs daily. It is a massive relief having a steady card source now. Ray says he is counting on him, officially welcoming Alan as the new supplier for the dorm's awesome entertainment goods. They shake hands to seal the deal, and Alan says he is super excited to work together. You see where this is going, right? He has no clue. These cards will soon turn the entire academy upside down. This innocent little hobby is going to cause absolute chaos. Later that evening, Alan is back home flipping through papers. He is totally focused on research until Arya suddenly peeks over to ask what he is doing. He nearly jumps before telling her he is just studying up on those card games. Arya gets extremely hyped about the game and wants in. Alan offers a card, instantly hooking her. Her eyes are literally sparkling looking at the shiny artwork. She calls them amazing, eagerly asking how this whole system actually works. Alan grabs the rulebook, suggesting they just learn together. The entire game is all about building a custom deck to battle other people, featuring 7 rarities. Basically, the harder a card is to find, the stronger its power becomes. Alan points out the cool character cards first. He explains they have specific races, magic elements, and power stats to track carefully. Next, he covers magic cards and their absolute crazy effects, making sure to note every single card has a specific activation cost. So what do you and I take away? Arya claims she gets it, but honestly, Alan himself is still feeling totally lost. Let's jump into this one. She strikes a confident pose, claiming it's simple. Just stack your deck with the strongest cards to win. But Alan sees right through her strategy. He taps the manual, pointing out that it clearly says to keep the whole deck totally balanced. Arya is totally not buying it, arguing the book is wrong. To her, more power equals better. It's just like how slamming a hamburger on top of curry makes it so much tastier. Honestly, Arya admits she really wants some cards for herself. Alan actually pauses to think about it for a second. He agrees to give her a booster pack as a reward, but only if she helps him or Eula out first. Arya does not hesitate. She is already sprinting away, loudly shouting for Yulia to hurry up so they can get started. Yulia actually drops by to ask if she can help with anything, but Alan waves her off, saying he is just doing some fun, relaxing gardening. He takes a slow, quiet sip of tea, simply enjoying how incredibly peaceful the whole afternoon is. But his mind quickly snaps right back to business as he checks over his supplies. He realizes that going official means he really needs to put in some serious study hours. Figuring out all the new packaging details is definitely going to take some real work. He makes a quick mental note to completely swap out that modern plastic and cardboard for something different. He plans to grab both girls to help him pack once the first shipment is finished. A little later, Alan arrives at the school, heading straight toward the baggage inspection zone, where a massive crowd is already forming up. He patiently waits his turn until the heavy armored guard gives him the all clear. Alan says a quick thanks and just keeps walking. But the second he walks past those main gates, he stops to look around. Now watch this next part closely. He's trying to find Eagle Dormitory in this massive place, when out of nowhere, someone calls out, saying they have been waiting for him. Alan quickly turns around, finding a polite guy who explains that Ray already told him absolutely everything. He introduces himself as Minor, working for student life at the Eagle Dorm. Alan gives his own introduction, adding that he is really looking forward to working together soon. So, Minor takes the lead, walking him right into the shop area and explaining that all future deliveries need to be dropped off exactly here. Alan nods, saying he completely understands while looking around. That is exactly when Minor spots the new stock, completely amazed, admitting he has never seen items quite like these in his entire life. Alan explains the first box is packed with delicious snacks. Minor then points at the other crate. So Alan reveals those are the fun card games that Ray specifically requested. Seeing Minor stare so intensely, Alan offers him a sample pack. The guy instantly realizes exactly why Rai had been hyping up these awesome things so much in the first place. Alan starts feeling just a little nervous, sweating because he charges 3,000 per pack and 50,000 per deck. It really makes him wonder if anyone will actually buy this stuff, since those premium prices are pretty wild. Alan suddenly asks if they have a suggestion box, hoping to figure out what the students are genuinely interested in. But Minor just completely zones out until Alan calls his name, snapping the guy back to reality to confirm they definitely have one. Minor gives him a look and says, Alan will do just fine here, which honestly leaves the poor kid super confused about his true meaning. The guy reveals that the previous worker completely ignored student requests just because he had the backing of some incredibly powerful nobles. We both know that's a mess, so he's totally thrilled the guy finally got fired. Alan realizes Minor has been dealing with tons of stress, so Minor tells him not to stress about accepting every single wild request, and just focus on what's actually reasonable, which Alan promises to faithfully do. After wrapping things up at the dorms, Alan picks up his quill to finally get his entire day totally organized. He quickly reminds himself that he still has tons of brigade work left to do and really needs to stay focused on his daily tasks. But right as he sits down, someone shouts from the very next room to let him know he has a waiting visitor. Alan peeks his head right out the door, casually asking if the person visiting him is Canon. Anna explains that his guest is waiting outside, noting that judging by the guy's fancy outfit, he definitely looks like a student from the North District. Alan wonders why any student would come looking for him. It's obviously not Chris or Rai, leaving him extremely curious about who actually showed up. Anna leads him over, pointing at the mysterious kid. As they step closer, The young boy looks up and asks if Alan was the one who sent for him, checking to see if he's actually the real Alan. Alan says yes, but deep down, he's totally racking his brain because he doesn't recognize this boy. Alan suddenly freezes when he spots a tiny detail on the kid's outfit. He recognizes that crest immediately and realizes this boy actually belongs to the prestigious Eagle Dormitory. The boy politely introduces himself as Delopi, causing Alan to totally panic and apologize for acting so incredibly casual. Alan tries playing it cool, telling the kid it's absolutely fine since he never really cared about formal status or strict noble manners. Anyway, but Delo gets straight to business, and trust me, you are going to want to hear this massive favor. Delo gets straight to the point and asks to buy a few crossworld packs right now, but Alan has to turn him down, explaining that he really does not do private sales like that. Stick with me. Delo takes it well, figuring as much, though he clearly looks a bit bummed as Alan keeps apologizing, feeling super bad. The kid walked all this way for absolutely nothing. Delo quickly waves his hands, telling Alan not to worry about it, since he was the one asking for a totally special favor in the very first place. He pauses for a second, asking if the reason is because the current stock is already reserved for other buyers, but Alan tells him he is actually the first person to ever visit like this. He just does not have any sales slots for anyone outside his main business partner. He does give the kid a tiny bit of hope, mentioning he plans to sell some packs at the stall festival in 2 days, even if there will definitely be a strict limit on what one person can grab. Delo thinks about that for a moment before asking if Alan plans on telling other people about the festival stock too. Alan just shrugs and says, yeah, he will definitely tell anyone who asks. This leaves the poor kid looking pretty dejected, realizing he will not have any kind of head start when the festival actually kicks off. Delo just stands right there in total silence for a second. Now watch this closely. Looking stunned that Alan actually said no, he finally finds his voice, apologizing for overstepping, but desperately wanting to know why Alan will not sell to him. It is super clear the kid desperately needs an answer, especially since he gets totally flustered, waving his hands around while insisting that his reason for wanting the cards is not even anything big or important. Delo keeps desperately trying to play it down, telling Alan it is honestly just something trivial, but he cannot stop pointing out that his motives, like he mentioned earlier, were not exactly heroic. Alan just listens quietly, giving him a simple nod to keep him going. Delo finally opens up, explaining he is just a kid from a tiny barren family way out in the sticks. He admits he does not even have the natural magic talent for a place like Infiv, only managing to enroll 6 months ago because he happened to have some incredibly rare magic affinity. As they slowly walk through the halls, he explains it has been super rough because everyone else is a high-class noble from the capital. Being a country transfer student makes him feel like a total outsider who simply cannot fit in with all the cool kids. Then he heard rumors about the trading cards, thinking it might finally be his big chance to actually connect with other people. He figured with a really good deck, he could get strong enough to actually join the games and play with everyone else. He finishes his emotional story by apologizing, feeling totally selfish for just wanting to fit in. We have all felt that, right? Alan processes everything, admitting he had zero idea those rumors were going around. It is obvious he feels pretty bad for the kid. He considers selling them secretly, but knows it will become a total mess if he cannot keep the whole situation under control. He stands there thinking until a light bulb suddenly goes off. He has definitely just come up with a brilliant plan to fix the situation. He asks Delo if he happens to have his cards on him right now. Totally confused, the kid admits that he actually does. Delo pulls out a box, explaining that while his main deck is fully finished, he has all these extra leftover cards just sitting there. Alan leans in asking if he can take a really quick look at them, and Delo simply tells him to go right ahead. So, Alan starts browsing through the card collection with a pretty serious look on his face. Spending a minute checking the cards, he notices right away that Delo has somehow snagged some seriously rare ones. But there is a massive problem here. It is basically what he calls a hamburger curry deck. Delo just stares like he is speaking alien, wondering what curry even is anyway. So Alan clears his throat, explaining the deck is completely overloaded with way too many wildly powerful cards at once. Delo is absolutely shocked, asking if having a bunch of strong cards is really bad. Alan keeps explaining the mechanics, pointing out high-cost cards are basically just dead weight until the late game. It makes the start of the match a massive struggle. Delo looks down at his deck, totally lost, asking what he is even supposed to do to fix this. Alan breaks it down with a diagram, suggesting it is much better to build around one single ace card, like picking a dragon type. Matching the subcards to that specific tribe makes everything way more flexible. Smiling, he tells the kid, the absolute best part is winning with strategy rather than rare cards, and that he can definitely win with exactly what he has got. He gets a little embarrassed, admitting he is just repeating stuff read in a book, and sincerely apologizes for giving completely unsolicited advice. Trust me, this gets wild. Delo stands there in total silence, staring so intensely that Alan starts getting super nervous. Alan wonders if he crossed a line, but the kid insists it is the exact opposite. He simply never saw the game this way. Stick with me here, because Dao finally realizes something huge. Useless cards do not exist if you learn how to build around them. He is absolutely hyped. Yelling his thanks, he immediately sprints off to rebuild his new deck, leaving Alan just standing there totally alone. Alan watches the kid happily run off, truly hoping his quick advice actually helps him win out. Alan sits back, thinking about how totally wild it is that actual fans are showing up at his door. He figures he will need to ask Akira about getting more stock very soon, but he has another major issue to carefully handle first. He promises himself he absolutely needs to wrap up this specific business meeting before moving on to anything else. Thunder loudly cracks over a massive mansion while heavy rain pours down at midnight, setting an incredibly tense, dramatic mood for his crucial meeting with Chris. She sits down and cuts straight to the chase. Seriously? Warning him that her brand new request is actually going to be highly dangerous. She makes totally sure he knows that while it is not illegal, this rare item is strictly restricted. She asks him flat out if he truly understands the massive risk, but Alan never even flinches. He calmly tells her it is totally fine, confidently reminding her he gave his word to secure absolutely whatever rare item she needed. He explains that Sakabara has graciously protected him plenty of times, so he is already fully prepared to handle whatever wild risks pop up along the way. Chris takes a brief second to process this before finally agreeing. She quietly reaches for something, suddenly handing it right over and telling him he absolutely needs to find this book. Alan gently takes it, sounding totally confused that a simple book is causing this much crazy drama. He naturally wonders what makes it so incredibly special. Watch closely here. Since she called it a restricted item, he is intensely wondering what kind of book is such a big deal. Chris looks dead serious as dramatic lightning flashes outside, telling Alan this is no ordinary book. She explains dedicated fans poured pure passion into writing it, suddenly dropping the hilarious news that it is actually an adult. Boys love Do Jean. Alan just blankly stares at her, slowly repeating the words back, completely unable to believe this is why everything was secret. But he instantly relaxes, brightly saying if that is the case, the job is super easy. This totally catches Chris off guard. She nervously double-checks if he is genuinely okay with this, and if he truly grasps the situation. Alan reassures her he understands the deal, knowing it is just a sweet fan-made book, making it super clear he does not mind the content at all. He happily goes on, saying that people are perfectly free to like whatever they want, and as long as they simply enjoy it privately, he sees zero problems with it. He even asks if she is totally sure about his reward, wondering if she wants something way more expensive for his help. Chris does not hesitate, proudly telling him that for her, this rare book is a sacred, holy text. But then, she starts completely geeking out about how he looks like Hakuba, but acts like an angel, leaving Alan standing in awkward silence. Alan confirms he simply needs to get her specific requested book ready, and Chris happily tells him that would be a massive help. Before they finish up though, Alan mentions he has one tiny request to make. Chris curiously looks at him, asking what it is. She gets a dead serious expression on her face, sternly warning him he is absolutely forbidden from ever looking inside this adult book. She intensely repeats how extremely important that is, and Alan strictly promises no peeking. He heads out, thinking about how his busy schedule is packed until tomorrow's festival ends. He is casually walking along when he suddenly notices something incredibly strange up ahead. Can you and I believe this? He is completely stunned seeing a massive crowd swarming right outside. His team, House, Anna desperately comes running out of the building, shouting his name, catching him completely by surprise. She immediately grabs him, furiously demanding to know what insane mess he has gotten into. Now, Alan tries to calm her down, confused about what she is even saying. She frantically explains that this entire giant line of waiting people are actually rich merchants who want to become his customers. Alan just stands there in absolute shock, processing why all these busy traders want him. But he quickly promises her he will bravely step up and handle this wild crowd. Relieved, she simply tells him she is counting on him to fix this. The noble woman starts off by politely apologizing for making him wait forever, but Alan kindly tells her it is totally fine. She briskly moves things along, asking him what exactly he wants today. She suddenly goes on a very long, passionate tangent about her powerful family running a massive capital shop for 5 whole generations, dealing with elite high-ranking nobles, leaving Alan feeling a little lost. He awkwardly wonders why she is suddenly flexing her resume. Finally getting to the real point, she explains an incredibly elite client wants her to magically secure rare crossworld card packs. Alan is absolutely stunned that his game's hype traveled that far already. He finally sees the epic hype, but trust me, you will drop your jaw when she offers to pay 10,000 gold for every single pack he has left in stock. Alan has to reject her offer though. He claims he isn't taking those kinds of requests right now, even if he really wanted to help. So, she shoots him a sharp glare, reminding him that several powerful nobles are backing this exact request. Stick with me here, she basically threatens him, asking if he understands his risky position. Alan thinks she's got some serious nerve, even if that's just how shady business works in this wild world. Realizing he's completely backed into a corner, Alan thinks he didn't want to play this trump card yet, but she's forcing his hand. So, flashing a fake smile, he smoothly explains that giving her special treatment might actually make the powerful Castellano family pretty upset. The merchant woman instantly loses her cool the second she hears that legendary name, barely able to stutter it out. While she starts sweating and desperately apologizing, Alan actually feels a tiny bit guilty for using someone else's status to scare her. He decides to throw her a bone, mentioning he's selling special packs at tomorrow's festival and might save a few for her, which is exactly what she needs to hear to finally back down and agree. She happily bows out and says goodbye, while Alan calmly tells her he'll see her tomorrow at the stalls. Let's pause for a second. The door shuts, he sighs heavily, and you can practically feel his exhaustion dealing with these greedy people. Much later that night, he finally makes it back home and drags himself through the front door, feeling totally exhausted, only to find Yulia and Arya eagerly waiting in the kitchen to give him a warm welcome. Alan thanks Yulia for getting dinner ready, telling her it's a massive help, but she just happily shrugs it off, telling him he should definitely leave all the cleaning, laundry, and cooking to her from now on. It's honestly a lot to take in, so he gently tells her she's being way too intense. But little Arya quickly jumps into the conversation to fiercely disagree. The clever kid explains that if Yulia does absolutely everything, there's no chores left for her, meaning absolutely zero pocket money. Arya looks genuinely worried about her allowance, while Alan quickly realizes he'll need to make a strict chore chart just to keep things completely fair. He looks at Yulia, explaining he didn't actually hire her just to be a maid or do simple housework, which makes her pause and curiously ask what other kind of important work he has in mind. Right before they can dive into those details, Arya suddenly raises her tiny hand to cut them off, insisting dinner comes first because she's completely starving. And honestly, Alan has to admit, the kid has a great point. Yulia hands him a warm, delicious bowl of food, and he gratefully thanks her before finally sitting down to eat. Alan checks out his bowl, telling Yulia he's super impressed she made Odin from scratch since he's only ever eaten the instant store-bought version. Yulia seems pretty confused by the word instant, simply explaining she just followed the recipe using all the ingredients he provided. So Alan takes a bite, saying, "It's amazing." But Arya suddenly stops him to ask about something that's been bugging her for a while. He holds up his hand, asking if she's talking about the weird wooden sticks he's currently using to eat, and explains they're called chopsticks, a cool tool from his homeworld that's actually super useful once you get the hang of it. Arya hilariously tries using them alongside a fork and a spoon at the exact same time, making Yulia scold her for having zero manners, while Alan just stares, trying to fully process the funny mess. Arya mentions how cool his world's culture is, especially since things run on electricity instead of magic. leading Alan to show off appliances like fridges and coffee makers. Though he clarifies, they definitely aren't magic items. Arya thinks this new tech is super weird, but the food is even weirder, especially a jiggly little piece she cautiously calls a mystery slime. Alan laughs it off, saying it's just a processed potato called konjac, leaving the little elf completely confused about how any potato could ever look like that. Alan points to a handy diagram, explaining the plant is actually highly toxic at first, but mashing and boiling it in lime water makes it completely safe to eat. Arya takes a cautious bite, admitting his weird food culture is a total, fascinating mystery. Alan agrees. It's weird, and honestly, you'd probably wonder the same thing. Arya questions if his people were even sane, but she quickly follows up, cheerfully, saying she's absolutely never bored around here. Plus, she totally thinks the mysterious food actually tastes great. Yuliwa completely agrees with her, and Alan smiles warmly, telling them he's just really happy they're all enjoying their new life together. As they finish up the dishes, Yuliwa asks him about that important job he mentioned earlier, wanting to know exactly what he needs help doing. Alan holds up a glossy card, explaining that he really needs their help to pack these awesome trading cards into little paper bags. He shows them the right way to do it. Yuliwa quickly says she's got it, while eager little Arya jumps in, ready to help out too. Alan starts walking away, cheerfully telling them he'll join in as soon as he finishes getting everything perfectly ready for tomorrow. Yuliwa gets a super serious look, telling him to just leave everything to them. With Arya backing her up so confidently, it actually catches Alan totally off guard. The girls dive straight in, leaving Alan totally surprised by their energy. So what do you and I make of this? A perfectly wholesome ending. Alright, jump in with me. We are kicking things off with a totally unexpected magic card trick. Arya holds it up, smiling as she explains she layered the cards with anti-theft and anti-vision spells. Alan freezes in absolute shock. X-ray magic actually exists here? Seeing his face, Arya suddenly panics, wondering if she messed up by interfering. He shakes his head fast, calling it a huge lifesaver since he completely missed that. Arya flashes a wonderfully smug smile in response. Rubbing his head, Alan realizes that despite spending 20 whole years here, he still completely thinks like a regular guy from Japan, lacking basic magic sense. He turns back to Arya, asking if players could cheat any other way. She pauses, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Then she mentions that the only other possible method involves a legendary spell known as Wish upon a star, and it sounds absolutely wild. Completely hooked now, Alan stares right at her and asks what kind of crazy magic that is. Arya goes totally serious, explaining, this spell literally devours a gigantic amount of mana and will severely drain the actual life force of the caster. It is basically top-tier magic that completely twists fate itself just to grant someone absolutely insane luck. Resting her chin on her hand, Arya reveals this fate-bending spell was originally an epic magic, created by ancient high elves. She notes a regular human body would completely break under that massive strain. Back in history, anyone who stole this technique forced innocent beastmen and captives to pay the ultimate price. Now watch closely, because you and I both know this is where the terrifying, magical reality truly hits him. Catching his panic, Arya quickly reassures him to relax, explaining it is just an ancient technique that has completely faded into lost history. Besides, she highly doubts anybody would throw away an entire life simply to win a totally basic card game. Yuliwa suddenly jumps in, loudly reminding everyone to stop gossiping and finish the work. Arya completely agrees, pushing to wrap things up fast so Alan can finally get a good night of much-needed rest. Watching the girls hustle, Alan feels super relieved knowing he will not have to stress over anyone secretly rigging his precious merchandise. As night finally covers their home, a huge realization hits him. He seriously needs to start dedicating way more time to learning magic himself. Morning completely transforms the royal capital as an epic street festival finally kicks off. Straight down the bustling North Main Street. Scanning his documents, Alan mentally notes that opening his temporary stall inside the North District this time is a completely fresh experience. The overall vibe feels so incredibly different from the West District, feeling exactly like a massive school celebration thanks to students walking everywhere. He groans internally, remembering what an absolute nightmare that vendor registration actually was. having the major merchants guild and local administrators fiercely breathing down his neck during double screenings was exhausting. He shakes off the stress, completely determined to just crush his sales goals today. "Hold on to your seats," someone suddenly shouts out from behind, loudly asking if he is actually Alan. He nods, and the lady introduces herself, representing the famous RE Trading Company. Alan instantly guesses she is an important merchant collaborating directly with the local Infiv Academy crowd. He happily explains his trading card business, adding that strict purchase limits are totally necessary. Waving it off, the woman smiles, saying it is perfectly fine as long as her specific clients stay happy. With a polite nod, she quickly leaves. Watching her walk away, Alan realizes an absolute tidal wave of eager customers is coming, exactly like he initially predicted would happen. Sweating nervously, Alan stares blankly at the absolutely massive crowd lining up outside. The turnout is insanely bigger than yesterday, making the streets super cramped. A random guy nearby stares at the chaotic mob, totally confused, and asks why everyone is gathering like this. He admits he is completely confused, especially because most of these folks are obviously Infiv staff and students who never, ever hang around here. Full panic mode engages as Alan realizes his massive mistake, especially when nearby shopkeepers start shooting him. Incredibly cold, highly judgmental glares from their stalls. A gruff older guy rocking a mustache yells for him to pause. Taking a slow puff of his cigar, the man casually mentions he has never seen Alan working around here. He squints, directly asking if this is actually Alan's very first time opening up in the North District. Looking super nervous now, Alan quickly spins around, proudly explaining he is representing the Alan Trading Company. The old merchant flatly admits he has literally never heard of them, but completely expected that rookie answer based on this whole chaotic situation. He sighs, explaining every single merchant group in the specific neighborhood operates using fiercely guarded, set territories. And Alan is blatantly crossing those invisible lines like it means absolutely nothing. Feeling completely awful, Alan immediately offers a sincere apology. Still, he bravely asks what these specific merchant territories actually mean, since he is clearly still learning the local business rules. Gesturing around, the guy bluntly points out that this exact street corner is highly protected turf, owned by massive merchant groups. They firmly claimed this zone just to supply the Royal Knight and Magic Academies. Pulling out a handy map, he shows Alan that serving in Fiv Academy students means his shop actually belongs way over in Area 15. You and I share his intense embarrassment as he apologizes. "Come along with me." He totally admits he should have researched before opening shop here. The cool mustache guy takes another cigar puff, nodding slowly. He totally agrees with Alan, but softens his tone, explaining that local politics run entirely on unwritten rules. This is absolutely not the kind of complex stuff you can just casually study in a normal guidebook. Since his shop is officially open, there is simply no turning back now. He firmly tells Alan to toughen up and face whatever challenges come next. Alan zones out, deep in thought for a brief second, which visibly annoys the rough mustache guy quite a bit. He angrily snaps to see if the kid is even listening. Alan jumps, quickly, swearing he is paying close attention. Alan sincerely thanks the older man for his brutal honesty and guidance. He completely promises to be much more careful about where he opens up shop from now on. The cool guy simply scoffs and looks away like it was absolutely nothing. He really is not expecting massive gratitude. As the man proudly struts back to his own shop, Alan watches closely. He realizes that despite the incredibly rough exterior, the older guy is actually super sweet. A busy merchant asks to see Alan's guild card for the transaction. Alan quickly hands it over with a smile. He carefully explains that he has a super strict limit of just one single box per trading company. He wants to keep everything totally fair. The merchant happily agrees, asking for one box, which Alan grabs for him with massive enthusiasm. Wiping his sweaty forehead, the relieved merchant is just extremely glad his boss won't yell. Alan laughs, saying that sounds like a totally brutal job. Before leaving, the merchant excitedly asks if playmats or rulebooks are available, but Alan unfortunately has to apologize. He politely tells the man he is exclusively selling card packs today. Now pay attention. The word is spreading incredibly fast. Customers are already eagerly demanding gaming accessories as if they have been playing these awesome cards for years. The town bell loudly rings. Alan suddenly realizes it is already noon. and the chaotic morning rush has finally concluded. Deciding to quickly close up shop and catch his breath, he stares directly at his shelves and is in absolute, pure disbelief. Every single item is entirely cleared out, even though he originally thought he brought way too much. Alan takes a well-deserved break to enjoy an onigiri. He thinks that at this insane pace, his remaining stock will honestly only survive another hour. Suddenly, a nervous academy student peeks inside, awkwardly apologizing for interrupting Alan while he is finally trying to eat. Alan quickly regains his composure and asks what is up. The curious guy excitedly explains he simply wants to know what these mysterious items are. Holding up one epic-looking card, Alan enthusiastically explains, it is a strategy trading card game. However, the skeptical student wonders if people just gamble with it. Alan clarifies it is way deeper. You build an ultimate deck and use pure strategy to claim victory, which definitely gets the student's gears turning. The student reveals he attends the local academy. He only stopped by because that massive, wild crowd outside totally made him curious about the hype. Alan beams brightly, genuinely appreciating the interest. It is a fantastic sign for his shop, especially when the student admits any game selling out this fast must be incredibly fun. Looking at the boxes, the day wraps up. Alan heads back to his cozy place, loudly announcing he is finally home. Stepping right through the front door, Yuliwa is totally shocked he returned so soon, but Alan happily reveals everything sold out. While Arya happily cheers in the background, Alan exhales a long, massive breath. He is just incredibly relieved the day's insane chaos has finally ended. You saw that too, right? Selling out completely in 3 hours is insane. Seeing outside academy folks genuinely playing the game was definitely the best part. Sadly, his peaceful rest is instantly cut short. Yuliwa quickly walks over, handing him a mysterious thick letter that just arrived. Grabbing the envelope, he cannot believe how ridiculously heavy it is. He wonders what kind of message actually demands this much paper. Arya peeks right over his shoulder. Looking incredibly curious, she eagerly asks who would send him heavy mail like that. Alan simply tells her it is just a message from the friendly school guy who kindly helped him transport products earlier. Tearing it open, he finds Miner's report. It confirms the cards were an absolute smash hit, demanding way more stock for the next massive drop. The girls get extremely hyped up. They loudly congratulate Alan on the business becoming such a spectacular, massive success. Staring up at the bright sky, Alan realizes a relaxing day off is completely impossible at this incredible rate. Much later, a brand new face appears on screen. A flashy guy named Lux introduces himself with a super friendly, confident wink. Right on the laptop screen, the incredibly hyped video guy winks confidently. He passionately discusses the legendary first set of Senryu's advanced magical cards that finally got released last month. The awesome video explains that since it is the classic original set, there are honestly not many powerful combo type cards included just yet. Alan just quietly sits there, absorbing everything until the loud doorbell suddenly rings, snapping him awake. Turning sharply toward the front door, he yells he is coming right now. Kurohime gracefully walks in, holding a lovely tray. She tells Alan she brought fresh coffee, politely asking if he has a quick second to chat. So what do you and I make of this? He happily welcomes her in. She sets the coffee down, and Alan eagerly brings up his new trading card, business. But she tells him to completely stop stressing over the inventory. Stock. Stick with me here. She has already secured a giant warehouse fully packed with cards, and even offers to pull strings for more, leaving our guy completely stunned by her insane level of preparation. He thanks her mind blown that she is always 10 steps ahead and ready for anything. He grabs his cup, promising to enjoy it, taking a slow sip while Kurohime watches him intensely. Spotting the laptop, she asks if he is watching card guides, saying she is super impressed by his hard work to master the game. On screen, the streamer keeps talking, explaining why certain overpowered cards got banned after set 2. Alan hints he has a very specific plan in mind, making Kurohime tilt her head in total confusion as she asks what exactly he is plotting. Sipping his coffee, he reveals his goal, hosting a card tournament at the academy where he has been quietly selling his packs. This idea completely catches her by surprise. He explains, a lonely kid there just wants to make new friends by playing this card game, so a massive event sounds perfectly ideal for promoting the cards while actually helping all these people connect. Kurohime totally gets it, though Alan admits a professional level tournament is probably pushing his luck too far. So, he just wants a fun, casual social hangout. She gets super serious, pointing out that since his buyers are high-ranking nobles, a successful event would be an absolutely massive win for their business. She then asks if he wants a professional instructor brought in to help, an offer that leaves Alan completely shocked and deeply surprised. Now pay attention. She casually drops that her family actually owns the game company, meaning she can easily summon that streamer on his screen. Alan stands there, completely mind-blown, realizing the COG group's unbelievable power is way bigger than he ever imagined. Kira points out that Lux is not just a massive star streamer, but a literal national champion who hosts these events constantly, making him the absolutely perfect guy for this job. Alan looks visibly worried, mentioning that a guy with that much fame must be super busy, doubting he will actually show up today. Kira does not hesitate for a single second, firmly promising that the guy will absolutely be there. Zero doubts. She sounds so incredibly confident that Alan wonders why she even felt the need to say it twice. He says he deeply appreciates the offer, but he really does not want her forcing the champion to attend if he feels against it. Kira nods, completely understanding his point, and Alan figures that as long as she gets his vibe, things will work out. Shifting gears, Alan bows, apologizing for being a huge burden, especially since she recently gifted him all that fancy furniture and nice appliances. Akira just brushes it right off, claiming it is zero trouble and simply part of her official duty to handle things. But Kira accidentally reveals the setup was mildly chaotic, making Alan wonder what happened. Akira clarifies that because it was a direct personal request from the young lady herself, a massive argument broke out among their staff over who got the absolute honor of preparing everything. Looking totally embarrassed by the drama, she tells him not to worry, insisting the team is usually highly disciplined. Alan warmly smiles, fully understanding everything. You and I both know Kira holds major power here. Akira clears her throat, saying she has two very important things to discuss. Alan asks what is up. She slides a bank book over, explaining it is payment for the red potion research, telling him to check the balance. Alan shakes, looking at the numbers, asking if she is serious, because the amount is truly insane. Akira moves to point 2 whenever he leaves. 10 undercover guards dressed as normal people will secretly trail his movements. Alan looks completely overwhelmed, softly saying, he really does not need that level of crazy protection. But Akira gets totally honest, admitting it definitely feels way more like they are keeping him under strict surveillance than just guarding him. She explains that while his other world business is not public, plenty of elite industry players are already clued in. With things rapidly heating up, they absolutely cannot let the core person of this huge project wander around alone. Staring at her coffee, she notes that while fantasy materials are awesome, the company is betting hundreds of billions on him alone to actually deliver the goods. Akira stares out the window at the bright city skyline, quietly agreeing with him. She asks if he knows what developing new medicine actually costs, but he admits having zero clue. So what do you and I learn? Miracles are brutal. 50 billion yen and 10 years of research. Stick with me here. There is absolutely zero guarantee this wild medicine will even work. She points out his red potion is literally game-changing. It can regrow whole organs and wipe out sickness, achieving way more in just one single month than modern science could ever dream of doing. She closes her eyes, realizing that if this insane stuff actually went public, it would completely shatter the balance of everyday society. So, they realize it is simply impossible to keep relying purely on Alan's magical energy forever. Luckily, they manage to grow herbs from the other world, opening up a chance to finally mass-produce everything. Alan thinks that sounds absolutely incredible if they succeed. Though, Kira reminds him is just a theory. Looking outside, Alan notes that modern technology might actually make it reality soon. He thinks about how much the world changed in just 20 years, realizing everything moves so fast. Akira points out that one single item from the other world is worth at least 100 million yen. She explains that the massive potential here creates a value going way beyond just simple cash. Now pay attention here. She looks at the horizon, mentioning the bigger picture, specifically, global energy and the planet's limited resources. She honestly believes that his magic could be the ultimate answer to solving the entire world's biggest problem. Then she looks right at him, basically calling him the goose that lays the golden eggs for them. Alan looks totally stunned and tells her she is being way too honest right now. But Akira simply asks if he would honestly prefer being kept in the dark about their true motives. Alan admits she is totally right, even if it is heavy. Suddenly, everything makes perfect sense to him. He finally understands why her group was so incredibly quick to help him out with the cards and roses. Akira is not finished though. She reminds him that since he alone speaks to the lady, the Seoji group will literally never let him walk away. Alan just hangs his head, asking if that is something he should be happy hearing right now. Akira stays quiet, watching him process everything. Alan sips his coffee, deciding this is just how things have to be from now on. Akira smiles brightly, telling Alan that putting all serious business aside, she really likes him as a person. You saw that coming, right? Alan stands there completely surprised, but he smiles back, saying even a simple compliment makes him super happy. He happily thanks her. Akira laughs a bit, teasing that he better stop pouting. Alan tries playing it cool, insisting he was not even pouting in the first place. The scene shifts to a house in Japan, where a cheerful voice tells a guest to come inside. The guest announces himself, stepping inside. It turns out to be Alan, visiting a good friend from his past life. The guy is super hyped to share his awesome hobbies. Though Alan quickly reminds him he is actually asking for a huge favor today. His friend stands before a massive collection, telling Alan to trust his recommendations since he has every manga, anime, and novel covered. Alan stares at the packed shelves, totally amazed by the massive amount of books and movies his friend collected. The guy tells him to grab a seat, handing over a glass of juice. Alan cheerfully takes it, and thanks him as he gets settled in. So his friend offers up some crispy potato chips to munch on. Alan worries about getting the books dirty, but his buddy is already one step ahead with chip tongs ready. With everything set, his friend finally asks what specific series Alan actually wants today. Alan looks over the massive collection, explaining he is specifically hunting for a novel this time. He wants something popular with women to see the hype. You and I gotta see what he picks next.